I would like to speak about generally the objectives of meditation. But before we start with the objectives of meditation, let's take a look at ourselves. Self, this S-E-L-F, self. Every morning before we go to work, before we go to school, university, I think that's what most people do. They look at the mirror. They brush their teeth, of course, to look at the mirror. When we look at the mirror, we look at ourself. This S-E-L-F, self. What is this so-called self? Isn't that important? Self is yourself, himself, themselves. Some people call this self the ego, ego, ego. Or some people call it the habitual mind, because you tend to habitually think in a certain way. Or some people call it the ego mind. Not the real mind, it's the ego mind, the egoistic mind. Many sutras said the self, this S-E-L-F, self, is the 5 aggregates. Now, people who have been listening to the Heart Sutra, the Hridaya Sutra, they would know what the 5 aggregates are, but I guess many people here, they don't understand what are the 5 aggregates. The 5 aggregates is body, perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. There's 5. Body is body. Perception, conception, volition, and consciousness is the spiritual part of it. It's the mind. So the self is a combination of the body and mind. We call it body and mind. Who are we? What is this self? It's a combination of body and mind. Any exception? That includes everything. Your body, your physical body, your skin, your skeleton, your internal organs, the material part of it, the molecules part of it, the protons, the electrons, the body cell. But other than the material part, there's also the spiritual part, That's your perception, your conception, your volition, your consciousness. When we say, I see, we are referring the self to our perception. When we say, I think, this is what I think, the self all of a sudden becomes our conception, because that's what you think. And when we say, I shall do this or that, then the self becomes volition. And when we carry our thoughts into action and speech, and then every action, every speech, every thought stores in the memory, the self has suddenly becomes the consciousness, the conglomerate consciousness. So people say, that's the self. What am I talking about here? Talking about the self? That's the most important concept spiritually. Do you understand yourself? People say, of course, that's myself. Of course I understand myself. Can you control yourself? Of course I can control myself. This is my body. This is my perception. This is my conception. This is what I think. This is what I see. If people say they can control themselves, how come they become mad? How come they become jealous? How come they become greedy? How come they commit crime? How come they hurt other people? How come they kill animals for food? How come they torture animals? How come they torture people in prisoners of war? How come they wipe out the whole tribe? So we got to study this self. That's the objective of meditation. Everything becomes so personal around us when we grasp onto the self. You grasp on it, you never let go of it. You grasp on this self, And there comes suffering, anger, all the shortcomings such as jealousy, hatred, anxiety, self-aggrandizement, your exaggeration of yourself, your egoistic feelings, your obstinacy, your hatred, and so on. These things in our daily lives torture us, you know. All these things torture us, and you don't even know about it. Why did you cry? Why did you get grief-stricken when you were in hardship? These things torture you, and you don't know about it. You blame somebody else for it. You blame your brothers and sisters. You blame your parents. You blame the society, not yourself. You never blame yourself. You blame your father for you being poor. But you didn't pay attention to education. Some people say, John's father had a huge legacy and he was able to be rich. He's rich because of his father. My father is poor. But there are some people who don't depend on their fathers. They become rich. They struggle themselves. What about that? We take our thoughts, emotions, and experience so personally that the self has become the underlying attachment to all things, whether they are material or spiritual. We're attached to a strong element of self in everything we think. Everything about me, mine. I read an article and it says, in daily conversation, the one word that you use the most is what? I, mine, me. This I, mine, me, is all egoistic. Will I gain? Will I lose? Is it fair for me? Is it good for me? This is mine. I have the right. I have my privacy. Don't infringe on my benefits. You always try to cherish and protect yourself. This constant attempt to satisfy the self makes us very vulnerable, you know. You think you are strong? You think we are strong? We are very vulnerable. Because this vulnerable self always required what? Required the wall of protection and the gathering of energy to sustain that protection. As a result, we're increasingly fearful of losing things and increasingly uncertain that if things would not work our way. We have anxiety. When you're studying in university, before you graduate, will I get a job? Will I drop out? Can I get into university? If I get married, will I get a divorce? Now I'm married, will I get a broken homes? What happens if I get laid off? All these anxieties, all this vulnerability, that's suffering. They torture us. Why? The Buddha unfolded that to you since 2,500 years ago. He teaches us to look at ourselves, to know yourself. We call it self-reflection. It takes courage and wisdom to lift the mystery of the self and go beyond it to see who we actually are. Who we actually are. This is one of the main facets of Buddhist teaching, to reduce the ego and to make room for contemplating the truth. Can you reduce your ego? Can you look at your ego? Can you go beyond ego? Can you lift the mystery of the ego? People say, I don't care. That's the problem. You allow your ego to torture you, continuously torture you in this life, in your next life. You have been tortured in your past life already. You didn't know about it. This is self-reflection that we need. And we call it meditation. That's meditation. That's the objective of meditation. Not about getting blessings from Buddha. The actual practice of meditation requires us to step back, not succumbing to the momentum of the habitual mind. Your habitual mind has gotten into trouble. Your habitual mind is stereotyping. Your habitual mind is discriminating. Your habitual mind is labeling people. Prejudice. So this self-reflection allows us to pause from attaching to the ego and look at it without judgment and deception. That's meditation. So we need to look for the self, to look beyond the self. But the irony is that when you start to look for the self, you can't find it. Can you find yourself? Is it a color? Is it a shape? Is it a triangle? Is it a rectangle? Where is yourself? When you look for the self, I'm looking for myself. Where is it? When you look for it, you know, I can't find it. It's an irony. It's like a ghost. It's like a ghost that dominated your house. You can't find the ghost. But your house is tidy and neat. The bed is made, the breakfast is done, everything is clean, toilet, washroom, everything is okay. But you can't find the ghost. That ghost is haunting you. That ghost of egoism, that ghost of the polluted self is haunting you and me, and we don't know about it. Usually when we meditate on questions, on a poem, but just now we meditate on the tip of the nose. Why? Because that approach is concentration. But sometimes we take another approach. We raise questions. We raise koans, K-O-A-N, koan. We raise a question and we contemplate on it. Questions like, who is reciting the Buddha name? In the Chinese language it is, 念佛是谁? Who is reciting the Buddha name? Who is this guy, me, who is chanting? Who am I before I am born? Where were I before? All these questions come up. We use these questions to look as techniques to start to look for the self, try to understand the self. But the self is not real. It is just an emotional attachment. It is greediness, anxiety, fear, and depression, ignorance that deceptively exist. They're not substantial, they're insubstantial. They all arise and interact with the outside world. When we meditate, we can actually see through this seemingly solid self. But what are we left with after meditation? We are left with what? With an opening, intelligent awareness. When we look at the self, we look at this self. Who am I? And what we got left with? We got left with this awareness. We are aware of that. In other words, we know there is a self, but that self cannot be found. That self is responsible for all that I have done. If I know it, I got the magic to it. The Buddha knew it. The Buddha knew the real self. And he wanted you to know. You want to solve that problem of yourself? You look at that. If you want to solve the problem, you got to look at the root of the problem. You want to know why people kill, why people steal, why people commit sexual misconduct, why people drink intoxicants? You don't just look at the superficial actions that he did. He looked at why he did it. the root of it. How can we eliminate those evil roots? If you're an educator, if you're the Prime Minister of Education, you try to analyze what kind of education you should give to the kids. Do you just analyze the kids' outright actions? You go to the deeper. Why do they behave like that? What do they need? How do we reform? How do we change them? Not just by looking at the superficial, fictitious, outer meaning. So that the questions of the importance of meditation arises. You need meditation every day. If everybody knows the importance of meditation, this will be much society to live in, because everyone is careful of his own awareness. He's aware of what he's been doing. He wouldn't know. He doesn't know. People say, I don't know what I'm doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. Why did people kill? Because at that juncture of violence, he didn't know what he was doing. Usually when the judge said, or when the lawyers, the accused lawyer or the defense lawyer said, Mr. Klein, why did you do that? I didn't know. I was so furious. I was so mad that I just did it. Can you help me out? Can you defend me? I just killed him and I don't know why. It was just at the spur of the moment that I did it. He couldn't control himself. You run into many, many moments like that. You simply can't. You don't know yourself. You're not aware of yourself. What happens if you're always aware of yourself? Magic comes. Because you're in control. Looking at the ego is important, at the self is important, not attaching to it. Just look at it. This is the only way to know that it does not exist. It can be found. If the self does not exist, so how can we take all our thoughts, emotions, and experiences so personally? If yourself does not exist, how come you take your emotions, your passions, your experiences so personally and start to defend yourself, cherish yourself, and hurt others? The self does not exist. I remember when I first meditate and look at myself, a self-reflection, I felt a strong sense of freedom. I can step back from it and look at it without being bound by it. What a relief. What a liberation. I look at myself without being bound by it. I can step back and look at it. Always step back and look at yourself. Then you become more careful. You won't commit mistakes. So, meditation is important. And some people say, okay, I've been meditating for a number of years, and how come I still have these wandering thoughts? I still attach to myself, and I have thoughts and emotions coming up. And thoughts and emotion, why? Why did it always come up? It's natural that your mind is always activated, thought after thought. Emotions, thoughts will always come up. That's the natural tendency of the mind. The purpose of the practice is not to get rid of them right away. We can, however, choose to face them and work with them. You work with your own emotions and passions. You just watch them. And you know that they're nothing but sensations. These emotions, crying, yelling, shouting, being angry, being jealous, and all that, they're sensations. They're fictitious. They're not self. You look at them. You work with them. You don't try to fence them. You don't try to kill them. You just step back and look at them. You're like a mountain, and these clouds go by. You don't carry away by the clouds. You're that mountain. You don't move. The clouds move. You don't move. The clouds come. Oh, here comes the cloud of obstinacy. Here comes the cloud of jealousy. Here comes the cloud of greediness. That overwhelms me. Okay, it overwhelms me. I watched it, and I let it go. Let it be. Let it go. Can you be a third person contemplating on that, watching on that? It sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult. When we don't judge or discriminate, when we don't judge and discriminate these emotions and thoughts as good or bad, right or wrong, favorable, unfavorable, we can utilize them to progress on our spiritual odyssey, our spiritual path. Well, you don't try to get rid of them. You don't kill them. You don't fence them off. You just watch them, interact with them, and see them. Here comes hatred that overwhelms me. Oh, I let go of it. I won't be overwhelmed by it. I just watched it. You step back. Can you step back? Sometimes I can. I'm still learning. But it's important that you know. It's important that you know you have to have that kind of awareness. We utilize thoughts and emotions by watching them arise and dissolve. As we do this, we see they are insubstantial. When we are able to see through them, we realize that they can't really bind us. They can't really lead us astray or distort our sense of reality. So never try to fence them off. Just work with them, allow them to arise and allow them to fall. So it's just like when we are watching a movie, a Hollywood movie, when we're watching a movie. When we're watching a movie in the cinema house, we can relax and enjoy the show. We relax and we relax. The last movie I saw, as a monk, we can't go to the cinema house. The last movie I saw was Forrest Gump. Have you seen that movie, Forrest Gump? It's an interesting movie. And I remember there's a saying in there. It says that life is a box of chocolates. My mom told me that life is a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get, or something like that. When you watch a movie, when you watch a movie, you can relax and enjoy the show because we know it's an illusion. It's not real. You're not involved with it. Good or bad, you're not involved with it. Some people kill in there, you're not involved with it. Because you're not involved with it, you relax, you enjoyed it. Can you do the same thing in real life? Every time when you watch something, you watch as if you're objectively watching it. The show goes on, but you relax, you enjoyed it, but you don't get involved with it. Can you do the same thing? Well, what we call real life or reality works much the same way as like a show. When you work a show, what is a movie? A movie is a combination of a projector, a screen, of course you have a script, you have a director, actors, projectors, lights, everything, cinema house and all that. That comes together to get a show, and you're watching it, you relax, you watched it. In the real life, it's the same thing. Our body and mind, body, perception, conception, relations, as well as bodies of everybody, as well as everything in this world, is a life show. When we look at all around us, we can see that nothing exists in isolation. We're all related to each other. All the causes, all the conditions put together, that's a life show. That's known as interdependence or causality. Everything depends on an intimate number of causes and conditions to come into being, arise and fall, and moment by moment. And there's one cause depend on another cause, one condition depend on another conditions. They're all interdependent. It's just like in your real life, your life experiences is like a script of the show. And that script is not written in isolation. That script relates to what? That script depends on your parents, your brothers and sisters, the society, your job, schoolings. All these things are interrelated. We call it interdependent causality. And everything is so intricately connected, it is hard to find a point where one thing starts and another ends. This is what we meant by illusory or the empty nature of phenomena. Emptiness, because one cause depends on the other. You can't identify which is the beginning one, which is the end one. There's no beginning and no end. Remember, it's logical. When you say there's a beginning, there must be an end. But if there's an end, there's a problem. If there's a beginning, there's an end, there's a logical problem. Why? Because if there is an end, that means there's no causality. You understand what I mean? If there is an end, that means nihilism. That means as long as I'm happy, I can kill, I can do whatever I want. As long as I'm happy, I am happy because after this life is an end, no more life. If that's your conception, that is extremely dangerous. That's the conception of a criminal. A criminal wants happiness and he can do whatever he wants. He can kill, he can do whatever he wants because after this life is ended, no more. The danger of recognizing an ending is extremely serious. It's a loop. There's no beginning, no end. All interdependent. Beginning and end lives only in the world of discrimination. In a world where they identify something as favorable, unfavorable, right or wrong, tall and short, ugly and beauty. Get away with that discrimination. That is a discrimination that does not pertains to the real mind, the real self. That's not the mind that the Buddha identified to us 2,500 years ago. Watching our mind can be more enjoyable than watching a movie, you know. Watching a movie, you think watching a movie is enjoyable? When you come here on every Saturday, you don't know you are doing something more enjoyable than watching a movie. Watching a movie is a third-party thing. Nothing to do with you, you pay. You pay the cinema house. I don't know how much. I forgot how much. I used to pay $3.50. How much they charge now? $8? So, watching a movie, watching your own mind is more enjoyable than watching a movie because your own mind deals with yourself, your personal experiences. And if you are successful in watching it, you will lead a better life, a happier life. You are your own director. You are your own actor. You are your own audience. You're all in one. Remember this concept? All in one, one in all. All is one, one is all. You write your own script. People say, what's the meaning of life? What is the meaning of living? Living itself has no meaning. You write your own meaning onto the script. What do you want to mean in your script? You want a meaningful life or a meaningless life? You write onto it yourself. So watching our mind can be more enjoyable than watching a movie. We don't need the projector, the screen, the light, the script, and the actors. We have our own script. This script is our own life experiences. It includes not just your karmic life. It includes also, on the bad side, the samsara. On the good side, the perfect side, the nirvana. You know the meaning of samsara and nirvana? Samsara is the reincarnation. It's submerging yourself in the sea of life and death, in the ocean of life and death. You die this life. You know, you don't have just this life, you know. You have a past, you have past lives. You have this present one life. And if you are not enlightened, you still go into samsara, life and death, you have millions of lives later. You are John and Joan, you are John this life, Joan next life, you're female this life, and you could be male next life. Depends on your karma, on what you have done. Every thought, every action in you register karmic energy. Be careful of your thought. The thought is the forerunner of your action and speech. Every action, every thought, every speech register a karmic energy in your memory, in your consciousness. You can't get away with it. You think somebody hurt you and they can get away with it? Causality would get them. Karma would get them. You think you render people benefit, you help people, and that good karma is forgotten? The recipient of your benefits could forget about you, don't care about you, but karma would repay you. I help all my friends and they all betray me. I lend them $600 and they never return them to me. I love my husband, but my husband betray me. Your love, your energy is there. It's not forgotten. It's registered. You love your son, but your son has no filial piety towards you. You've done your responsibility as a father. You register that good karmic energy in there. It does not matter. Let it be. There's a song by the Beatles, Let It Be. Is it by the Beatles? By the Beatles? That's very philosophical. Let it be, let it be, let it flow. So watching your mind is more enjoyable than watching a movie. Watching a movie, you need to buy a ticket. You go to the Odeon Theater, you need to buy this ticket. What is our ticket in meditation? That ticket is meditation itself, self-reflection. That ticket is your self-reflection, your ability to watch it, your ability to step back and know it, your ability to create that intelligent awareness. That's your ticket. Don't lose your ticket. You lose your ticket, you don't have a seat. You need that ticket. You hold on to that ticket. Don't lose your seat. Every day you hold that ticket, you create that intelligent awareness, and you progress on your spiritual path. And one day, this wisdom will unfold to you. You get it. You're getting more and more. You're getting wiser and wiser. When you're getting wiser and wiser, you are happier and happier. You're in control. The questions about meditation is, some people don't have the patience. They come for a few times and somehow they forget about that. People come and go, coming and going. And so I always admire people who hang on for quite a while. A lot of people come and go. Some people just come once and they think they know it all. I learned it. Some people told me just to cross my legs and watch my nose tip. And that's it, very simple. You know it's simple, but it's difficult. There was once a story in one of the ancient books of China. It was written like that. There was a scholar who went to ask a Dharma master, a Zen master, and he asked, "Venerable master, what is Buddhism?" And this Venerable master said, "Buddhism is to abstain from evil deeds, to do and encourage all good deeds, purify your thought. That's Buddhism." So it sounds simple. To abstain from doing bad deeds, to do and encourage good deeds, and purify your mind, it sounds so simple. And the scholar said, "Isn't it that so simple? That's so simple." And the Zen master said, "Yes, it is so simple that a 5-year-old knows about it, but it's so complicated that 100 years old could not accomplish it." That is a Zen story in the Tang dynasty. Among us, Zen master Zhao Zhou. Zhao Zhou is a Zen master in the Tang dynasty. Among us, a novice monk asked Zen master Zhao Zhou. He said, I have just entered a monastery. Please give me instructions, Venerable Master. And then Zhao Zhou said, have you eaten yet? The monk said, I have eaten. And Zhao Zhou said, then go wash the bowl. At this juncture, the monk had insight. And for those who have been here the first time, you don't know what an insight is. Briefly speaking, insight is an enlightenment, or in the Japanese language, it's a satori. In the Chinese language, it's kai wu. Although this old Zen story might seem simple, it actually conveys a very fundamental concept of the practice of meditation. The monk, diligent and inquisitive, after practicing for a long time and always in search of the better practice in meditation, he was yearning for some esoteric teaching, something abstruse, something profound, high level. He expected the old monk to tell him something that is really good, something superior, something he hasn't heard of before. But Zhao Zhou said, go wash the bowl. This remark brings him down to the simple and daily chore of the practice. When you finish eating, don't you have to wash the bowl? Just be mindful with the reality of your ordinary daily life. Why are you still looking for something beyond of you? You should be looking for something that is close to you. You always think that there's better things beyond. Many people, especially people who study philosophy, literature, religion, Eastern religion, humanities, they think that meditation is only to be found in spiritual experiences, in enlightenment glimpses, in mystical encounters. Some even think that meditation is in search of supernatural power. You get supernatural power in meditation if you achieve a certain higher level, but that's not the objective of meditation. Anything mystical they think would open the spiritual world for them, but actually the essence of meditation is not just in its philosophy and in the sitting itself, but also in the context of regular and disciplined daily chores of the practitioner. We must live the experiences instead of just talking about it. We have to live through it. I remember in the 7 days meditation retreat last year, not too long ago, sometime in May, the 7-day meditation retreat that we have in here, someone came up to me and he said, Venerable, it's not fair. We are coming here for meditation retreat, trying to get enlightenment, and now we have been given chores to do. We have to wash dishes, mop the floor, and prepare food. And why are we assigned these duties? Are we not coming to enjoy it ourselves? Why do we have to do all these duties? And also, it's not fair. Some groups are given less work to do, and we're given more work to do. It's not fair. I don't feel happy about it. But remember when Master Zhao Zhou told the novice monk, go wash your bowl, he implies that meditation is not just spiritual contemplation. Part of the Zen practice is to be mindful of what you are doing in your daily routines, paying full attention to the body and its physical movement. You have been taking everything for granted. You have been taking breathing, for example, for granted. until you can't breathe anymore. Why are we concentrating on the breathing? You know, meditation is not just gently and quietly sitting down, relaxing yourself. Meditation is physical. It's work. It's work of enlightenment. It's just not slacking off and not doing anything. It's physical. Remember when Lee introduced it? The 3 adjustments of meditation. The first adjustment is adjustment to the body posture. How do you cross your leg? How do you breathe? Where do you put your arms and your hands? How do you cushion your spiral or posterity? All this is physical. You think you can stay away from physical and just being intellectual and you learn everything about meditation? Breath is the object of meditation. But you cannot ignore the environment surrounding your breath. In other words, how can you study the world by alienating you from the world? Your breath comes from your body. And you're paying attention to your breath and you ignore your body movement, your physical, you just pay attention to the metaphysical. Some people like metaphysical, above, matter is above. They want to be metaphysical. The monastic life, especially in ancient China, and now, of course, it still applies, the monastic life maintains a balance between both the spiritual and the physical aspect of the practice. In the entrance hall of many Zen temples in China and Japan, a wooden board is hung up on the wall. It says, "Live your present moment." Live your present moment. Look under your feet. Know where you are standing. The very moment where you are standing. In the Zen tradition, every monk takes on the daily job of cleaning the temple floor, cooking meals, racking fallen tea leaves, shoveling snow, brushing the toilet, cleaning dishes, scrubbing the floor. They all do that kind of thing. Cutting wood, drawing water. It's physical. Actually, the sight of the head monk conscientiously sweeping the floor with mindfulness is as much a part of his teaching as his Dharma talk in the meditation hall. As valuable, as important. All these immediate physical tasks are seen as spiritual, essential spiritual practices. None of these physical jobs differ in any way from sutra chanting and meditation. This is to stop the habitual mind from attaching to the self, our ego that builds up pride and prejudices. Why do I have to do inferior work? I come to the temple for a 7-day meditation retreat and I am scrubbing the floor, mopping the floor, cleaning the dishes. It's unfair. Plus, other groups are getting better favor. You always compare. In your daily life, you always compare. Hey, how are you, John? Did you get a promotion? Oh, you haven't got a promotion. Oh, in my heart, I feel good about it because I haven't got one. You always compare. If the other guys are doing better than you, you don't feel happy about it. You discriminate. All these mental afflictions, they're torturing us. And you don't know about it until you come to the Buddhist temple and we start to research on them. We look at ourselves, our ego. Why? Why do we have that kind of feeling? Why are we unhappy? Why are we torturing us? It's not the environment that torture you. Of course, right now it is pollution. Pollution, those are something else apart from those. It's not what is surrounding you that's torturing you. It's you inside of you that tortures you. In ancient China, when farmers are farming, they're planting rice seedlings. The practice that they're doing, they're going backward. When you plant seedlings, rice seedlings, people would imagine that you always go forward, right? You plant a seedling and you go one step and you plant another one, you plant it in rows. And by the time you go forward, you have everything done. But in ancient China, farmers are doing it the reverse. They plant backward. They take a rice seedling and they plant it on the soil and they move back, plant it, move back, and plant it and move back. By planting backward, the more you go back, the more fields you got covered. Going backward, stepping back, is actually, in fact, an advancement. Being humble in every step backward is a step forward. Don't you know about that? So doing menial job, washing dishes, mopping the floor, doing something trivial, you think that is unimportant. That is extremely important. That washed away the cloudiness of your ego. That helps you to be humble. Every movement, every step, everything you do, if you do it with dignity, with honor, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. You're taking a bowl and you scrub it down clean, every movement of your hands, the finger movement. Isn't that our dignity? It's not low level. It's not inferior. Do you think a labor job is inferior? One of the good things about North America, we always crown labor. We don't look down on labor. Maybe, I don't know if you know about it. I come from Asia. Asian people still downgrade on labor jobs. They think the officials, the higher levels, are always doing the intellectual jobs. All those cleaning and washings, they are left to be for the uneducated. In North America, it's not the same. That's why we're prospering. We don't discriminate that much in that aspect. Of course, we discriminate in many other things. And again, we can't be very superior in where we're standing, despising the Asians for not recognizing labor. There are many things that every country has its pros and cons, of course. To be mindful of the body in all its details, to be present with the body in its physical chore, the housekeeping, the cleaning, and all other menial duties, this is the practice to teach you to be mindful and humble. If you disdained this kind of work, not only have you forgotten the essence of meditation, you are actually get hung up with the attachment of your own ego. And your ego, my ego, everybody's ego, is the source of suffering. The faith mind maxim, there is a gata, a long poem. We call it in the Chinese languages, Line姓名 Raymond, the faith mind maxim written by monk Cheng. That is a few sentences like this, and I read from it. The perfect way is not difficult. It only avoids discrimination. If only there is no love or hatred, completely clean and clear is it. That means that the problem comes when you have discrimination in your mind, when there's love and hatred. If you don't have love and hatred, problems resolved. If one discriminates what is fair, what is unfair, what is superior, what is inferior, what is trivial, and what is important, your mind is not at peace. Your mind is wandering all over the place with egoistic feelings. The maxim further says, if there is the slightest discrepancy, That is heaven-earth separation. If you want to realize it presently, there should be no liking or disliking. We have lectures on this before. The faith mind maxim. That's about 4 years ago. Is that 4 years ago? For the faith mind maxim. Huh? 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 Oh, 7 or 8 years ago. Yeah, it's, if there is no liking or disliking, it's always good to bring up, to refresh our memory. Sometimes it's easily forgotten. If there is no liking or disliking, the world changed. Liking and disliking, love and hatred have brought a lot of problems to the world, to the individuals, to the families, to the societies, and to countries internationally. Love and hatred, that's the source of wars, genocide, killings. All this is because of love and hatred. Family problems, divorces, broken homes, starts from love and hatred. I remember I read a story. There were new couples, wedding, everybody went to the wedding for celebrations. And after a week, the couple lived very happily. And one day the wife said, I read a magazine and it says that it would improve human relations if we know each other's flaws, weaknesses. So the best way to resolve it is maybe I'll write my weaknesses, I'll write your weaknesses down, and you write my weaknesses down. So then you know my weaknesses and I know your weaknesses, and then we can start to improve on them. And there will be no relationship problem. We'll stay on forever. We love each other so much. Proposed by the wife. And the husband said, oh, good. That's what the psychologist said. So let's write up, I'll write up your weaknesses and you write up my weaknesses and let's improve on them. So the wife went on and write up 3 pages, a list of all the weaknesses of the husband. 3 pages. And of course the husband on the other side also wrote up the wife's weaknesses. And 1 week later, Sunday morning, they went to the breakfast table at home and they started to take out the paper. So the wife took out the papers first. 3 pages, long list, legal size. And the wife started to read it out. No, this is not right, this is wrong, this is your habit, all this, all this, all this. And the wife glanced at the husband and she can see tears in the husband's eyes. And then it comes to the husband's turn to produce the pages of the wife's weaknesses. And the husband produced 1 page. It's all blank. And the wife said, how come yours is blank? And the husband said, when I get married with you, I take all your shortcomings. I know them. I live with them. I understand them. I like the way that is. I know you will change. That's my love. I like the way you are. No discrimination. The wife was all touched and moved. That's a good example for couples in here. So, when the mind settles in humbleness, discrimination comes to rest. Once a novice monk asked, what is Buddhism? A novice monk asked, what is Buddhism? The teacher answered, it is right in front of your nose. Do you know it? It is so clear and ready that it is very close to you. What is close to you? What is closer to you than your own nose? But because it's so close to you, you don't realize it. You take it for granted. You always think that the truth is to be sought far beyond you. You have a candlelight in front of you, and you are still looking for fire to cook your meal. If you know that the candlelight is fire, then the meal would have been long cooked already. You don't know that the candlelight is fire. Trying to understand the spiritual side of the world, of course, does not mean that you have to alienate yourself from it. And the Buddha's teaching offers a path to transcend materiality. Why are we talking about material life? Everything we do is related to material life. Mopping floor, washing dishes, cleaning, and all that, spiritual, intellectual, physical, everything relates to the material world. The Buddha's teaching offers a path to transcend materiality, but it also opens and deepens the material world, revealing its inner riches. You can't get away from the material world to understand the material world. This is accomplished by living the material world with wisdom and compassion. Being present with and respectful of all material things as if each and every one of them were a sacred object. When you do that, you will see that the material world is not what it appears to be. You will see the truth, what it really is, free from discrimination, liberated completely out of your habitual mind. We always think that the material world is superficial and mundane. Actually, what is superficial and mundane is not in the material world itself. It's your habitual view of the world. Our view of stereotyping and labeling everything. This is good, this is bad, this is ugly, this is love, this is hatred. This is mopping the floor, this is cleaning, this is dirty, taking out garbage. Nobody wants to do it. You always discriminate. To see the material world as it really is to recognize this non-difference from the highest spiritual reality. Your Buddha nature, the material world, you study Buddha nature, you can't get away from the material world. You recognize it's non-different. In other words, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. What is form? Matter. Emptiness is matter. Matter is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. The same is true with perception, volition, conception, and consciousness, body and mind. You study emptiness, how can you get away from fullness? How can you study causality without knowing form, without knowing matter? How do you know that the formation of all molecules, of all matter, is because of causes put together without seeing the molecules, experiencing through the molecules? Well, so much for today. What we have to do is, maybe in the future 7-day retreat, we know that all the discipline that we do, all the housekeeping chore, cleaning, scrubbing floor, mopping, preparation for food, actually in monastic life, we do everything with the strictest formalities and dignity. Even in eating, we have formalities in eating. We have to chant before we eat. We have to prepare the food, and all these preparations, this chanting, these formalities that we go through is part of the meditation practice. It's not away from it. It's not secondary. It's as important. As I said, the sight of the abbot of the temple mopping the floor is as valuable as the speech and lectures in the Dharma hall. There's no difference. 2 weeks ago, the question is, it's interesting, if rebirth or reincarnation really exists, how come people cannot remember their previous lives? I think Bunny asked that question. That's an interesting question. And I would like to take it up again, and I rethink about it. I gave some partial answers the other day, and I think that maybe I should deal with it in a little bit more detail, because most people think, well, if there's reincarnation and rebirth, how come I can't remember all my experiences in my past life? Wouldn't it be good if I can remember everything in my past life? Then I can do better in this life. Then I believe in reincarnation. Then I believe in the Buddha. Well, there are several answers to this. The first and most obvious is that even ordinary memory is very restricted and varies greatly in extent and vividness with different people. Even in your present life, can you still remember what happened while you are in kindergarten in grade 1? Even in this life, your memory is restricted. As time, the longer the lapse of time, the less vivid would be your memory. So how can you expect yourself to remember experiences one life cycle ago? And most children remember maybe from the time when they be able to speak until about 7 years old. And after that, there's so many impressions act on their brain, on their mind, so many cravings, so many, for example, jealousy, worries, anxiety. Children have various anxieties. And all these impressions act on their memories, and even past life memories would be erased. So that's the first reason. The first reason is our memory is really restricted. And how can we remember as far back as last lifetime? Secondly, death itself is a memory obliterating, a memory erasing agent. Why is death a memory erasing agent? At the juncture of death, if that person still hang on to the world, he wouldn't let go. He wanted to remember everything about his estates, about his families, about what he's leaving behind. He can't let go of it. He still wants to remember it. It's all a recollection of the past. Then he can't leave. He will be spending maybe months panting with breath in the hospital. You know, sometimes we know people who are almost departing from this world, they have to be told to let go so that their body, their alaya consciousness will leave their body. So if they don't let go, they can't leave. So they sometimes, when they are thinking about it, they say, I want to let go of everything now. There's no use. I'm dying. I want to let go of all this past that I have. My families, my estates, nothing I can do. I gotta go. I can't be in this state anymore. So he wants to let go. He intentionally wants to forget about it. In the bardo stage of death, you know what bardo is? B-A-R-D-O. And the bardo stage of death is when a person dies up to the stage when he's going to be reincarnated. Into that intermediate period is the bardo stage. In the bardo stage, sometimes the letting go is not all finished yet. He still sticks around. But when he sticks around too long, he knows, I gotta go. I can't stick around here for too long. And some people attach to it so much to the family members that they stick around their house for many, many years. You don't know about it. You can see them. They still are around. We heard stories about that. So death itself is a memory obliterating agent that you are going to a new course of reincarnation. You are going to a new physical body, a new brain. You're going to let go of the old one. You put on new clothes. If you still wear the old clothes, you're not comfortable with it. You got to discard your old clothes. You want to put on new ones. So that's the second reason for it. Death itself is erasing everything out. You, as the past individual, you wanted to erase that. If you hang on to that, you still stick around. You won't feel happy about it when you stick around. The third, another factor, is the nature of the lives in between one human birth and another. You know what I mean? Say, for example, you're a human now, but because of all these bad deeds, you have all this bad karma that you have created. Now, mind you, you and I, everybody we are adding on our karma every day. We're acting, we're speaking, we're doing everything. Every thought creates karma. We are doing all this, good, bad, and neutral. You reap what you sowed. You do bad deeds, you got bad results. Good deeds, good results. Neutral deeds, neutral results. You created your karma. You have the cost of killing. You have the result of being unhealthy and short-lived. You germinate the cost of charity and donation. The final effect is that you'll be rich because you're always giving. So in between one human life and another, say for example you're a human now, and because of the bad deeds that you have done, then you reincarnate into the animal realm, for example. If you are in the animal realm, and most animals do not register impressions clearly, a dog, a cat, a rat, all the animals, they don't register, their impressions are not too vivid. And if you reincarnate in the animals realm for a series of lives, you tend to forget about that past one life during which you were human. You can't forget about it. That's the reason why for some regression therapy, some patients were going through process of hypnosis, and under hypnosis, they'd be able to tell the experiences when they were human. Most cannot, or most could not say anything about a time when they were animals. They can't say, when I was a dog 2 lives ago, my master was like this. When I was a cat, no. Usually when they were humans. You read that book, I introduced that book to you by Brian Weiss, Many Lives, Many Masters. And he conducted retrogression hypnosis on more than 200 cases, and most of them, I read that book, most of them couldn't tell their past life when they were as animals, because the impressions is so unclear, it's so cloudy. Animals don't have vivid impressions. So that's another reason why we can't remember past life. We can't remember animals' lives. And after a series of these reincarnations as animals, we forget about everything. However, a study of the earliest behavior pattern of some children indicate that these children, these subjects for the research, usually remember a lot about their previous lives. They were born into their new lives with some dim awareness of what happened in their past lives. And sometimes they acquire skills, these children acquire skills simply from remembering rather than learning. They just remember from their past life, and they just play the piano like that. They don't have to learn it. They just remember. And sometimes they speak of things that bear no relation to their experiences in their present life, and parents, as a rule, they do not encourage this kind of imagination. They don't want that. They don't want their children to say, I was John in Toronto before I came here as your son. They didn't want to hear that because that caused a lot of embarrassment and fear. And they don't believe it. They thought that's the child's imagination. Nothing happened like that. They don't believe it. They pay no attention to reincarnation. Why should they believe in reincarnation? They don't want to acknowledge that fact. So they forbid the children to tell anything about their past life stories. So children just shut up, and as time goes on, they can't remember them anymore. Well, there are quite a few scientists. I don't know if you heard about this or you read about this, professors and philosophers who have done researches in the recollection of past lives of children. And one of the most authoritative is by the name of Professor Ian Stevenson. You can check that from the internet. Stevenson, S-T-E-V-E-S-O-N, Ian Stevenson. And he did a lot of research. He did about 2,000 cases of children. It's the authority on reincarnation. And he is not religious, he's scientific. He conducted research based on empirical evidences. It's just from empirical researchers based on an objective point of view. And other than that, I can read to you, there are the most well-known, of course, are Ian Stevenson. There's also Hemendra Banerjee, Francis Story, the son of a priest who was born in the 1920s. He became an expert in the Theravada school of Buddhism, and his father was a Catholic priest. He became a Buddhist. And Stevenson and Story did their researches in India. They spent 20 years in India, just conduct that empirical evidences of researches of reincarnation based on stories and cases of children. And Ian Stevenson, it's a professor of University of Virginia in the States. And he has collected about 2,000 cases of apparent past life recall. Of these, he has examined more than 200 extensively and reported his findings in books and numerous articles. And I still remember a few of this. Marianne, an example quoted by them, was born in Britain. And she was speaking a language she claimed to be a classical ancient Egyptian language. But nobody understands it. He just knew at the age of about 12 or 13, suddenly she talked about a language. She spoke a language that nobody understands. And she said 2,000 years ago, she was an Assyrian being captured by the Egyptian armies. He was captured and enslaved and became a slave dancer. And of course, later he died and he learned that language. Everybody thought he was crazy. She was crazy, speaking a classical Egyptian language pertaining to 2,000 years ago. But the family doctor was interested. He's very scientific oriented. He tape recorded Marianne's language. He tape recorded it and then passed it on to linguistic of Egyptian languages. And that expert, linguistic expert, conducted research on it. And the result is, Marianne was telling the truth. That's really a classical Egyptian language pertaining to about 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. So where did he learn? She learned that language. And how could she remember that 2,000 years ago, more than 2,000 years ago, she was a slave dancer in Egypt? Well, there's so many stories about this. A Burmese girl, born in 1953, at the age of 4, told her parents that she was a Japanese soldier. And she wanted to go back to Japan. She never had schooling of geography before. She didn't know where Japan was. A research was conducted on her mentality, on her mental process. And this is what she said in detail. She said, I was a cook in the 1940s in central Burma in the Japanese armies. And one day I was burning timber for fire, cooking for the armies. And suddenly there were a few planes flying down and they were shooting machine guns at us. Everybody rushed for their life, rushed for ambush. And I got shot in my back and I died instantly. But I still have 5 children in Japan. I wanted to go back to see them. He couldn't let go of the 5 children. At the age of 4, she was able to tell all these things. She didn't even know where Japan was. No schooling before. So how do we explain that? If that's not reincarnation, is that a coincidence? Coincidence wouldn't be like that. Unfortunately, the girl couldn't remember which part of Japan. Tokyo, Nagasaki, Yokohama, Osaka, or what name? What's the name of the soldier? Otherwise, that research. And Ian Stevenson and all the Banjarji and all these other researchers, they were doing that. They actually conducted researches in India, Burma, Sri Lanka, and Asia for all these different cases. And they come up with empirical evidences that reincarnation is really truth, something that people have to understand. Another case happened in Alaska that I read about. There's a guy, a fisherman by the name George Williams in Alaska. He was dying at the end of 1949. And before death, he told his son, "Son, if reincarnation really exists, I will come back as your son. And remember, I have a birthmark on my shoulder, on the left part of my shoulder, and under my arm. And if I come back, identify these 2 marks. If you see these 2 marks, that's me." That's what he said. He died sometime in September in 1945. During that time, his daughter-in-law was already pregnant. That's why that triggered the idea that he wanted to come back as the son. And in 1950, sometime in May, she gave birth to a baby boy. They found the same 2 marks, as George Williams said. And George Williams, of course, had a watch, and when he died, all his possessions, the watch was put in the jewelry box of the mom, of the daughter-in-law. And one day, the baby boy was able to see that watch, and immediately he said, "That's my watch." So all these things happen. Some children seem to have acquired particular skill just from remembering from the past lives and not from learning in this present life. For example, among musical prodigies, we find Mozart, a very famous musician. Mozart composed music before he was 4 years old. Beethoven playing concerto at 8 and composing music at 10. And Chopin playing concerts before 9. They learn, they remember all these things before. They just pick them up and it passed on to them. So memories, some of them remember. Their talent were not stifled by their parents, and they will allow, maybe coincidentally, to develop their talent. They remember from their past lives, and they carry it forward to this life. And some couldn't remember. I think only for the talent, only for geniuses, the talented people, that they can actually, if they can remember coincidentally. I don't know how they can remember, and some can't. Maybe their immediate life was very musical, and they didn't go through the intermediate lives when they were in other areas, in other realms of reincarnation. There's many cases like that. For example, in Burma, around the 1950s, there was a girl who had never learned any Pali before. You know, Pali is another language, Pali language and Sanskrit language. Pali, she never learned Pali before. At the age of 6, she was given a Pali text, Patana Sutra. He was given a page to read for 1 minute. And after that 1 minute, she could just recite it out without one single error. She just one page and glanced at it, and you closed it, and she just recited it without one single error. Well, you could say that's photographic memory, nothing surprising. This girl had a photographic, we call it photographic memory. But she could also understand it though. Photographic memory, can the camera understand the content of the picture? If she has photographic memory, she should not be able to understand the meaning of the Patana Sutra. But she understands it quite well. I guess she could be a monk before reciting Pali. And I know I've been to the Sri Lankan temple, and I remember last year, Venerable Sarana told me that a few kids, after the session, they could almost memorize some of the Pali texts. Pages. They must have been reading Pali before. So we don't have just this present life. We have a past life. We have the present. And if you keep on reincarnating, you'll have a future life. You don't want that future life anymore. Don't go through any suffering anymore. The Buddha ended reincarnation by not going through reincarnation anymore. We call that samsara. And we'll deal with that. We'll deal with, maybe we should take it up now. Why do we reincarnate? It's good to talk about reincarnation, but why do we reincarnate? You determine that. But to understand this needs a lot of time to elaborate on it. But for the sake of brevity and simplicity, why don't we just pull something, say the Four Noble Truths. We talk about the very basic concept of the Four Noble Truths. Why don't we use the concept of Four Noble Truths and karma for people who don't have very elaborate studies of Buddhism? If we go through too deep and too profound and abstruse, you don't know what I'm talking about. So let's research on the Four Noble Truths. Let's talk about reincarnation with the perspective of a very basic Buddhist teaching the Four Noble Truths and karma. What are the Four Noble Truths? Suffering, causes of suffering, cessation of suffering, and way to cessation of suffering. Do you understand what I mean? The Buddha said this world is full of suffering. We need to find out, so that's the first one, find out suffering. We need to find out the reasons for this suffering. We need to diagnose it. And once it is diagnosed and we know what to do, then we have a way to end this suffering. Then there's no suffering anymore, no more reincarnation. So the first proposition is that suffering is inherent in all forms of existence. You have to understand that. You must not be ignorant about that. You should know that you should be looking for truth. You know you are ignorant, but if you know you're ignorant and you're not looking for truth, you're more than just ignorant. We're at that stupidity because you don't look for further. In the Apollo, in the ancient Greek, the Apollo temple, there was written carved on a column. It says, "Understand thyself. Understand yourself." And then some of these Greek philosophers, one day he said, Greek philosophers, ancient philosophers said, "I heard the god of Apollo utter something." He said, Socrates is the wisest. And Socrates said, no, I'm not. And then Socrates continued to think about it. Oh, I know why Apollo, the god Apollo, said I'm the wisest. Because I know I'm ignorant. You don't know you're ignorant. I know I'm ignorant. I want to look for the truth. So Socrates go about the market debating. He always say, I'm looking for the real people. And this guy said, there's people around you and you're still looking for people. I want to look for the real people who know they are ignorant and they are seeking the truth. Not many people are seeking the truth. People are just ignorant and they don't seek the truth. So we have to know, we have to understand this world. The first proposition is that suffering is inherent in all forms of existence. No one can go through life without experiencing physical pain, sickness, disappointment, and grief. None can escape old age and death. You find exception? No. Suffering is even more prevalent in animals than in human beings. And what we call self, the reincarnated entity, just for the sake of naming it, there's no such thing as self, but just for the sake of naming it, is merely a current of consciousness linked to a particular physical body. It's a current of consciousness linked to your physical body. It's not the simile, it's like a light bulb. The light bulb exists. It has a current in it. Our body exists, it has consciousness in it. That light bulb one day is going to go out. One day it's going to be broken. It's changing. That light bulb will not be guaranteed permanent. Can you guarantee a light bulb to be permanent? As well as you can guarantee your body is permanent. A light bulb is no permanent than your body. As a matter of fact, it's more short-lived than your body. What's the difference? That light bulb is going to go one day. Your body is going to go one day. What sustained that light bulb? Electric current. What sustained yourself? The current of consciousness. The stream of consciousness that goes in rapidity. Every second counts. What is your consciousness? It's a whole stream of thought. Good thought, bad thought, thought of jealousy, hatred, disappointment, fear, everything. This consciousness fluctuates. This life stream is a rapid succession of consciousness moments, resembling the running of a reel in the projector, in the projector view. So do you recognize suffering? To explain reincarnation, you have to know we reincarnate. Reincarnation is not good, Reincarnation is suffering. And the other day we talked about love. We talked about love. I think Lee brought up a point about love, and I said unconditional love is compassion. If love is not reciprocated, love is selfish love. And most love is selfish love. If a husband loves the wife and the wife says, I don't love you anymore, then it's going to be hatred. Because each party expects the other party to reciprocate that kind of love. There's very few unconditional love. As a matter of fact, love brings out the flaw of responsibility. I remember I know a couple who got married in California. As a matter of fact, this is something I read in a book. That's an interesting book I read by Adeline Ma. Maybe you should read about that book too. It's a very good book. It's called Falling Leaves. It's really good, and maybe I shouldn't mention names. Anyway, there was a couple who got married in California, and they had a son later. To make the story short, and they had a divorce. And the wife wanted a divorce. They already have a son, 3 or 4 year old son. And the husband was so irresponsible, So without love, we're talking about love now. That's why I'm bringing out this example. And the husband said, okay, divorce. As long as I'm not responsible for the alimony, as long as I have, under the Californian law, I have 1/2 of your estates, I don't care. So they had a divorce. The man did not want no love to his own child. There's unconditional love. There's no love, lack of love. Absolutely none. So what a man. Should he learn something about love? Should he learn something about responsibility? On the other hand, I knew a case which is very interesting. The mom had 2 daughters, and the woman passed away at the age of 35, and the 2 girls, 6 and 7. And before she passed away, she passed away of a terminal sickness. And she wrote out 18 cards. And she left a legacy that it's very exceptional. On every birthday of the child, there's a card given to the child. It says, Sally, Mom loves you very much. I've always been with you. Mom is always loving you. I'm away, but I'm with you all the time. For 18 cards given to the 2 children. So that's unconditional love. She passed away, but she still remembered the 2 children. The most interesting, the most belovable gifts, legacy ever left for the children. So on a comparison, that's unconditional love. Every birthday cards, age 7, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, giving advice to the children. What a mom. So we're not talking about love, So this is out. The second of the noble truth is that the cause of suffering in the round of rebirth is craving. So the second noble truth is what causes the cause of suffering. What is the cause of suffering? Craving. What is craving? Desires. Desires for what? Desires for fame, reputation, desire for sex, for money, for wealth, eating, satisfaction of your senses, all these things, all this craving. Because of this craving is conjoined with ignorance. Together, craving and ignorance produces thought which carry themselves into actions and speech, which result in karma, all this karmic force. Where does karma come from? Karma comes from your own action, your speech, your thought. Bad, good, not just bad karma, You produce good karma sometimes. Good, bad, neutral, all the time. All deeds result in karma. Karma is a difficult subject, abstruse and profound. Simply put, the law of karma says every time an individual acts, whether his actions on physical, mental, or psychic level, he creates an effect that will be returned to him, either in this current lifetime or in a future lifetime. You reap what you sow. So that's reincarnation. You've done something wrong, you develop or you cultivate bad karma in this lifetime. You think you can get away with it? You can't get away with it. You reap what you sow, good or bad. Be careful. That's why we have a whole school of learning in the Buddhist canon. We call it the Vinaya, the precepts, the observance of a morality standard. You got to watch yourself. Your thought starts from your thought. You got to watch your thought, your thinking. You start from the origin, not just curbing your actions. You start from where the source of the suffering is. Rebirth is like a cycle of existence without discerning, without rebirth is a cycle, one life after the another, without discernible beginning and without end. Without beginning, without ending. This wheel of existence does not exist in time, but time exists in it. You see the difference? Reincarnation does not exist in time, but time exists in it. So there's no beginning. Time is created by existence. The concept of time is based on your discriminating mind. There's no beginning. There's no end. When you attain nirvana, you go beyond time. You go beyond space, beyond time. Because existence and time always conjoin each other in existence. Reincarnation and time, they go hand in hand. There's reincarnation, there's time and space. No reincarnation, no time and space. So why are you always looking for reincarnation, whereas you want to get out from it? Why are you looking for a beginning, whereas you want to get out from that beginning or end, or the time concept, or the space concept? Now the Four Noble Truths, because we didn't have that much time to cover it. Like the revolution of the planets around the sun goes on perpetually simply because there is nothing to stop it. But it can be brought to an end by the individual for himself through an act of will, of his will. The act of will consists in turning craving into non-craving, turning ignorance into wisdom, turning ignorance into prajna, prajna paramitta. Remember we talked about prajna paramitta? When this is accomplished, nirvana is reached. Then there is no more rebirth. The way to the cessation of suffering is the Four Noble Truths of self-discipline and meditation, leading to purity, to perfect purity and insight wisdom. The Eightfold Path and all this samatha or samatha and vipassana meditation and all these, a whole body of teaching that enable you to create that act of the will to get out from samsara, to get out from reincarnation, to purify your karma, to go in that beyond, get away from samsara. You've been reincarnating, you and I. We've been reincarnating in this world. We got to get out, no more. We got to cut off that consciousness current to that eternity, to that place where there's no more suffering, to that place where we don't have time and space. This Noble Eightfold Path, we've been talking about it, and maybe next time I can bring them up and talk about it more in detail. And more than just the Eightfold Path, there's volumes and volumes of the Buddhist teaching that have been passed down from the Buddha 2,600 years ago. The Buddhist teaching, the Tripitaka, the Sutra, the Vinaya, and the Abhidhamma, the three jewels, the Sutra, the Vinaya, and the Abhidhamma. Their purpose, their objective is to bring the cultivation with respect to from three perspectives. From morality, maintenance of morality, maintenance of wisdom, and maintenance of samadhi, or meditation. So in the Chinese language is Jie, Ding, Hui. So there's a lot in it. A lot of the Buddhist teaching. Where do we start? We've got to start somewhere. Four Noble Truths, Eightfold Path. We start from something simple, but something that if you keep on contemplating on it, it is so profound. Don't underestimate it for its simplicity. If you're at a higher level, you look at it from a different angle, different perspective, it's in very much depth. When an arahat is looking at something, it's different from the Sotapanna When the Sotapanna is the first level. Sakadagami is the second level. Anagami is the third level. Arahat is the fourth level. In the Chinese language, we call it 出果、二果、三果、四果. They're all looking at one perspective, one concept with different intensity of profundity. It's so rich. The Buddhist literature is, I would say, is the richest human in the civilization of human, the richest literature of philosophy on earth in terms of volumes. People may say you're prejudiced because you're a monk, of course you praise the Buddhist literature. But in terms of volumes, nobody would deny it. Just in the Chinese language, it's 8,600 volumes of it. And how about in the Theravada school, in the Pali canon, in the Sanskrit canon? It was enough to fill this whole room. Today, remember a few concepts talking about whether you can remember your past lives. There's so many reasons why you can't remember your past life. And also, if the successful meditator, after so many years of practice, once you achieve that purity, you automatically would acquire at least the 5 supernatural powers. You don't want to, your objective is not to acquire those powers, but those powers will come to you. What are the 5 supernatural powers? Divine vision. Divine vision, that means you have the ability to see anywhere in the universe, in the planet, in the moon, in the Jupiter, in Mars. You can see anywhere. That's divine vision. The second is the ability to hear any sound anywhere. I have to say in the Chinese language first, 天眼通, 天耳通, the ability to hear any sound anywhere. 他心通, the ability to understand the thinking of anyone. 他心通, 宿命通, the ability to know, to remember all past lives. 神主通, the ability to go anywhere and do anything at will. These are the 5 natural powers of the Arhat. The Buddha has one more. The Buddha has 6 supernatural powers. What's that one? That's the final one. The ability to be liberated from all mental afflictions. 漏尽通. This is 六神通. So you want to remember? Why don't you practice more, Bunny? One day you will get this 5 natural powers and you can remember every one of those past lives in you. As a matter of fact, in the Dhammapada, in many of the Buddhist literature, the Buddha talked a lot about his own past lives and about the past lives of his disciples. Very rich literature mentioning past lives of himself and of his disciples in the Buddhist literature. If you're interested, we only live once if we're lucky. If we're unlucky, we go on to reincarnation. In this lifetime, why don't you start your own spiritual odyssey? It is just more than work. Every day you go to work, every day you go to your supper, your dinner, and every day you do the same thing, partying and all that. Why don't you spend your time in some spiritual adventure? Find out more about where you come from, where are you going? How do you promote yourself spiritually? Don't attach to material. And I find fun in doing it. I find I have a lot of wisdom in doing it. I find that there's a lot of interest in doing it. Why don't you do so? Find out more about what the Buddha has been preaching, instead of just spending your time in do daily chores and doing daily routines, doing the same thing every day, doing your job, cooking your meals. Is that all for life? Wouldn't it be boring? Start your adventure. You open your treasure, open your door. You are living in the prison of your own ego. You're all enclosed by your wall, your thick wall of egoism. And there's this little one window. The guy outside locked at the window. And right now it's me. lock at your prison, your ego wall. That guy's locking. Do you care to open the window, take a look? Or you don't really care? Open that little window, take a look outside. There's so much outside. Not just your own ego. There's so much. A whole horizon. You'll never believe it. It's unbelievable. It's endless. We should start the searching. Don't waste your lifetime. Meditation usually is in two parts. The first part is what we call the samatha. It spells S-A-M-A-T-H-A. Maybe you should start to take notes for some of you who have never listened to lectures before. Meditation is in two parts. Of course, we're not touching on the objectives of meditation today. The objectives of meditation is multifold. It takes a long time to talk about it. We just talk about a technique today. So meditation is basically in two parts, samatha and vipassana. Meditation has so many names, you know. In the Japanese language, it is called Zen, Z-E-N, Zen, or Zazen, Zhou, Chan, Zazens. In the Korean language, is Sonjong. In the Chinese language is Chan. So it itself has so many similar names too. Samadhi is another word for meditation, and dhyana is another word for meditation. But anyway, so it's in two parts, like the wings of a bird. A bird has two wings, the samatha on one side and vipassana on the other side. You can't fly with only one wing. You need both. Samatha is, in the Chinese language, is zi. Vipassana in the Chinese language is Guan. So altogether we call it zi Guan. So you need to know it. When I'm going to talk to you, it's not easy to find a book that summarizes all this. You know, people have been looking for books. I put it all together for you as far as I can. I don't claim to be the best organizer in putting it together, but I try my best. Samatha and vipassana. So what is samatha? Samatha is the development of concentration, where we direct the mind to a single subject and rest onto it. Remember what Lee talked about this morning? When we meditate, we concentrate on our breath. The nose tip, we count our breath, we have an object. That object, we direct our mind to that object and rest in there. You put your concentration in there. Concentration is very important. As I always told students, if you have the best concentration, you are the A students. If you have the best concentration in your job, you're the best workers. You're the best scholars if you have concentration. As a matter of fact, success in academics and in job depends on how much concentration you can put. Concentration, it's absolutely important. So we can see, without me telling you the objective of meditation, we are training ourselves in concentration. So the first one is we direct the mind to a single object and rest in there. Counting our breath, we say, we sit, of course, you know your postures, the 3 A's of meditation. Lee always mentioned the 3 A's of meditation, the 3 adjustments of meditation. Your body adjustment, your adjustment to breath, your adjustment to mind, that you really have to know. All these is to gear yourself towards that concentration, help you to concentrate. to concentrate on that object, which we call breath or the nose tip. So that's the first one, samatha. The second is vipassana. Vipassana is the development of mindful awareness, in which we use the tranquility arises from samatha to see the impermanent and changing nature of our experiences. You see what I mean? We all have experiences. We have experiences in life. We have experiences now in the meditation itself. We don't have to experience impermanence and changing nature in life only. We can directly experience the impermanence and changing nature right in the meditation. That's vipassana. How? You're watching your thought coming up. A thought comes up, it sustains itself and it goes. If you don't control it, if you don't know about it, the thought will just occupy you for the rest of the half hour that you are here. You're thinking about many other things. You're being carried away. In other words, the concentration is interrupted many, many times during the meditation. And at the same time, if you practice vipassana, the tranquility, the peacefulness you obtain from samatha, you use it to watch the impermanence and changing nature of every thought that arises. In other words, you're expanding your concentration to contemplation, to insight. We call it insightful meditation. So the two wings, concentration and awareness. Are you aware? First of all, can you concentrate? Very simple, two things. And now, what do we mean by, let's get deeper into it since we have time. I deliberately cut short on the chanting session. We used to chant the compassion mantra and other mantras, but today I like to cover all of it. Samatha, how do we do it? We watch. We have an object. We have an object. What is that object to help you in the concentration? Your breath. We watch and count our breath in and out, in and out. When your mind goes away, you lose your count, you just come back to it. Don't get frustrated by it. You just come back to the breath again. You concentrate, you visualize as if you are that little molecule inside your nose tip, feeling your breath in and out, in and out. And then suddenly, you lose your breath. Don't get frustrated. Come back to it. Suddenly the monkey goes away. Its leash is unleashed, but suddenly he gets off from the leash, goes away. Doesn't matter, bring him back again. Our mind is just like a monkey. It's non-stop. You bring it back. There's a constant bringing it back to help in your concentration. But strictly speaking, it's not concentrating in the sense of control. You're not controlling it. Concentration has a negative connotation. Concentration sometimes means I'm here, the object is there, I'm the subject and that's the object. I gotta put it under surveillance. I gotta control it. So concentration has a negative connotation of grasping onto it, holding onto it, attaching onto it, never let go of it. No, that's not what we mean by concentration. You don't grasp to it. Have you grasped and attached in love to your daily lives? You grasp to your jealousy, your hatred, your anger. You're attached to your depression. You're attached to your greediness. You're attached to many, many things. And you come to meditation to attach it again, and this time to your breath? No. That's not what I mean by concentration. Concentration is to get rid of that attachment. It's that attachment that gets us into trouble. We're attached to so many things. We're attached to materialism. We're attached to fame, to reputation. In certain cases, we're attached to relationship. We're attached to love. That's dangerous. We're attached to love. Usually one-sided love. So, no, concentration is not. Concentration in the negative sense involves a relationship. In other words, you as the subject, trying to concentrate on something there as the object. But no, rather than concentration, we practice the mindfulness of bare attention. You're just paying attention to your breath. We try to end our desultory thoughts. We have so many desultory thoughts wandering from one location to another. We try to direct them to an object in order that we have this bare attention. You understand? So samatha, does not have that negative connotation of concentration. It is just, concentration is a good word, because if we don't say concentration, you won't understand. If we don't use that word, the common English concentration, you don't understand how. But then that's not what we mean. That's the barrier of language. Because language itself cannot communicate everything. You really have to explain it. So samatha means pay attention. But you can't just use the word pay attention, because somehow you really have a subject and an object. So it's not directly concentration. It's not exactly pay attention. It's in between. So samatha means ultimately development of peace of mind. What are we looking for in life? Some people say happiness. How do you define happiness? So many people define happiness in so many ways. Some people got a West End mansion, and that's happiness. Some people say, no, a cottage for me in Coquitlam is good enough. I feel happy about it. So definitions, different people have different requirements, they have different definitions of happiness. But I think one definition is common to all. What is happiness? Peace of mind. If you don't have peace of mind, it does not matter what you have. You can have billions of dollars. If you don't have that peace of mind, you are not happy. Anybody who disagree? Raise your hand. If you don't have that peace of mind, it does not matter how much money you have. Peace of mind. That's what we want. Peace of mind. Everybody in agreement? Nobody raised his hand, so that's in agreement. So samatha is not a mindfulness of control or suppressing your mind. It's bare attention that has nothing to do with control. It is simply being and keeping a watchful eye on your breath first, then gradually developing it into watching your thought arising, sustaining, and disappearing. You see what I mean? You work from samatha slowly into vipassana. Some people say, oh, I have been counting my breath. Where do I go from here? Just counting my breath for the rest of my life? No. You gradually get into another realm. You experience it. Don't get frustrated at the teacher, the guru. Oh, that teacher is always talking about breath and breath. It's boring. I've been doing that for thousands of hours. No. You yourself, you haven't explored enough. You haven't got into that realm. You don't have to be told. You walk and walk and walk. You walk from Richmond to Vancouver, you cross that bridge, you walk and walk and walk. And you worry about getting to Vancouver? You get there. You go over the Granville Bridge. You get to the city of Vancouver. You don't worry about getting into it as long as you walk. Keep on walking. If you don't walk, how can we help you? You can drive though. Some people drive. Some people work faster. Some people are more intelligent. Some people are less. Some people have more patience. Some people, they don't. That's your own karma. Some people are born with that wisdom. They carry that meditation practice into this life. You don't have just this life, you know. You have a previous life, and the previous, and the previous. You add up your karmic force. That's the example I use. Some people drive and some people just walk. You have no choice. Karma, karmic force, gives you that choice. So, It is impossible for learners like you and me to concentrate 100% and not make any mistakes. In other words, to concentrate on your breath, you lose your breath, don't worry about it. It will come back again. Let your counting come and go and just watch them and do not attach to them. It sounds as if you relax and work simultaneously in your meditation. In your meditation, you relax and work simultaneously. So I always say, meditation is more enjoyable than watching a movie. Because in meditation, you're watching your own mind. A movie deals with somebody else. When you're watching a movie, it's all fictitious. According to the script, the plot, you pay the money, you sit in a cinema house, and you just watched it. And after the show it ends, you go home. But watching your own mind is more enjoyable. Why? You see the development of your own mind. You see how your mind develops. Is your mind important to you? Is your own mind? Is that movie more important than your own mind? You pay for the $6, you pay for it to get into the movie. And you enjoyed it. It's amazing. People are willing to pay for something that is not worth it. They don't spend time. They spend that 2.5 hours in the Odeon Theater. They don't spend that half hour on watching their own mind and know something about their own mind. Samatha is simply being there and keeping a watchful eye on your breath, and then slowly develop into it. And you never get frustrated. But some people say it's boring, it's repetitious, it's watching your breath all the time, it's repeating all the time. It's repetitious, it's boring. But do you know that repetitiousness is one of the most important aspects in all kinds of training? You repeat it and repeat it until you know it. It's just like you're a gold miner or you are drilling oil in Alberta. You go to the well. You know there's oil in the well, in that area, in that acreage. You know there's oil. You drill that well, and you drill about 20 feet, you say, no, I can't find anything. Another 10 feet, you can't find anything. And then you say, I give up. Because I've been doing this repetitiously. But at the 40 feet down, there's oil. You give up already. It's the persistent and patient guy who drill and repeat and never give up. That's the guy who becomes successful. He gets the oil. It's just like a gold miner. You have all these mineral claims. You go up to the mountain. You face the danger of being attacked by bears and animals. You go everywhere. You tap your minerals, you couldn't find it. But it's the patient and tolerant guy who found the gold. So you really have to have the patience in doing it. And let me tell you, repetitiousness is extremely important in meditation. Actually, this boredom, we call it, sometimes people call it boring. This boredom will develop into persistence and patience. This boredom, it helps to get you into the vipassana. So this repetition develop into continuity. Like a river and flows and never stops its natural flowing. It has its sustaining power. And so don't be worried about repeating the same procedure every day. Repetitiousness is extremely important. And have you heard of a koan? You know what a koan is? K-O-A-N? A koan is a story, an anecdote, a story that happened in a temple, in a Zen temple. There was a koan written in a book of Chan, in a Zen book, and that book is called Jing De Lu, chapter 10, and I read it last night. It's about a koan of go drink your tea. Zhao Zhou's koan in the Chinese language is called 去茶去. 去茶去, 赵州去茶去, Go drink your tea. And I like to tell you that that story is a true story. In the Tang Dynasty, there was a Zen master. He was called Zhao Zhou. And Zhao Zhou, he was, at that time, was about 85 years old, and he was a Zen master. He was also the abbot of the temple. And he always organized this 7-day meditation retreat in a series of 7 days. 7 and 7 times 7 is 49 days. It's a 49-day series of meditation retreat. And at the beginning of the retreat, he liked to go around the temple. He liked to go around the temple, and this old Zen master going around the temple and ask people coming to the temple, participating the retreat. And he met a guy, a monk, and he asked, "Have you been here before?" And of course, the monk being asked that question, he's a newcomer, and say, "Oh, I haven't been here before, Venerable Master. I haven't been here before." And then Zhao Zhou said, "Oh, then, go to drink your tea. Go drink your tea." So there's another monk coming up, and that monk's been here for quite a while. And Zhao Zhou, of course, there's a lot of monks, and he didn't remember, and asked, "Have you been here before?" And the old timer said, "Oh, I've been here before." And then Zhao Zhou said, "Then go drink your tea." And then the senior instructor of the meditation hall was perplexed by all that for a number of years. And one day, the senior instructor, who had been there for a number of years, asked Zhao Zhou this question: "Master, for those that have been here before, you told him to go drink tea, and for those who haven't been here before, you also told him to go and drink tea. I don't understand." And then Zhao Zhou said, "Venerable instructor, how long have you been here?" The instructor said, "I have been here 15 years. Zhao Zhou said steadily, "Go drink your tea." What's the meaning of this? Everybody goes drink your tea? There's a lot of philosophy behind it. We call it koan philosophy. There's hundreds of koans, 500 koans, and in analyzing this koan, sometimes we get some answers. And actually, just to get into some philosophy of it, because we didn't have time to touch on details. Actually, the old master was going about a temple trying to test the students for the level of enlightenment. The enlightened ones would not give the same answers as the enlightened ones. The question, "Have you been here before?" are the subtle words that could trigger a sudden breakthrough to the meditative level of understanding. Because when suddenly asked such a question, the enlightened students would grasp at the external meaning. You ask me, have I been here before? So I cling onto the external meaning using my discernment of my discriminating mind. You ask me, what is the language? Language concerns time and space. You ask me, have I been here before? The time, here in this place, space, you ask me something about that. Of course, I use my discernment to tell you, based on that conditioned human language, I have been here before, I haven't been here before. But meditators are not supposed to use the discriminating mind. You step back, you get away from your ordinary discernment, your ordinary confused, discriminating mind. You don't work at that mind anymore. I always imagine if I'm asked that question, how would I answer? Knowing that koan, of course, had I didn't know that koan, I wouldn't have given an answer. I would say, what would I say? Have you been here before? Or I haven't been? Have you been here before? I have been here before. Then I would say, Venerable Master, why do you still have that discernment in your mind? Why are you relating to time and space? Are we supposed to be out of that? Are we supposed to be out beyond that discriminating mind? How come we're still at it? How come we're still attached to it? How come we're still attached to that human conditioned human language. Are we not supposed to break away from the barrier of language, the barrier of conception of the mind? It's the conception of the discriminating mind that got us into reincarnation, that got us all those mental afflictions. Are we supposed to get away from it? Well, if that's my answer, of course, Zhao Zhou would give another question. Because, this guy you know a little bit, let me get you some more. And he'll continuously give you another question until you're dumbfounded. Because Zen masters are like that. They get you by serious, test your understanding. You don't get trapped in my first question, you get trapped in my second, third, fourth, fifth. Because you always cling to external meaning. You always cling to language, to time and space. You can't get away from it. It's the fully enlightened one that would give you the fully enlightened answer. And I'm not. Maybe some of you can, after a while. So, you think, getting back to the story now, not philosophy of the koan. Go drink your tea. Is this so common, so down to earth? It has become your daily routine of drinking. It is repetitious. You do it every day. It's repetitious. Zhao Zhou also implies you haven't got it. Go back and do it. Go drink your tea. Go back and do it. Because I asked you that question. You answer me with that discriminating mind, you deserve drinking more tea. You're not out from it. So drinking that tea is repetitious. You and I, every day, every Saturday, we're drinking that tea. The tea of meditation, the tea of Zen. That's why in some tea house they say, tea and Zen is one. It's not two. Tea and Zen. And in the Chinese language, we call it cha, chan, yu wei. I don't know how you call it in Japanese. Do you remember how you call it in Japanese? Cha, chan, yu wei. Tea and meditation is one. It's one. Huh? Yes, it's one. Cha, chan, yu wei. And the Japanese like to put that scroll of calligraphy in the tea house. Yeah. Tea relates to the meditators. Because tea is the meditator's coffee. They don't drink coffee. They grow their tea leaves. They drink their own tea. 15 years ago, I was in Tiantai San. I was in the Tiantai Mountain. I participated in a retreat, and I saw monks plucking tea leaves with baskets of tea leaves at the back. It's a very poetic scene. Mountains and tea fused leaves. And I saw a few monks plucking tea leaves, and they plucked the tea leaves, they picked the tea leaves, and just throw it in the basket behind. And they deliver these tea leaves to temples. And that's a good sight. 7,000 feet above sea level, you saw these monks, no people around, these monks picking tea leaves. And I was there watching. Anyway, get back to this. So, the tradition is trying to emphasize on boredom, the repetitiousness, the continuous efforts, the unending struggle. We'll never give up until we get the oil. We throw it into the ground and get the oil. Remember the common English proverb, a rolling stone gathers no moss. Some people like to read from one book to another, going to one meditation center to another, one guru to another. You don't have to look. Look inside of you. Don't look outside. If your meditation is not dealing with your own mind, and it's dealing with something external to your mind, you're always looking for a teacher, looking for the book, looking for videotapes, you look for everywhere. You don't look for your mind. You watch everywhere. This is not the best method, this is a better method. But the method is in your mind. There was a nun, I don't know if I talked about this before. There was a nun, a bhikshuni, a nun, a Buddhist nun, who practiced in his own temple for quite a number of years, 20, 30 years, and she was not satisfied. One day she said to the abbeys of the temple, and she said, I would like to go away. I would like to travel around and get more information and get other teachers, other teaching techniques. So she went around for another 10 years, 15 years, because she couldn't get anything. And time to go home, to make this home run, she wanted to go home. And as she was entering into the front yard of her own temple, the cherry blossomed. And she sniffed the fresh air of the cherry, and she suddenly got enlightenment. And she uttered a poem. And she said, I have to gear my mind into the Chinese language and translate it into English. I've been looking everywhere for the real spring, and I have worn out many a pair of shoes. I haven't done it. In other words, I've been going out to look for the real spring. I don't know what the real spring is, and I wore out many a pair of shoes, and I couldn't get it. But when I returned to my home temple and went under this forest of cherry blossom, I found the spring is right here in my hometown. I wasted all this time going everywhere looking for it. It's right inside of me. Why am I still looking? Anyway, that's samatha. And of course, simply watching your breath, it seems monotonous and unadventurous. People like to go to meditation center. They want to venture into something new. Your tendras, your chakras, visualizing images, visualizing on your different 7 chakras of your body and vibrations and all that. They always look for something magical, something very mystical, something they don't understand. They want they want it to be very adventurous, but ours is unadventurous. We do not discover the third eye. We are not in the process of discovering the third eye or unfolding chakras. We're just sitting in there. But it is recorded that the Buddha was given many Hindu practices also. The Buddha practiced many Hindu practices, many other practices. He scorched himself in fire. He practiced austerities by self-afflicted suffering, such as fasting, eating only a few sesame seeds per day. He related with the energy of tendra by concentrating on chakras and visualizing a lot of images. He gave all that up. He realized that these practices were just gimmicks rather than samadhi. So he decided to look for what is simple, what is actually there to discover the relationship between body and mind. So this breath, anapanasati, this breath, the technique that we have, you see, samatha is concentration and bare attention. But samatha itself contains so many techniques. One of the most effective techniques was used by Buddha, and that was anapanasati. And that was written in the Anapanasati Sutra. That is, watch your in and out breath. That's what the Buddha used. We've been using the Buddha's method. But of course, there's so many methods to use. That's the safest method. That's the for sure method. But that method required repetitiousness, required confidence and never give up, required you to drill and drill and drill until you get it. You see what I mean? So that's samatha. So we only have about 10 minutes, and maybe I should start on the vipassana. So you know what samatha is. It's concentration, bare attention, the breath, in and out breath, anapanasati. And you practiced it. Some people practiced for years, and some people practiced for 1 year, 2 years, some people practiced for 20 years, 30 years. It does not matter. Some people, after 20 years, they're still in and out breath. And somebody started, and it got developed into Vipassana after 1 year, but this guy still Anapanasati for 20 years. But don't underestimate this guy. Because suddenly, on the coming Saturday, he got all enlightened. Because he kept on drilling and drilling for 20 years. You think it's dumb? Everything is on causality. Every thought, every energy, every minute little action adds on to it. It never fails. In the philosophy of causation, of course we need to explain what causation is, causality is. It's a very profound philosophy. Causality is one of the basic philosophies in Buddhism, which we need to explain in another session. But Vipassana is a Sanskrit word for awareness, sometimes translated as insight. Literally, it means clear seeing. Combining samatha and vipassana plays an important part in the development of meditation. Mindfulness in samatha becomes all of a sudden become awareness. Mindfulness is taking an interest in the simplicity of the breath, of walking, of sensations of the body. You see, when you're walking, it's mindfulness, it's pay attention not on the breath. You see, we are all breathing unless we're dead. Your breath is the most important to you. But nobody would treasure anything unless you lose it. You won't treasure the warmth of your parents until you lose them. You take your parents' love for granted. Oh, my mom always looked after me. My dad provided me with education and all the love, all the responsibility that they give you. And you take it for granted. You don't value it, you don't treasure it, until one day you lose them. So that also teaches you value what you got, your breath. One day when you're dead, you don't have breath anymore. You can't breathe anymore. You take your breath for granted. That also reminds you, when you are in good health, you practice meditation. When you're in good health, you find out more about not going into suffering anymore. We've been in reincarnation. We've been in suffering. We go through samsara of life and death. You take it for granted. You don't care. Every day you live, you think. But when you're healthy, when you're still, you can breathe, why don't you take the time to find out spiritually, the spirituality of your life, not the materiality of your life. You got enough materiality. Why are you still attaching to them? Get to the spiritual odyssey. Find out more about how do you end that suffering. Why am I always reborn? Why do I have to go through the suffering that I have been suffering? Can I stop my suffering? So when you are healthy, you don't do that. Until one day you don't have this breath anymore, it's too late. Or one day you're seriously sick, you can't do it anymore. Don't laugh. It happened to billions of people like that. I've been in the temple since this day one, and I have met many, many, many people who had problems, who come to me or problems. He thought I can resolve problems. I said, no. I can only give you some guidance based on what I know. Some people have all of a sudden got terminal disease of themselves, of their family members. Some people involved in car accidents. Some people involved in many, many, many things. And suddenly they were confused. They asked for help. And then I said, oh, go chant sutra. Go do prostration. But at that time, their mind is so confused, they can't do anything. What they can only do is crying, sobbing, weeping, confused, depression. They got into problems themselves. Their family members have problems. They got so grief-stricken that finally they themselves got depression. While you are still healthy, pay attention to the spirituality. Why? Why were we born in here? Where did we come from? How do we end this suffering? How do we end sufferings of others? That's what the Buddha found 2,600 years ago. He found how to terminate suffering. He introduced his method to terminate suffering. He didn't walk out on us. He come back to the forest of suffering and introduced his method. How many people listened? I'm away from Vipassana now, so I'm going to concentrate on my Vipassana. So, mindfulness, so the effect of samatha is that tranquility arises in you, that peace of mind. It helps you to get the clear awareness. This awareness is acknowledging the totality of the whole thing. Now you still are mindful of your breathing though. Then suddenly you realize that a thought arises in your mind, you get into Vipassana. A thought arises. Oh, tomorrow I have to meet someone. Tomorrow I have this project to do, I have this work to do. But I'm in meditation now. How come that thought arises? Oh, I thought that thought about my project that I'm going to do arises. It sustains now, but I know it. I know it. Once I know it, I watch that thought and I talk to myself, let that thought disappear. I don't want any desultory thought. I don't want any discursive thought. No more thought. I want to have just that clear awareness. No more desultory thoughts. They all should disappear. That's Vipassana. You're detached from that thought. All of a sudden, a thought of jealousy comes up. Oh, my husband. I suspect my husband is having an affair with his secretary. I feel so grieved. I want to do something about it. But that could be all suspicious only. That could be all jealousy only. Nothing happened. It's just you created jealousy in you. That jealousy dominated you. It couldn't get away. It couldn't get away even it comes up in your meditation. It arises. That jealousy arises. You watch that jealousy. That cloud of jealousy is coming to dominate you, to overwhelm you. You are that mountain. Oh, that cloud of jealousy comes. It's black. It's all black and thick. It comes, okay, I don't let it overwhelm me. I let it pass. So it passes by, it passes. I see it sustaining, and I see it going, and I see it disappearing. Can you do it like that? I can't all the time, myself. Sometimes when I get angry, I'm just carried away. I'm just being carried away. Even my teacher, sometimes I say, how come that teacher is talking in that way? How come my teacher doesn't pay attention to me? How come my teacher is doing this or that? You always feel dissatisfied. You always feel that you're unhappy. So that's the reason why when you enter this temple, there's a laughing Buddha. And right underneath the laughing Buddha on the altar table, there is a stone that carved onto it. Always maintain a joyous mind. Very few people always maintain a joyous mind. They maintain an unbalanced mind. The mind that always overcome by jealousy, hatred, greediness, disappointment, anxiety, worries, troubles, you name them. Those are the kind of garbage that your mind and my mind always are filled up with. Do you want to get rid of them? Come for meditation. Meditation helps you. Vipassana helps you. It helps you to watch that garbage. Some people don't even know they got that garbage in their house. They don't even know about it. If you know the garbage exists, you start to sweep it clean. You're happier that way. When you sweep it clean, you get to a certain level that no more garbage. Only clear awareness. Nothing else. You are completely aware of everything. Then is enlightenment. Time is up, and maybe just a few words. When thought arises, it comes and goes, you don't get carried away by it. You only have that clear awareness in you. You are aware of that, of what happened. So whenever anger comes, here comes the cloud of anger. You do Vipassana not only in meditation when you're sitting though. All these, you do them in every second of your life. When you're walking, when you're cooking, when you're working, when you're driving, you do your vipassana by watching your mind. Oh, here's a thought that is really bad. It's sustained. I want to drop it. I want to drop it. So there's no more garbage. It's clear awareness. Everywhere is taken by this awareness. There is no room for anything else. No room for any discrimination. No room for anything at all. So there is no one to practice. Not even you. There is no subject and no object. Some people say, oh, you're talking about object. You're talking about eliminate that object, no more object. Some people, some more intelligent meditator, practitioner would ask, oh, Venerable, you said there shouldn't be any object. You get rid of that object. You still have that subject. Who is meditating? Who is aware about this? You still have that subject. But let me ask you this question. Why are you still creating that subject in your mind? You created your own subject. You see what I mean? You see, I have a subject and I'm watching that object. Venerable, I still have that subject. No, you created your own subject. There's no subject, no object. There's no one to practice. There's no one to practice and nothing to practice. You're confused. Remember the Heart Sutra? Let me read from the Heart Sutra. In the Heart Sutra it says, and I would like to end it that way because time is up. The Heart Sutra says, and listen very carefully, and we've been lecturing on the Heart Sutra for 30-something hours. For those who missed it, in the Heart Sutra it contains a lot of philosophy, but let me just end it by reading that line from the Heart Sutra, the Hridaya Sutra. It says, in emptiness there is no form, no perception, no conception, no volition, no consciousness, no I, no nose, tongue, body, or mind, no form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or object of mind, no realm of the eyes up to no realm of consciousness, no ignorance, no extinction. There is no suffering, no cost of suffering, no extinction, no path, no wisdom, and also no attainment, because there is no object to be obtained. So you all understand this. That's good. I only understand it partially. That's the end of the session, so see you next time. And it's just very brief and basic information on Vipassana. Actually, we should also be dealing with the 4 arousing of contemplations. The 4 arousing of contemplation, contemplation on the body, on the mind, on what? Oh, you give me the information. What are the 4 contemplations? Huh? No, we contemplate the body as impure, so contemplation on the body, contemplation on perception, because what you receive, contemplation on form, all this material, and contemplation on the mind. So actually Vipassana deals in detail with these 4 arousings of contemplations. Maybe next time when we can go deeper, we already have touched on contemplation when we talk about the 8 Realization Sutra, but I forget them myself sometimes. You need repetition. You need this repetitiousness. You repeat it all and all and all until it's fully grounded in your mind. You can use it at will. Today, I would like to talk about the 4 arousings of mindfulness. The 4 arousings of mindfulness, and in the Chinese language, it is called 思念处 或者是思念住，或者是思念处观。The four arousings of mindfulness. This is a very important concept of meditation. All those who practice meditation should know it. These four arousings are called arousings because if you do not know your own mind and its discursive nature, you won't know it until you start to be aware of them. So you have to arouse your awareness. What are these four arousings of mindfulness? Mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of perception, or mindfulness of feelings. Some people call it mindfulness of feelings. Mindfulness of consciousness, and mindfulness of mental objects. So these are the four mindfulnesses. In the Chinese languages, they are called Guan Shen, Guan Shou, Guan Xin, Guan Fa. The four Shen, Shou, Xin, Fa. So the four mindfulnesses. These are very important. If you come across a meditator, if you ask the question, do you know anything about the four arousals of mindfulness? If they don't know about it, it's not right, because meditators should know about it. Not just meditators. All those who want to study their own mind should know about this mindfulness. So, in meditation, you really have to know what your mind is all about. Body and mind. What are you make up of? What is an identity, your individual identity make up of? Body and mind. Your body and mind must be in harmony, first of all. Now, how do we study the mind? How can you study the mind without knowing your body? So here comes the first mindfulness. Mindfulness of the body. The four arousings of mindfulness. The first one is mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of perception, mindfulness of the mind itself, and mindfulness of mental objects. The first is mindfulness of the body, relates to the body. The second, third, and the fourth relates to what? The mind. So we study the body first. So, mindfulness of the body, there's an expression. It's almost get to be a cliche expression. But not quite, because you really have to know it. This is a common expression of the meditators. Mindfulness of the body is to know the impurities of the body. Mindfulness of perception is to know the suffering arising from perception. And mindfulness of the mind is to understand the impermanent nature of life experiences. And mindfulness of mental objects is to abandon the attachment of the ego. We got egos. We live in the ego prison, you know that. So this expression is, we've got to know the impurities of the body by being mindful of the body first. Of course, I will go to details of which of the four mindfulness, but I'm just giving you some introduction. You got to know the impurities of the bodies. You got to know sufferings arising from your own perception. And you got to know, you got to understand the impermanent nature of life experiences. And you got to know that you really have to deal with your own ego. Ego. So, impurities, sufferings, impermanence, and ego. Are these not the things that get us into trouble? Then why do we have to study the impurities? Now, first of all, in the Chinese language, this expression is something like this. Guan shen bu jing, guan shou shi ku, guan xin wu chang, guan fa wu wo. For those who understand Chinese, you know what I'm talking about. These four mindfulness are an integral part of the meditation. They pertain to both samatha and vipassana. Remember in the last session, we talked about samatha and vipassana. Samatha 止, vipassana 观. Samatha is concentration and bare attention, we know that. Vipassana is clear awareness. They are like the wings of a bird. You can't fly without just one wing, with just one wing. And Samatha requires Vipassana. The former is the latter is the former. They're all in one. There's no discrimination as to which one comes first. So if Samatha comes first, Samatha has to combine with Vipassana. There's no such thing as which comes first. Usually you develop from concentration, from bare attention to insight. But sometimes it works just together. So they belong to the same family. Let's go through the first arousing, the mindfulness of the body. This mindfulness concerns the physical body. What about the body? We are made up of combination of body and mind. So studying the body first seems to be the most down to earth and the most appropriate approach. According to the Buddha's teaching written in the Anapanasati Sutra and the Satipatthana Sutra, an effective method of meditation is to start with your own breath. That's why, what are we doing in here? What is the most important, the most vital process of your body metabolism? What is the most important? You breathe. If you don't breathe, you're dead. So breathing is the most important. So we start with the breath. We concentrate on the breath. So how do we concentrate on the breath? We sit down, we bend. Of course, we have to go through the three A's of meditation that Lee talked about this morning: adjustment to posture, to breath, and to mind. And summarize this way: we sit down, we bend our legs crosswise on our lap, keeps the body erect and arouse mindfulness. Mindful when we breathe in and mindful when we breathe out. So we're just sitting in there, and actually it's not just concentration on the nose tip. It's being mindful of your breathing in and mindful of your breathing out. So, but for some people it's easier if you concentrate on an object. So you create an object in you. You create an object in the nose tip that you are actually a molecule, gets stuck inside the nose tip, and you're sitting in there, not in here. You're sitting right inside the nose. You're a minute little molecule inside there, and you're feeling your air in and out, in and out. Now that's an object. But sometimes you can follow it. The approach of creating an object, it's an easier approach for beginner, especially for students who start with meditation. If you have an approach like an object, then it's easy. Oh, I'm sitting in there. I'm sitting right in there, and I'm feeling the air in and out, in and out. But sometimes you can follow it. I breathe in and I breathe out. I breathe in, and the breath is long. I breathe in a long breath. And then, when the breath is in, before it goes out, there is a static intermediate period. That fraction of a second, when it comes in, it hasn't gone out yet. It hasn't started to go out. So it has come in, is long, and I follow it, and I follow it. And then it stopped. Very, very short period. And that is called the external in-breath. No, internal in-breath, because you got it in. You got it in. So that is, in the Chinese language, we call it nei chu xi. That is an intermediate period. You realize that too, and I have never mentioned this before. But if you come to that stage where you realize even that fraction of a second, you are deeper into it. Your breath gets deeper. Because there is that changing intermediate period when your in-breath changes to be your out-breath. Can you realize that? If you realize that, that's even better, because you're following your breath. Now, if you follow your breath gets longer and longer and longer. If your breath gets longer and longer, you're on the right track. If your breath gets shorter and shorter, you're not on the right track. People live longer and people are have better peace of mind if they have longer breath. Dogs have short breath, very short breath. Horses have very short breath. All animals that have short breath, they don't live long. Turtles have long breath. So if your breath is very long, almost unnoticed, your breath is, you breathe in and your breath is very, very long, and you realize it changes to the external breath, that long breath, that intermediate period that you realize it changes to go out, and it gets very long and unnoticed, no obstruction. If your breath has obstruction to it, you either have a flu or something is wrong with your nasal passage. So you got to know something about it. So even that breath, you don't underestimate that approach. Nobody asks questions about the length of the breath, the external in-breath, the internal out-breath. All those, nobody asks any questions, because if I don't tell you, you don't even realize it. Do you know that there's an intermediate fraction of a second period of time where your in-breath changes to your out-breath? You realize that too. Now if you realize all this, long breath, external in-breath, internal out-breath, that means you're deeper and deeper into the meditation. You're getting to the inner part of it. So you got to realize that too. As you are being mindful of your breath, you think to yourself, or you whisper yourself, or you think in this way, I'm experiencing the whole in-breath. It is long. It is now at the changing point. It starts to go out now. It is going out. It is now at the changing point before I shall experience another in-breath. You repetitiously watch your breath like that. You pay your bare attention to it. This is the mindfulness of the in and out breath. If you practice at home, you can even practice at home. Why do I have to practice it? If you practice that in and out breath, if you can concentrate, you attain that tranquility of mind. You're in better, if I can use that word, control. Maybe you can say control. You're in better control of yourself. You don't get mad as easily. You don't get yell at people. You don't get jealous so easily. You become more intelligent. If all students know how to meditate, they will become more and more intelligent. Why? Because they build up their patience. They build up their patience in studying and reading, in concentration, in listening to the teacher's lectures, in pay attention to answering examination papers. They are A students. All students who practice meditation, sooner or later, they become A students because they can concentrate. What's the magic in studying? Tell the high school students, the magic in being A students is concentration. If you can concentrate, you do it. As a matter of fact, the magic of success is in concentration. That's what the positive thinkers think. Andrew Carnegie. You know Andrew Carnegie? Positive thinkers. Thomas Edison. There's a few Carnegie in the early 1950s. Carnegie of General Motors. This is General Motors. There's another Carnegie. And he believed in positive thinking. Whatever the mind can think, the mind can do. But the danger is, if you don't set your mind on the right track, you determine your mind on the wrong track, you'll be successful in doing the wrong thing. So in Buddhism, there's three pillars of Buddhism: morality, wisdom, and meditation. So you make sure that you have morality to support your meditation. Meditation without morality is a diverted meditation, which gets you into trouble. So, this is mindfulness on the in and out breath. Mindfulness of the body, this arousing of mindfulness, consists of 4 components into it. What I'm talking about this morning, about the 4 mindfulnesses, I summarize it from 2 books, Anapanasati Sutra and Satipatthana Sutra. These 2 books are that thick. So you can get it this morning. Pay attention. Everything is summarized here for you. The 4 arousing of mindfulness, the first one, I can't cover all today. I can only cover the first one, mindfulness of the body. And the first component of that mindfulness is mindfulness of your in and out breath. Your breath relates to the body. Your breath, that's the most important. Work it out, start with your breath. Do you control your breath though when you're meditating? No, you breathe spontaneously and naturally. Do not control your breath. Do not try to make your breath longer or shorter. Just breathe naturally. If you start to make your breath unnatural, you don't do it spontaneously, you get into trouble. Because the body is supposed to be spontaneously breathing naturally. If you say, I want to hold my breath in there, I want to breathe short and long, I want to breathe it longer, I want to hold it there, then you get into trouble. Don't do that. It's all natural. Don't attach to anything. So the next component of the mindfulness of the body is the mindfulness of the 4 postures. You extend the sitting meditation to 3 other postures. There are 4 postures: sitting, standing, walking, and lying down. These are the 4 postures. Do you do your meditation just when you are sitting? Oh, I'm sitting, I'm meditating, I start to sit down. No. You develop your sitting meditation to walking. That's why we do walking meditation. Not just walking. When you're lying down, when you're standing, you pay attention, you become aware of your thought. When you're standing too, when you're walking. So when you're walking, I said, walking meditation, everybody circumambulate in circles. And some people, I realize, I watch some people, and they browse around when they're walking. They browse around the lanterns, they look at everybody, and they don't pay attention to your walking. They have desultory thoughts when they're walking. Walking is a very serious practice. It's part of meditation. Walking is not to give you a chance to take a break. Well, I'm taking a break, and some people stretch out and exercise, and you don't do that. When you're walking, you become aware of the movement of the body, the movement of the legs, your hands, every movement of the body, you become aware of it. You don't become aware of your body movement until you pay attention to it. When you walk, naturally, when you do walking, when you walk out, when you walk, you just don't pay attention to your walking. As we always say, you don't treasure walking unless you lose your limbs. You don't have your legs anymore. I remember there's an Indian proverb. There was a fellow who was so poor. That's an ancient Indian proverb. Let me summarize the proverb for you. There was an Indian fellow, of course in India, and he was so poor that he didn't have any shoes to wear. He was so pitiful of himself. I didn't have any money. I don't even have a pair of shoes to wear. And he was not happy about it. But one day, he looked at another person crawling on the ground by his side. That guy doesn't have any legs, no legs. And he suddenly got enlightened. He said, I was so pitiful of myself. blamed myself for being so poor until I saw this guy who didn't even have legs. He couldn't even wear any shoes. I feel happy, not because I saw someone have no legs. I feel that I should treasure what I got. I already got my legs. I already got my limbs. I have my legs to walk. You don't value walking, as I said, until or unless you lose your legs. You value everything you got. Don't take it for granted. You are in good health now. Don't take it for granted. You keep it. Everything, you value it. You treasure it. So, walking itself, you pay attention to the walking, you become aware of your walking movement. In some Theravada walking meditation, they walk very slowly. They put their heels on the ground, and then the toes, and then I'm putting my heels, and now the sole touching the ground, and now the toes. And then I raise my toes now, my heel is up. So every movement, they pay attention to every movement. They walk very, very, very slowly. And now I'm swinging my left hand out, now the right hand, very, very slowly. That is the slow approach of meditation. So, walking, the second component of this mindfulness of the body is not just when you're sitting. You do that when you're walking. Don't browse around. Don't assume that you're taking a break. You're taking relaxation. You're stretching out. Some people stretch out, some people look around. It's not right. If you don't have to go to the washroom, you don't go. You're supposed to be walking. You don't go to the washroom and go back to, go to washroom and go back to your car to take a nap. So I saw someone going back to his car to take a nap. It's not right. Walking meditation, you have to be here. You don't go back to your car to take a nap. Or take a sip of your Coke. Or finish your coffee or tea. You don't do that. You be very serious with your meditation. Otherwise you can't get any improvement. So mindfulness of sitting extends to the other three postures in lying down and in standing too. So what's the third component? The third component is a general overall awareness extend to all behavior. So mindfulness in this case, in all behavior in your routine life. So you become mindful in sitting, walking, standing and lying down. Not just that, you become mindfulness in sleeping, eating, drinking, chewing, tasting, even in passing urine and feces, in reading and working, in a state of silence and so on. You become mindfulness in everything. You extend this mindfulness to everything. So when you are, for example, when you are studying for your exam, you're mindful of your studies. And some people study, they need to turn the radio on or their TV on, good show, so at the same time they're doing their studies. You're not mindful. I haven't experienced any A students who watch TVs at the same time and study and they got all A's. No way. Radios, listen to radios, music. Some people listen to music and at the same time watching a show and at the same time reading the book. They think you're smart. How can you concentrate? So when you're doing reading, you do reading. When you are paying attention to lectures, you pay attention to the teacher. When you are doing your work, you got to pay attention. Particularly if you're working on high levels. If you don't pay attention, the workman compensation will get you. Because finally you get into trouble. If you're flying an airplane and you're not paying attention, all these hundreds of people, their lives are in your hands. You're driving a car, a bus, So I don't like people talking when they're driving, because particularly backseat drivers, you're always talking to the driver. When you get into trouble, all of you people will be killed, or you kill somebody else. 8,000 accidents on the road every year in Canada. Drunken drivers, backseat drivers, drivers who don't pay attention, who don't concentrate on what they're driving, they kill people, not only killing themselves. So if everybody become mindful, we'll reduce the 8,000 records of accidents on the road by at least 50%. We'll save people. Don't talk to drivers. You may kill yourself, or you kill somebody else. It becomes very serious. So, that's extending your mindfulness not only in the four postures, in everything you're doing, in all your behavior, in your speech. And what is this, the fourth component of mindfulness? The fourth component of mindfulness is mindfulness on the impurities of the body. Now that requires some explanation. It's very complex. In the Chinese language, it is called 不净观. Concentrate on the impurities of the body. The practice, according to the Satipatthana Sutra, when you are practicing, you do something like this. When you're meditating, you contemplate on your own body or any body that you think you are sensuously in love with. Mindfulness on the impurities of the body helps you to get rid of your sensuous desire, or to put it boldly, your sexual desire. Some people have that desire more than others, and they always attach to it. They even attach that in their dreams. They even create objects before they go to sleep. I talk to psychologists, and many people, they can't sleep, they have to create scenes in their mind. Solitary scenes, self-created scenes. And in that scenes would satisfy their subconsciousness. And in satisfying the subconsciousness, they get a little bit of relaxation and then go back to sleep. But if you create that imaginative scenes in your mind, it's getting very dangerous, because you're accumulating that desire. If that desire is accumulated, it's getting very dangerous. So when you go to sleep, actually the best is to think about something that is pure. Not thinking about something that satisfies your sensuous desires. Watch your mind. That's the word. Watch your mind. You can nurture your mind to do something good. You can cultivate your mind to do something bad. Depends on you. You are your own creator. Thomas Edison, one of the most successful inventors and scientists of our civilization, he's always involved in his mind, his inventions. He's so absorbed in his mind about his inventions, nothing else. That's why he becomes successful. If you always involve your mind with bad deeds, you get into trouble. That's a criminal mind. If your mind is so desultory that you have no concentration, that belongs to the mind of a person who would never be successful in whatever he's doing. You want to be successful in what you're doing? Control yourself, know yourself, understand yourself. You be your own master. You don't be the slave of your own mind. So, getting back to this, mindfulness on the impurities of your body. You think when you're meditating, particularly to those people who always are overwhelmed by very strong desire, sensuous desire on your opposite sex. Some people are like that. They can't live without it. If you want to eliminate that, and some people say, let me clarify something. Some people say this, that's natural. We all like it. It's good. That's responsible for your reincarnation. We're in a lower species. I explained that before in the Heart Sutra. A lower species of the living beings involved with the sexual behavior. For the higher species, that desire becomes less and less and less. Your intelligence has a direct correlation with that kind of desire. This is found out not just by sutras, but many philosophers and many very famous philosophers and scientists. For example, Walter Russell, one of the geniuses in the 1930s, in his book, I forgot his book, Your Bright Light, that book, Walter Russell. You can always check that in the library. Walter Russell, R-U-S-S-E-L-L, and he designed the New York skyscrapers in the 1920. He was the architect for it, but he didn't go to school for architecture. He was born with that natural genius, talent. He was also the national figure skating Olympic champion. He was also a writer, he was also a philosopher. He only got up to grade 9. He only finished his grade 9 education. But he was a national championship, a champion of the figure skating. He was an architecture, he was a scientist, he was a writer. Check him out in your internet. That's what he found. Your intelligence is directly correlated to your desire. The less desire you have, the more intelligence that you become. So when you're meditating, if you have strong desires, greediness desires or desire relating to that, no good for you. I'm a monk, I know that from sutras. When you're meditating, you want to get rid of that, you think it this way. There are in my body hair of the head, hair of the body, nails, I got nails, my body got nails, teeth, skin, flesh, fibrous thread, tendons, bones, marrow, kidneys, heart. Inside of me there's liver, pura, spleen, lungs, contents of the stomach, intestines, mesentery, feces, bile, phlegm. I'm reading out from the sutra. I can't remember that all. Pus, blood, sweat, solid fat, tears, fat dissolved, saliva, mucus, synovic fluid, urine, all these 32 impurities. You think the body is beautiful. You think the body is something that you should attach to. But let me tell you, our skin is the traveling bag of our existence. Swiss writer, I forgot that writer's name. Our skin is the traveling bag of our existence. Our body is impure. You attach to it. It contains 32 impurities. What's the attachment about? But some people kill for it though. Some people rape because of it. Some people kill people because of it. Some people commit crime because of it. You attach to this desire. And this desire is created out of imagination. It's so impure. So this is mindfulness on the impurities of the body, on the 32 impurities. And then of course there are the 4 elements that make up the 4 basic elements, the basic molecules, the elements that make up the body, the mode of solidity, the hardness of it, solid. What it is, nails, anything that is solid in your body, the elements of solidity in the body. Your nails, your bones, the solid. The mode of cohesion, which is water. So your body is made up of solid and water. The mode of caloricity, calories, your heat. The body is made up of this heat. And the mode of oscillation, the movement, the air. So you're actually, all the elements, the basic elements of the body is nothing but water, heat, air, and hardness, matter. So your body is made up of all these 4 basic elements. We adhere to it so much. We value it so much. The Buddha was able to know this body is going to go. This body is temporary. We always draw the analogy. This body is a lease apartment. The lease is going to expire when you die. No renewal option. You got to leave this body. Death is for sure. This is only a temporary location that you're residing in. You are a transient passenger on a bus. You got to get off. Does not matter where you are. You got to get off that bus. That bus is only temporary for you. Some people do a good job in that bus. Some people do a bad job in that bus, in that train. It depends on you. So, the impurities of the body, time is almost up, and this is some part of it. To beginners, I don't know, because I never practiced meditation. But to people who practice, they know. They got to remember all the components of it. Mindfulness of the body contains 4 components. In and out breath extends to the 4 postures, not just sitting, but standing, lying, walking. Extend to every behavior. And now, that's not enough. You're aware of all these, but you still have that sensual, sexual desire or greediness in you that you have to eliminate. What kind of approach you used to eliminate that? Impurities of the body. That's the approach. And in the Chinese language, we call it 不净观, the impurities of the body. And for beginners, you probably think that is nuts, because everybody sings like that. And why do I have exception? To put it boldly, people think that, look at all these movies. They think sex is good, There's a continuation of the human species. But the byproduct from attachment to it, it's terrible. Family problems come out of the attachment to that kind of thing. A lot of byproducts coming out from it. If you are pure, that's even better. It's just a husband and wife relationship. But more than that, there is bigamy. There's many, many relationships other than husband and wife. Many, many problems come out from it. Problems that linger on, not just to the 2 parties, to the younger generations. Disease, social problems. Gets the policeman very busy. You are the policeman, you should know about that, right? How much of it is involved in that part in your job? 100%. 100%, you see. This gentleman is a policeman. Here's a witness. 100% relates to attachment to that kind of greediness. So how do we eliminate that? Impurities. Well, before you ask question, let me finish it, and I'll entertain the questions later. Let me finish this one final point on the impurities of the body. If you find out that I can't imagine all the dirt inside of me, my liver, my intestine, my stomach, my fluid, my urine, I can't do it like that. All this dirt. There's another way you can contemplate on the impurities. The Buddha said, contemplate on the channel ground. It's spelled Charnel, channel ground. In ancient India, for the poor people, they don't have any funeral. They don't have any graveyard. And the poor, when they die, this is also out of compassion to animals. They leave the dead bodies in the wild so that all wild animals can eat them, serving the animals as food. We call it channel ground. So the Buddha said when you're meditating to contemplate on the impurities, you can contemplate on the channel grounds. Now, how do you do this? You imagine, you visualize I see a dead body. After 1, 2, or 3 days, it becomes swollen, blue and festering, being thrown into the channel ground. So that body is being thrown in there, nobody noticed it, and after a few days, it becomes blue and swollen. That's for a fact. And even this body of mine in the future, when it is dead, is very the same thing. If you're dead and if you're in that situation, if you get thrown, your dead body get thrown into the channel ground, after 1 or 2, 3 days, your body becomes blue and swollen and festering. It's the same. No exception. The dead body is now being eaten up by the crows or by hawks or by vultures or dogs now, or by different worms. Oh, it's terrible. The dead body is being eaten up by worms. Now, even this body of mine is the same thing when it is dead. Now, after a while, the dead body would be a skeleton, together with some flesh and blood and held in by the tendons. Become a skeleton, but you still have flesh and blood held in by the tendons. But then it would be a skeleton later without flesh, be smeared with blood. No more blood, no more flesh. And then a skeleton without flesh and blood. All the bones scattered in all directions. And this body, which you value, which you treasure, is the same thing. After a while, it's got rotten, it turns into dust. You're impermanent. You're not permanent. Death is there. Well, with that, some people say that if you're always thinking of death, you become very negative. You become very pessimistic. No. Because we think of death, because we think of impermanence, we become more positive. Why? The Buddha was contemplating death and he said to himself, how can I go beyond death? How do I find a way where I get enlightenment? I don't have to reincarnate in the ocean of life and death. How can I go beyond death? How can I find out more about life? Because knowing death and knowing impermanence, he explored into the spirituality of life. He get the method to get out of death. Without knowing death, how can you get out of death? It's just like, I don't want to know that I'm sick. Knowing that I'm sick, I become very negative. I become very pessimistic. I become downcast. I don't want to know about sickness. But you got that sickness. You got to know it. You got to diagnose it. You got to get a medicine to cure it. You can't just be a fool and I forget about it. I'm like an ostrich, burying my head into the sand. I don't see people who catch me, who kill me. I just bury my head into the sand. If I don't see them, they don't see me. You can't be like that. You are sick. You understand your sickness. You diagnose your sickness. You get your medicine. You understand death is coming. You know about death. Why were I born in the first place? Where would I go when I died? How I answer all these questions? Because knowing death, understanding death, I become more positive. I go beyond it. I don't have to be controlled by it. And Buddha found a way to get out of death. You still have to dial out this body, though. In other words, you still have to get out from this apartment that you lease, this body apartment. Why are you getting involved in this body apartment in the first place? Why do you lease this body apartment to live in? That's your own karma. You sign your own lease, man. Nobody forced you to sign it. You sign your own lease. Why do you sign it? You get involved with your own karma. You come back. You reincarnate. You sign it yourself. You can't get rid of it. And the Buddha said, don't sign another one. Don't sign it. Don't sign the lease for this apartment. Don't come back to the suffering. Don't come back to life and death. All these sufferings that you have, disappointment, fear, anxiety, depression, sickness, old age, death, sorrow, suffering arising from departure of beloved ones. You have beloved ones and they died. You are so grief-stricken. You suffered. You have job frustrations. You suffered. Your marriage is on the rock. Not martini on the rock. your marriage is broken, why do you have to suffer? Why do you go through all this suffering? Find out the sickness. The Buddha point out to you the sickness and let you find out. So, time is up. What do we get from here? Today we cover mindfulness, the 4 arousings of mindfulness. Let's recapitulate what I talked about, the 4 arousing of mindfulness. We just covered the first one, which relates to the body, the down-to-earth body, not yet the mind, the body. And in that we have 4 components. Mindfulness of in and out breath. Mindfulness extends to the 4 postures. Mindfulness in all behavior and speech extends to all behavior and speech. And mindfulness of the impurities of the body. And in mindfulness of the impurities of the body, you have 2 methods. You contemplate on the 32 impurities inside of the body, or you contemplate on the channel ground as if you're a dead body, which you will be a dead body, sooner or later. So last time we talked about the 4 arousings of mindfulnesses, and we've been spending quite a few lectures, quite a few weeks on the techniques of meditation, samatha vipassana. The 4 arousings of mindfulness all related to the samatha vipassana. You all know what samatha vipassana is by now. Mindfulness, that is one of the most important parts of the Buddha's teaching. Buddhism is the study of the mind. So you should know how important it is to understand your own mind. It is easier to understand your own mind by starting with the actual practice, by meditation. But meditation is not just sitting, not just crossing your leg. You should develop that to walking meditation, sitting, lying down, standing, wherever you go. So it's not just sitting and there you meditate. It involves a lot of other behaviors too. There was a meditation master, Yongjia Dasi in the Chinese language, meditation master Yongjia. And what he says is, walking is meditation, sitting is meditation, speaking, being silent, acting and non-acting. The real nature of the mind is residing in peace. The nature of the mind itself is in peace. So now let us continue with the 4 arousings of mindfulness. We have already covered the first mindfulness on the body. And I don't have to repeat it again. Mindfulness of the body. It includes 4 major parts to it. It includes mindfulness of your in and out breath. It includes mindfulness of not just in and out breath. It extends to the 4 postures: sitting, lying down, standing, and walking. The third aspect of it is you extend that to all behavior and all speeches in your daily life, full awareness in your daily life. And the 4th part of it is contemplate on the impurities of the body. The impurity of the body itself is broken into 2 parts. Contemplate on the 36 impurities of your own body, or contemplate on the channel ground. You know that all in detail already. We covered it last time. So let us start again. What is the second arousing of mindfulness? Mindfulness of your feeling, mindfulness of feeling, in the Chinese language is Guan shou. Guan shou 是苦嘛, Guan shou. Shou is perception of feeling. So mindfulness on the feelings. So what about mindfulness on the feeling? What do we mean by mindfulness on feeling? When you're meditating, for example, you start with the in and out breath. Anapanasati. You concentrate on your breath, and then suddenly a thought comes up. The thought of relaxation. I'm relaxing right now. This is relaxed. This is quiet and good. So that's a pleasant feeling. That's a pleasant feeling. Don't you say, oh, this pleasant feeling comes up. Now I'm talking on the mindfulness on feeling now, right? So we'll concentrate on the feeling. This is a pleasant feeling. I'm relaxed right now. Now today we're not relaxing too much because we have the manures, odor, coming at us. This is a farm. Outside there's a farm, and at this time of the year they put all kinds of fertilizers. I don't know if they're organic or inorganic, but we have to suffer from the pungent smell of the manures. So that's why we don't open the doors now. We open the back two doors. So you feel relaxed. Other than your in and out breath, you still have to watch your in and out breath. That's the basic. Then you feel, I'm relaxing. This is really good. Coming here on Saturday for a couple of hours, this is relaxing. And then you know, oh, this is a pleasant feeling. I shouldn't let my pleasant feeling carry me away. I should let go of it. The pleasant feeling comes up, it arises, it sustains, and then I know about it. I don't want to attach to it, this pleasant feeling. I let go of it. So this pleasant feeling disappears. So your mindfulness on this pleasant feeling. You think that is easy? No, it's not easy. Complete mindfulness is not easy. And then suddenly, you heard a crow cracking noise and you don't like it. Crack, 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 you don't like it. This is unpleasant. I don't like to hear it. That unpleasant feeling comes up. It arises. Oh, I don't want to be carried away. The crow is gone now. So that feeling is no more. You see it disappearing. Unpleasant feeling. And sometimes you're sitting in there, the feeling is neither pleasant nor unpleasant. So it is a neutral feeling. So you have pleasant feelings, unpleasant feeling, and neutral feeling. Do you want to be carried away by all that kind of perception? By all that kind of feelings? You don't want to be carried away by that. People get carried away by their own feelings, by their own emotions. When they feel good, they're happy. When they feel unpleasant, they feel sad, they don't like it. And if the sadness perpetuates, that leads to depression. And even neutral feeling is no good. You're not working there, you're neutral feeling. And there's two kinds of neutral feeling, In the Chinese language, you call it wuji. Neutral feeling, why wuji? Because it does not leave an indelible mark on causality. You're there, you're not doing bad things, you're not doing good things, it's neutral. It does not have a force to carry out the cause and effect. But there's two kinds of neutral feelings. The one, it won't obstruct your spiritual path, your development, your spiritual development. It doesn't obstruct that. The other one obstructs your spiritual path. Because if this neutral feeling sustains, you're wasting your time. So watch the neutral feeling too. Pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral feeling. You've got to watch them. So, you label your own thought with difference of feelings. You learn about them, you try to understand them, and you do not let them carry you away. And you know that people usually get carried away. When they have pleasant feelings, they're glad. When they have unpleasant feelings, they're sad. Their emotion fluctuates because they get carried away. They cling on to emotions. They get carried away. They are not in control of their own mind. They let their mind control them. Now, I'm using that word control with quotations. You don't control anything. Are you controlling your mind? Controlling means it's a subject and an object. You are here, you are controlling something there. There's no control. We don't have another word for it. Bare awareness. So make sure that you know what control is all about. You control nothing. It's spontaneous. All thoughts come out of attachment to the past, present, and future regarding what? Regarding your desire, ignorance, hatred. Desires originate from craving to materiality. Ignorance comes from what? Attachment to the ego. An erroneous view of the impermanence and causality nature of all things. You don't recognize the impermanence of things, the fleeting nature of things. So when you are contemplating on your feelings, the feeling come, sustain, disappear. It's changing all the time. So that you're always mindful of feelings, the effect is you realize the reality of impermanence, the reality of changeability. You know everything change, everything's impermanent. And then there's no attachment to them. It's because subconsciously you think everything is permanent, sustaining no change, that you want to attach to them. It's easy to talk about it though. It's easy to read a book on Buddhism and say, the Buddha said everything is impermanent, the Buddha said causality, everything is changing, and this is what the Buddha said. But then when you put down your book, you interact with people, you attach to permanence, you attach to egoism. It's easy to talk about it. It's difficult to practice it. An action is better than 1,000 words. It's practice. So, all our past, if they are pleasant, we hang on to them and like to crave for them again. We set up expectation and negation sometimes. We expect something that is good, and we try to negate something that is not good. If your past is unpleasant, you remember your suffering, you're never forgetful of people who inflict with you with that kind of suffering. You never let go, you never forgive. It always interact in your mind. But as you're always mindful, as time goes on, you broaden your mind. It's just like you're in a pond of stagnant water, and then all of a sudden, because of your broadening, because of meditation, because of the broadening, you open up all these rivulets and streams flowing into the sea, this ocean of awareness. And then you mix with the ocean, you're one with the ocean, and you have the vastness of the ocean is unlimited, and that is you. You're not the rivulet anymore, you're not the stagnant water anymore. The vastness of it. When you realize that, tranquility comes. So, hatred, ignorance, and desires are the three poisons of life. And we must know that the mind is the source of all our thoughts. The mind is not just producing pleasant and unpleasant, neither pleasant nor unpleasant feelings. The meditators, the more experienced meditators, would know that the mind produces all kinds of thoughts. Some are negative, like thoughts of greediness, anger, ignorance, depression, anxiety, fear, ego, malignance, injuries. You try to injure people. You try to bring harm to people. Sloth and fraudulent, pride and prejudices. All these are negative mental afflictions. The mind breeds them. The mind, they come from the mind. But some are positive though. The mind is not just the forerunner of evil doers. The mind is the forerunner of benevolent doers too. The mind do good and bad, not just bad and not just good, sometimes neutral. The negative thoughts, for example, the positive thoughts, for example, thoughts of generosity, compassion, diligence, responsibility, loyalty, faithfulness, equanimity, and so on. So it's positive and negative and neutral. So let us broaden our feelings to thoughts of the mind. Not just feelings, not just pleasant and neutral. Broaden that. We know that the mind is more than that. Now let's take a step further. Let's take a look at mindfulness on the mind. Now we just finished mindfulness on feelings. It's more restricted. It's more restricted. Not just the feeling. Broaden it up to mindfulness on the mind itself, on the consciousness. Talking about consciousness, what do we mean by consciousness? The mind is consciousness, right? How many kind of consciousnesses are there? The contemporary philosophers, thinkers, they always think that there is at least two, consciousness and subconsciousness. And they may bring one more. Underneath subconsciousness, there is another consciousness. That's just like the tip of the iceberg. The very crude consciousness is on the top, like the iceberg. And the very deep is underneath it. That is subconscious. And then they also classify superconscious. But then what did the Buddha say about consciousness? Consciousnesses. I think people here, you already have known, there's 8 consciousnesses. 8. In the Buddha's language, in the Chinese language, is 八识, the 8 consciousness. In the Sanskrit language, it's called Vijnana. So what is the first consciousness? Eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness. These are the 5 at the front end. Those are your senses. Those are the salesmen, right at the counter, right at your counter. The 5 consciousnesses. What's the 6th? The mano consciousness. What's the 7th? The manas consciousness. What's the 8th? The alaya consciousness. Not one of these 3. You know the 5. Those are easy. Those are the 5 senses. So what is this? What is this mano consciousness all about? The mano consciousness is the 6th consciousness. We call it the 6th consciousness. That's the clever guy. That's the general manager. That's the general manager in charge of the counter, of accounting, of receivable, of the factory, of inventory, you name it. He's the general manager. He's smart. He overlooks everything. He controls everything. This general manager is responsible for the rise and fall of the company. In other words, your 6th consciousness is responsible for the rise and fall of you as an individual. That general manager in you, the 6th consciousness, brings you down to hell. It also brings you to heaven. That general manager helps you become the Buddha. It also imprisons you within your egoistic prison, your egoistic cell. That's the bad guy. And sometimes it's the good guy. What's good and what is bad depends on your own standard. So that the 6th consciousness, and how about the 7th consciousness? The 7th consciousness. Do you know the 7th consciousness? The 7th consciousness is what the contemporary philosophers say, the id, ID, id. We call it the self, the ego. The general manager has no ego. It's the seventh consciousness that has ego. The general manager, when he sees a client coming, he smiles. When a bad guy comes, he knows that's a bad guy. He himself, he does not have any ego. He tailors it to everybody. But this seventh consciousness has the ego. He's the director. He influenced the general manager by his egoism. That is you. So you work with the ego inside of you. That's the seventh consciousness. What is the eighth consciousness? The eighth consciousness are the banking consciousness, the storage consciousness. If we can draw an analogy, that's not the right analogy, but for the sake of not having one, those are the shareholders. They put in all the capital. They take all the bankruptcy. They take all the liability. They take all the assets. This banking consciousness stores in your bad, good deeds or neutral deeds. Every thought originates from you, it stores in there, good or bad, debit or credit. It won't go away. You think you can get away with the bad deed? You think somebody abused you and they can get away? Causality would get them. Sooner or later. You think you hurt someone, you can get away? Causality would get you. Cause and effect. Cause and effect would get you. It comes spontaneously. So this is the consciousnesses. And this make up of your mind. Just to put it very simply, you know there is one school of thought in Buddhism, one school of philosophy in Buddhism, in the Mahayana Buddhism, and that school of thought, we call it the study of consciousness. In the Sanskrit language, it is called Vijnana Matrata. There's thousands of volumes of these books, and slowly they're being translated into English. I read some of the English versions, but they are very profound philosophy, the study of the mind. So if you're interested, try to dig into it. The study of the mind, the consciousness school. There are 8 schools of Buddhism, you know. This is one school, and it contains thousands of volumes. You can't finish reading them in your lifetime. Anyway, so much for touching on just the consciousness. This consciousness school needs about a few years to study. But I just summarize it for you for the sake of understanding your mind. Your mind is not just the word mind. It makes up of the 8 consciousnesses. And I have been, and I still continue to do that. I've been giving lectures recently in Chinese every Sunday, and we study in detail each consciousness. And just the first 5 consciousnesses, I spent about 30 hours on them. Just the first 30 hours explaining it, and there's not yet much detail. But anyway, let's get on to, right now we're not talking about the consciousness school of Buddhism, the Vijnana Matrata. We're talking about mindfulness, we're talking about meditation now, and we're talking about meditation on the mind. So, how do we contemplate on the mind? What do we mean by meditation on the mind? Watch every thought that arises from your mind. How do we do it? You're meditating, and suddenly a thought with greed arises. Then you know this is a thought from the mind with greed arises. You'll be aware of the thought of greed. I'm watching it now, it is sustaining. Now I don't want it to be carried away by it, by such thought, now it is gone. So the thoughts that arise are not just pleasant, unpleasant, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. They are thoughts with greediness, without greediness, with anger, without anger, with ignorance, without ignorance. Maybe a lazy, slothful thought, a thought of diligence, a thought of distraction, a thought of concentration, a thought of the past, present, and future, a spiritual thought, a temporal thought, an egoistic thought, and so on and so forth. You realize every thought of your mind arising, sustaining, and coming, going. You be aware of them. You think that is easy? We've been talking about this awareness all along. It's just from different angles. Awareness of the impurities of the body, awareness of the impermanence, awareness of causality. It's from different angle. When a Buddha taught his disciples, he taught from different angles, not just from one angle. For the beginners, we talk about in and out breath, but that's the basic. Without in and out breath, you can't practice meditation. If somebody told you, I meditate, but I don't know what's anapanasati, sorry, he hasn't learned any. Because the Buddha used this method that is written in the Anapana Sutra. The Buddha used mindfulness, and that was written in the Satipatthana Sutra. There is back up to it. We're not just blaying out from nothing. And why did people meditate on 念佛是谁? Who is chanting? Who is this guy chanting the Buddha name? That is not Tathagata meditation. That is meditation of the masters. The masters concoct all these ingredients of meditation and put it together in a nice menu. That's a shortcut. That is a legitimate shortcut because he accumulated many years of experiences and he knows that he wants to create a suspicion first. That 念佛是谁? That is not Tathagata meditation. That is the master's meditation. In the Chinese language, there's two kinds of meditation. The one belongs to what the Buddha said, which contains in sutras. The one belongs to what the Zen master said, which contain in commentaries and books about koans and books about Zen. For example, the Blue Clip records. For example, 景登录, 景德录. For example, all these others. There's translation for Blue Clip records, you know. Take a look if you, there is a translation by a Harvard professor from Chinese into English. I forgot his name, but Blue Cliff Records is a professor who specialized in both Sanskrit and Chinese. Anyway, so you continue to practice meditation, and you watch your mind and do not let your mind carry you away. You understand them, you know they're arising, sustaining, and disappearing. You are aware. So all discursive thoughts to you are just coming and going without affecting you. Can you meditate up to that point? Every thought comes, you realized it. You realize it sustains. You realize it disappeared. You watch them. Successfully watch them. That's enjoyable, you know. I don't know why you don't enjoy that. I always say in every lecture, watching your own mind is more enjoyable than watching a movie. Because why watch a movie? That movie is fictitious. Somebody else's script. Watch your own script. Watch your own mind. But people don't find fun in doing it. They want to watch movies, televisions. They don't want to watch your own mind. What for? Watching your own mind? You must be a nut watching your own mind. They don't know. They're ignorant. That's what Descartes, going about in the market, trying to look for people to debate. He said, I'm looking for people. People who know they're ignorant. Many people know they're not ignorant. They don't know of their own ignorance. They thought they know everything. Egoistic. Descartes were looking for people who know they were ignorant. Those were the real people. Those were the people that the Apollo god loved in the ancient Greek mythology or something like that. Did I get that term right? I don't know. So, you continue to practice meditation, then gradually you develop what? You know all your thoughts now. And of course, we dealt with the repetitiousness. You repeat that year after years and hours after hours. You spend a lot of time it's not a McDonald's of meditation. You go in there and 5 minutes you grab a hamburger and you go home and you take a bite on it. You want everything to be fast. Minute rice. 5 minutes is too long. You want 2 minutes to get a minute rice done. There's no such thing in meditation. You think you can come for one session of meditation and I know it all. Crossing your legs, putting your cushion right behind your spine and don't move. That's meditation. Sorry, you're wrong. You're putting up a show. You're not only cheating us, you're cheating yourself. I got people here who cheat everybody. I don't want to mention the name. They think they know all. After 1 to 2 sessions, I can practice it at home, just sitting in there. I know the 3 A's. As long as I know the 3 A's, I can practice at home. You required repetitiousness, persistence. You have to do it year after year and year after year. And one day, like the gold miners, investigating all these mineral claims for years. And one day they dig into it and they found gold. Not on the surface. Gold is right underneath. They found the gold on the surface and thought, that's it. We sent it to the lab and that's gold. But it's the gold on the crux. There's a lot more underneath it. Anyway, so as to develop more and more and more, so what's next? As to develop, you're getting happier and happier. When you're meditating, you're getting happier and happier. What is the objective of life, people say? And I would like to repeat that again. It's a very important concept. What is the objective of life? The objective of life? Fame, reputation, money, all these. The objective in life is looking for happiness. What is happiness? Different definitions. But one definition applies to all in happiness: peace of mind. When you don't have peace of mind, you don't have happiness. It does not matter. You can be buried with billions of dollars. You can have many, many capital assets. If you don't have peace of mind, if you always have to be on the go, on the road, you're fearful that somebody would kill you because of money you have, because of what you have done. You don't have peace of mind. It does not matter how much money you have. You can't buy peace of mind with money, you know. That peace of mind, that kind of happiness, you can achieve it in meditation, you know. Not just by one session, not just by 1 year. We have a lot of witnesses in here that they are extremely happy because they have this peace of mind. They don't attach to the past anymore. They are brand new. Their rivulet is already flow into the ocean, in the vastness of the ocean. They are one with the ocean. They are waiting to be enlightened. They are waiting to reveal the real wisdom. They are going through that spiritual path. They don't attach to material anymore. They don't attach to the pain and the suffering of the past anymore. They're a new person. Do you want to still attach to your past? If you want to, don't come next time. Don't pollute us, please. If you want to attach to memory, sufferings of the past, and you always do that, when the thought of the past comes up that abuse you again, do you want to continue this abusing? You immediately want to drop it out. Throw it away. Don't wait. It stinks, you know, like the manure this morning. Don't put it in your own house. When somebody throws in this manure garbage at you, throw it out. Don't wait. Don't let it sustain. Sweep it out. Now, if you don't do it that way, please don't bring your garbage into here. We don't want to see you next time. No garbage, please. All right, so what is this tranquility? As you develop and develop more and more and more, you're happier. In the Chinese language, you will develop Qing An. Qing An in the Cantonese language is Heng Ngon. What is this Qing An? What is this? Qing means very, very light. What is An? An is a kind of bliss, a kind of comfortable happiness. It's not happiness in the sense of sensuous or sexual satisfaction. It's not that sense. It's a happiness that is pure, that is peace, tranquility, equanimity. It's different from satisfaction. It's different from satisfaction of the senses. Satisfaction of the senses don't bring you happiness, you know. Ultimately, satisfaction on the senses bring you suffering. Your eyes, your nose, your tongue, your taste, your touch, you want to satisfy just your senses, you're not on the right track. You are satisfying the 5 robbers inside of you, the 5 thieves, who robbed you of your spirituality, who robbed you of your saintly expedition. Your own senses betray you most of the time. Your senses help you, but they also betray you. So, you gradually develop this tranquility, but this kind of happiness is temporal happiness, you know. It is still not enlightenment. This is not nirvana. But it's already a temporal, this mundane, this worldly happiness. Isn't that what you're looking for in this world? Worldly happiness. Of course, it's a supramundane happiness. We call it enlightenment. But let's carry on. You are aware of every thought. You practice. But there's one very important concept that you have to know. When a thought arises, sustain it and go, you must differentiate what kind of thought that is. In other words, you must have your morality standard. Your mind is supported by the foundation, must be supported by the foundations of morality. This is extremely important. Everyone since childhood has learned and accepted certain values of life or morality of life. Unless you are born in a family that does not teach you any values and you form your own values. That's why everybody's value is a little different. Each has different morality standard. This standard is influenced and imparted to you by directly or indirectly by your family, by school, by society, by your jobs, by how you were being brought up. But a meditator must guide all his thoughts, action, and speech with the right morality standard. That's why in Buddhist teaching, there is one very important school in the Buddhist teaching. That is the Vinaya, the Pratimoksha, that in the Sanskrit language. In the modern English language, it's morality, precepts, disciplines. If you don't know what morality is, when something is really wrong and you think that is right because of your morality standard, you're not on the right track. On the one hand, you're practicing meditation, trying to attain that purity of awareness, purity of karma. On the other hand, you're doing sexual misconduct. You're drug trafficking. You're killing animals. You're hunting. You're doing all kinds of killing, lying, slandering, labeling, hurting other people, and you name it. You do all this kind of bad deeds. You don't have a morality foundation to support your wisdom and your meditation. When you don't have that foundation, you collapse. That means you are still aware, but you're not being supported by this morality. Your meditation would sharpen your awareness. You become more intelligent. but you direct your intelligence to do the wrong thing, that would bring you bad karma. That may even bring you down to hell. Bad causality. So you've got to watch. Every thought, every action, every behavior must be supported by morality. In other words, to put very, very simply, for beginners, you haven't studied that before, you've got to be a good guy. I can't see a bad guy practicing meditation and be successful. Stealing, when you're reading the Buddha's book, a book, is a wonderful thing to give up stealing. Sexual misconduct is a wonderful thing to give up sexual misconduct. But after you put down the book, you do all kinds of sexual misconduct. You fool around. When you put down that book, you fool around. You're doing bad things behind the curtains. You're betraying yourself. Every thought must be supported by morality. You are a Buddhist, but you are a shrewd businessman. You try to cheat people. You're doing import-exports. You're signing all this contract. You don't live up to your contract. You put all these loopholes in there. You're trying to cheat people. Are you a real Buddhist? Did you know the morality? You're a Buddhist practicing compassion to all living things, but you're hunting. You're hunting for pleasures. You're wearing the mink. They killed hundreds of minks to set up the mink-coat business. You're killing seal. You're killing animals for food. You're eating lobsters, live fish. You name them. You're killing animals for food. Buddhists don't kill animals for food. We are all vegetarian, you know. How can you practice the Buddha's compassion at the same time you're killing animals? You know how they killed cows, hogs, chickens? Have you been to chicken farms? Chickens are the most abused domestic animals on earth. They kill them by machines. Turkeys, Easter is coming, or has it already passed? How they kill? I saw photographs of them, of the farmers killing turkeys by iron rods. Why? Because some of these turkeys got sick, and they killed them alive so that the sickness won't spread to all the others. In their mind, in their level of morality, they think, I'm doing a great job in here. All these turkeys, they're running for life, and this farmer is holding this iron rod and is trying to kill them alive. And in the farmer's mind, he said, I'm doing a great job. I'm not spreading the disease to other turkeys. So I've seen in that photos, in that video, maybe 15, 16 turkeys running for life inside an enclosed area, and a few farmers using iron rods to use the vulgar language to beat the hell out of them. They're all dead until they're all dead. So, every action, every speech must be supported by morality. So there's a lot more to learn. So tranquility. So let's go back to the effect of meditation after practicing for a certain time period. You achieve tranquility. What is tranquility? I still have about 10 minutes to go. So I better finish what I intend to finish today. And what is this tranquility? It is a mental state of quietude which comes and goes. It's quiet. And entering into quietude is a sign of one's progress. But the danger lies in mistaking it for samadhi. You are in quietude, you are in tranquility. Oh, I got samadhi. You know what samadhi is? Samadhi, what is samadhi? In the Chinese language is samadhi. Samadhi is a Sanskrit word. It means establish and make firm. It is pure awareness of the mind through gradual calming of mental activity. It is a non-dualistic state of consciousness. What do I mean by non-dualistic state? Because usually consciousness is subject and object. Non-dualistic means there's no subject and object. Elimination of subject and object. It is a non-dualistic state of consciousness in which the consciousness of the experiencing subject becomes one with the experienced object. In other words, there is no experiencing subject, no object being experienced. This state of consciousness is often referred to as one-pointedness of mind. But then, that's not a good word. This expression is misleading. Because this expression calls up the dualistic concept. One-pointedness of mind calls up, I'm here, I'm concentrating something there. So you still have a dualistic concept. The image of concentration on one point on which the mind is directed. However, samadhi is neither a straining concentration on one point, nor is it making the mind directed from here, a subject, to there, an object. You understand? No subject, no object. The ability to attain this state of samadhi is a precondition for absorption. So in other words, if you really attain this samadhi, you are in meditation, no thought coming up, no experiencing subject, no object being experienced, non-dualistic. You are in this pure awareness. Just be aware. It's more than just no thought. No thought arising, yes. Do you have this pure awareness? Yes, you have this pure awareness. Is this pure awareness non-dualistic? There's no love and hatred, no long and short, no tall and short, no good and bad, no non-dualistic conception. And then if you are at that stage, then that is a precondition for further development, for what we call absorption. Absorption, that's the common English language. But in the Sanskrit language, it's called dhyana. Dhyana, D-Y-D-H-Y-A-N-A. Remember, we live in our universe comprises of three realms: Kamadhatu, Rupadhatu, and Arupadhatu. You remember? I'm sure most people remember. Kamadhatu, Rupadhatu, and Arupadhatu. We are living in the Kamadhatu, where sentient beings are dominated by 5 desires, dominated by sex, food, sleep, wealth, and fame. If you're not being dominated by those 5, you won't be in here. You won't be in the Dhammadhatu. You will be in the Rupadhatu and the Arupadhatu. The people who haven't been here, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Before you study Buddhism, you have to know your positioning. Where do you come from? Why are you here? Where were you born? How come you get born in here? Where are you going from here? You got to know your positioning. You know your positioning. Where are you now? You're in Dhammadhatu, Kamadhatu. And there are other sentient beings in Rupadhatu who are much superior than you and me. And there are also living beings in Arupadhatu who are even more superior than the beings in Rupadhatu. All that you have to learn. I spent hours and hours explaining that. If this is your first time, you got to catch up on that. So, if we practice meditation, we will have tranquility, a peace of mind, then we further our development, then what do we get? Well, if you continue and suppress the 5 hindrances, then you will acquire Kamadhatu Samadhi. One of the 5 hindrances, I'll cover that in the next session, but I just mentioned a few words. These are sensuality, anger, sloth and torpor, agitation and worry, and doubt. So if you suppress these 5 hindrances, then you achieve the Kamadhatu Samadhi. And there are many levels of Samadhi. The highest level of Samadhi in Kamadhatu is the Samadhi proximate to the first dhyana, the first absorption. If you achieve that Samadhi, that means you are neighboring on, you're almost close to the first dhyana of Rupadhatu. I'm sure people here understand what I'm talking about. Some people understand. So in the Kamadhatu, the highest level of samadhi, the highest level of Zen, the highest level of Chan, the highest level of this concentration is samadhi proximate on the first dhyana. If you're at that level, that is 5 feelings, special feelings. Because why? Your body cells start to change. Your body cells should not be the body cells of Kama Dhatu. It should be body cells of the Rupa Dhatu. But all these 5 feelings, I'm going to talk about next time. There's so much meditation. You have been repetitiously doing all this. You should feel that all of a sudden, oh, there's so much in it. There's still a lot more to explore. Not just sitting like that. There's a whole philosophy. The profundity of meditation is unlimited. Because after all, it's not words. It's not language. It's the mind. The real mind goes beyond the barrier of language. Language does not apply anymore. Books, videotapes, concepts, perceptions, all these things, they don't matter anymore when it comes to samadhi. When you have tranquility, you're not yet there though. So in the Kama Dhatu, we can achieve Kama Dhatu samadhi. In the Chinese language, we call it Yu Jie Ding. So I'm running out of time now. I can only finish 1/2 of what I want to say. What did I talk about this morning? I talked about the second mindfulness, mindfulness on the mind. The mindfulness on feelings, mindfulness on the mind itself, and mindfulness on the mind. We talk about consciousness, the 5 consciousnesses, and where do you go from this mindfulness? As you practice repetitiously, you continue to drill that well. There's got to be oil there. Don't drill for 30 feet and you stop. 40 feet, 50 feet, 60, 70, 80. You drill until you get the oil. Don't give it up. Don't abandon it. It would take people 20 years, 30 years. It takes people just more than 1 lifetime. It takes people a few lifetimes. But if you have practiced it in your previous lives, it could take you just 1 lifetime. We've gone through that, the time period. So, if you practice on and on and on, you'll be totally aware, non-dualistically aware, eliminating the experiencing subject and the experience object. You are in that pure awareness, that pure delight, that vastness of the ocean mind. Then you achieve samadhi. When you are at that samadhi, and you develop further and further, then you go to another higher level of samadhi, still within the Kama Dhatu, that is the samadhi approximating on the first dhyana, the first absorption. Then you have special effects will come out. What are the special effects? We'll talk about it next time. There's 5 very special effects would come out. How many people are approximating on that level of samadhi? When you are at that level of samadhi, you are overqualified to be in this world. You should be in another world. That's the Rupa Dhatu world. Not here anymore. After this body apartment is gone, after you die out this body, you go to another world. So we're looking for that samadhi. But in that samadhi, if you really are in that samadhi, you're not looking for anything. If you are looking for anything, you are still living in a dualistic concept, because that is the person who is looking, and that is an object to be looked for. You're contradicting yourself. In meditation, are you looking for something? Are you acquiring something? If you ask me, Reverend, what would I get from here? I've been meditating for a few years. And what actually are we looking for? I said, shut up. You're still not at it. You're still looking for something. There's nothing to be obtained. There's nothing to be obtained. There's no one practicing it, no technique, nothing to be obtained. If you're looking for it, you're not on the right track. On the one hand, you say, I'm already at samadhi. On the other hand, you say, I'm still looking for it. So much for now. And next time we'll talk more about meditation. And the fruits of meditation, although we don't want to take this minute rice approach. There's no such thing as minute rice approach. You're not going into a McDonald's and trying to grab a hamburger and you're on the run. No such thing. But you realize the effect as you gradually develop. In other words, you know that you have that tranquility in you. I'm a beginner, but after coming here for a few sessions, at least I feel more peaceful. At least I can let go of my miserable past. At least I'm not suffering from depression anymore. I'm going to throw that out. No more garbage in me. I don't want to continue that kind of suffering. Every thought you bring in about the past is a thought of suffering. Don't blame anybody. You yourself, you bring in your own thought. Not your abuser, you. The four arousings of mindfulness are extremely important. So these four arousings are mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of feelings, or you can say mindfulness of perception, which is the same. So mindfulness of number one, mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of feelings, mindfulness of consciousness, and mindfulness of mental objects. So what is consciousness? What is this consciousness that we're talking about? The consciousness is our mind. There is a school of philosophy in Buddhism, we call it the Yogacara school. Yogacara school of Buddhism analyzes consciousness and classifies it into 8 categories, 8 consciousnesses. People here who've been here for a while, you know about it, but let's just review it. It's good to review it again. So, what are these 8 categories of consciousnesses? Very important. The I consciousness, which interacts with forms or matters. Anything that has form, the I interact with them. The I consciousness, the ear consciousness, which interact with sound. The nose consciousness, which interact with odor. The tongue consciousness, which interact with taste. The body consciousness, which interact with touch. The mind consciousness, which interact with all mental objects. So these 6 consciousnesses arise from the 6 organs, and we have 8 consciousnesses, but I've just mentioned 6. Now these 6 consciousnesses, you must pay attention to them. Those are your 6 organs. The 6 organs are the roots upon which consciousness is created from it when the objects exist. So this 6 consciousness arises from the 6 organs. And are those 6 organs important? Of course. If you don't have these 6 organs, you don't have the consciousness arising. These 6 consciousnesses The 6 organs are responsible for a lot of things. If we can use an example, if your whole body, if your body and mind, your whole body, if we can give an example as your body is a company. So these 6 consciousnesses, the 6 organs, are the salesmen at the front end. They're responsible for all the transactions of the company. So if you work for a company, you know that. Those are the salesmen. They make trouble sometimes. Sometimes they do good deeds. Your 6 organs, sometimes they do good deeds. Sometimes they do bad deeds. Sometimes they do neutral deeds. And most of the time they do bad deeds and you don't know about it. They do bad deeds and you don't even know about it. The meditation is to identify this salesman for you, your body company. Identify this salesman for you so that you know who they are. Some people don't even know who they are. For example, some people got the eye consciousness directed to many, many sensuous things. They're attached to sound, attached to anything that is beautiful, attract to many, many things, because the 6 organs are responsible for many of the bad things that you have done. So what is the 7 consciousness? We already have mentioned 6, but what's the 7? The 7 is what we call the manas consciousness, which is our ego consciousness. That's your ego, your attachment to you, your individual identity. You recognize that as you, yourself, your ego. That's the 7 consciousness. And the 8th consciousness is the alaya consciousness, which is your storing consciousness. It's just like the memory chip in your computer. That consciousness store up everything that you have done, every thought that you have, every speech. It gets stored in your memory. It won't go away. So if you've done something wrong, you can get away with it. No, it's registered in the memory. You have done something good, you're very helpful, you're very compassionate, and you think nobody would remember it? No, it gets stored in there. It won't go away. So these are the consciousness, to put it very briefly, the 8 consciousness, these are the 8 consciousnesses that you have to watch out. Your ego consciousness get you into great big trouble too, because of this ego. But here we're not analyzing consciousness in detail. The Yogacara school, Yogacara, Y-O-G-A, Yogacara, C-A-R-A, the Yogacara school of Buddhism explains it in great detail. Thousands and volumes of books written it in detail. You can always check it out later. The 8 consciousnesses are responsible for all the deeds that we have done. Good deeds, bad deeds, neutral deeds. Deeds create karma. And it is because of karma that we have been reincarnating in samsara, life and death. Why did you come here? Why you were born as such? Why you were born in your family? And how come we are all different? How come some people are more healthy? Some people are less healthy. Some people look good. Some people look ugly. Some handsome, some not as handsome. Some beautiful, some ugly. Why? Why is all these differences in this world? It's because of your own karma. You have a past life, you have a present, you have a future, and you work out all this karma by yourself. These 8 consciousnesses help you to achieve all these things. Why are you suffering? You have built up your karma. That contributes to the suffering. So karma is a very important concept that I'm not going to reiterate and get into great detail, which I already have done in past lectures. So for those who don't know what karma is all about, you can check it up and read on it, on karma. That's a very important concept. That explains a lot. If you want to question yourself, how come I get born in here? How come I go through all these experiences? And how come my husband didn't treat me well? And how come my son go away? Or how come my daughter treat me like that? It's all karma. All your relatives, all your friends, you were all related in your past lives. Some come back to get you, to get even with you. Some come back to repay you. Some come back to get you into trouble. because you get them into trouble in your last life. And all these, the Buddha's eyes can see. The Bodhisattva's eyes can see all these because if they have supernatural power, they know the past, all the past deeds, hundreds and hundreds of years before. We don't know. Because we have been reborn, we're subject to rebirth and reincarnation. So all these we explain. We have rebirth. I already spent about an hour, 3 months to go on rebirth and empirical evidences to support rebirth and reincarnations, transmigrations. You should know about that. So let's get back to the effect of meditation. After practicing for a certain time period, you practice, what do you practice? You practice anapanasati. We know anapanasati. You practice according to Anapana Sutra, you begin with your breath. You watch your breath. You have an object of concentration first. Why do we do meditation? Now that we all explain. The objectives of meditation, we all explain to you. The technique we use is anapanasati. There's so many techniques in meditation. Is one technique too junior than the other? Is one technique too simplified than the other? The technique that is the most appropriate for you is the best technique. There's no such thing as the best technique. Depends on how you tailor to your own behavior, you tailor to your own wants. So anapanasati, in and out breath, seems to be the most common and very effective. So we've been using that. There's an Anapanasati Sutra, and we already have covered it in detail too. So you should read about it. Mindfulness on the in and out breath. So you also practice according to Satipatthana Sutra. Satipatthana Sutra on samatha and vipassana. That you also have to know. What is samatha? What is vipassana? In the Chinese language, we call it samatha is 止, vipassana is guan, 止观. Or you can, in the common English language, samatha is concentration and vipassana is insight. And you go a step further. So all these we explain, and you need to know about it. Now, if you are able to suppress the 5 hindrances in mindfulness, then you go up a little higher level. Now, in this session, what we cover is something a little bit more advanced. You need to know, like in education, you go to kindergarten, you go to grade 1, grade 2, until you go to grade 12, and you get to university, where, first year, second year, third year. Is there any such levels of education similar to the universal education that we have in meditation? Yes, there's levels of it. There's different levels of meditation. So hopefully today, before the bell rings today, we've finished up all these different levels, because I want to talk about these different levels only very briefly now, so that you know there is a lot more. Or this repetitious process of sitting and meditating, you think that's it? No, there's a lot more to it. You open that door of meditation, you're just watching at it, you got to go in. When you go in more and more, you find out more and more treasure, the treasure of meditation. And then at the very end, you get enlightenment, nirvana. And when you get into more and more, you become happier and happier. You know more about life. You know more about the spirituality of life. You discard materialistic life, which doesn't bring you happiness. Wealth, reputation, fame. You get more greedy and more jealousy, more anxiety, more disappointment. You discard that and go to the spirituality of it. We already have arrived at a consensus, not just Buddha. All the philosophers of the world, they already have arrived at a consensus that happiness can only be obtained from spirituality, not from material. Because it does not matter how much money you have. You won't feel happy. It does not matter how much reputation you have. If you don't have that peace of mind, you don't feel happy. Peace of mind. That peace of mind is extremely important. This morning, I hope you have that half-an-hour peace of mind in meditation. It's not easy. People don't have peace of mind, not even for 5 minutes. All because of the mind. Everything springs from the mind. Watch your mind. Okay, let's continue. We said if you're able to suppress the 5 hindrances to mindfulness, what are these 5 hindrances that you should know? The first one is sensuality, anger, sloth and torpor, agitation and worry, and doubt. These are the 5 hindrances. Sensuality in the Chinese language, for those who understand the Chinese language, is 贪欲. Anger is 嗔恚. Sloth and torpor is 昏沉. Agitation and worry, 掉举, and doubt, 疑惑. So these are the 5 hindrances that would hinder you from having good meditation. Can you overcome these 5? So to put it briefly, you contemplate how do you overcome the hindrance of sensuality? Sensuality includes so many things. It includes your sexual drive, your greediness, and all that. Now, how do you overcome that? You overcome that by vipassana, contemplation on impurity, repulsiveness of the body, then on purity, you contemplate on impermanence, contemplate on suffering and emptiness. Emptiness meaning non-self. Now, all these we explain. For those who have been here for quite a while, you know what do I mean by impurities. You know what I mean by impermanence. You know what I mean by suffering and emptiness. Now, these are the basic concepts that we know. We all know that everything is impermanent. If you find anything that is eternally exists in this world, you let me know. I'd like to know. Did you find anything that permanently exists in this world? If you can find that, you let me know. So, you meditate on impurity. Impurity, everybody knows about impurity. Impurity used to be an abstract concept. Because we see everything is so clean. How come there's impurity? The floor is clean. But how about impurity of the mind? Now it's getting to the point that it's not just impurity of what you can see. Look at the environmental pollution. It's getting worse and worse. Not just impurity of the mind now. It's so crude and so appearing to the eyes that everything is polluted, even in your food. Now people go organic. 10 years ago, I haven't heard of organic food. People use fertilizers, medicines. They used to say, Chinese herbs used to say they use herbs for medicines. You can't trust herbs anymore because now they grow them in greenhouse and they fertilize them and they pesticide them. And it used to be the herbal doctor go up to the mountain to pick those herbs naturally from mountains. And now they don't go up to the mountains to pick herbs anymore. They grow them in greenhouse. When you grow them in greenhouse, they use pesticide, they use fertilizers. They're not having the same nature anymore. So all these things, impurities. But anyway, to overcome sensuality. So how do you overcome anger? Now we're talking about the 5 hindrances now. Generally, we can't get into the details because I want to cover all the different levels for now. So the next time we can go through mindfulness of mental objects. So how do you overcome anger? Because in the 5 hindrances we have sensuality, we have anger. How do we overcome anger? To overcome anger, you must be mindful on the arising and sustaining and subsiding of every thought of anger. You refuse to be carried away by the anger, and you liberate your anger through thoughts of compassion. To put it very simply, of course we can deal with it in one session about how to deal with anger. You deal with anger in detail, but generally, when a thought of anger comes up, you watched it. You watch it as if you are a third person. It comes up, you sustain it, disappeared, and then you dilute it with compassion, to put it very simply. Now, how do you overcome the third hindrance, sloth and torpor? S-L-O-T-H, sloth, for those who take notes. Torpor is T-O-R-P-O-R, torpor. Now, what is sloth? Sloth is laziness and sluggishness. It relates more to the body. You don't want to work. You don't want to labor your body. You don't want to kneel down. You don't want to prostrate. You don't want to, just simply, you're lazy, sloth. Torpor relates to the mind. It's dullness of the mind. How do you deal with that in meditation? Your mind gets dull. You don't want meditation. You want to watch television. You want to go for movies. You just don't want to do meditation. How do you overcome that? So you practice meditation with persistence, with confidence and diligence. You're not bored by the repetitiousness of meditation. You never give up, and you continue to meditate until you get the result. This persistency, you persist in doing it. You repeat and repeat until you get it all done. That's very important, this repetitiousness. And people don't have the patience. They always go by the hamburger, the minute rice approach of meditation. They want to get the effect right away. One day of meditation, they thought they can get it. It takes years. It's just like I give an example of drilling an oil, or for oil. You drill 10 feet down, you don't get it, 15, 20 feet, 40 feet, 60 feet. And then before you get it, you give up because you were spending years into the drilling. You couldn't get it and you thought there was no oil in it. But if you can continue, keep on going, one day you will get it. But not many people have the patience. They don't have the patience of doing it. So to overcome that, you really have to try and to be diligent, never give up, repeat it and repeat it until you get it. Now then, how do you overcome the agitation and worry? The fourth hindrance. You agitate. What is agitation? Agitation is inner turbulence. Agitation, you don't feel happy one day and you don't want to meditate. Somebody says something that infuriates you and you don't have a mind for meditation. You have an argument with your husband or you have an argument with your wife and your daughters don't behave well, your wife don't behave well and you don't feel happy about it. Internally you have this turbulence that you can't calm down, and because of that it affects your meditation. You can't do your meditation. Now that's agitation. Or in your work site, your boss gave you something really pressurize you, or your colleagues pressurize you. You don't feel happy about it. You go home, you don't want to meditate. You don't have mind for meditation. You think you can only meditate when you're happy. When you're unhappy, you don't want to meditate. So that agitation, inner turbulence in you, always work against you. Remember, all these hindrances are maras. What are maras? M-A-R-A. Maras are those devils that stop you from being good. They don't want you to be good. You have to fight with them. Just like the sickness. The sickness in your body, the germs in your body, all the germs come back again. You got to subdue those germs. You can stand up again. You have to fight. You don't give up. Meditation is like that. You know how the Buddha fought when he was trying to get into nirvana? He fought with maras under the Bodhi tree. He had a lot of obstacles. But finally he won. He got nirvana because of his persistencies, because he never gave up. Billions of people gave up. It's a pity that some people almost get to the well and they give up. Another 1 foot down, that's the well. And they give up. They go through another reincarnation again. So that's agitation. So what is worry? Worry arises in the form of remorse for ill done and for good undone. For example, what do you mean by remorse for ill done and good undone? You have done something bad. You feel remorseful about it. You feel bad about it. You regret about it. You don't feel happy about it. That stops you from meditation also. You feel remorse because you've done something wrong. You didn't learn to just let go of it and start meditation. Or you have something that you should have done which is good and you haven't done it. You feel regrettable about it. You feel remorse about it, and that stops you from meditation. It shouldn't stop you from meditation. So that's the worry that you have. So you overcome your agitation by being mindful of the object of meditation, the object of agitation, and let go of the agitation. You overcome your worry by being mindful of the object of worry. What worries you? And do not get carried away by it. You just watch them without getting involved with them. You act as if you are a third party stepping back from agitation and worry. Now, how do you overcome the last hindrance, doubt, when you're doubtful of it? I don't know if it works in this meditation. I've been meditating for quite a while. I don't know if it works. Maybe I should change another guru. Maybe I should read another book. Maybe I should go into another temple. Maybe but what the Buddha's teaching is not right. Maybe let's go for something else. You're always doubtful. Does not matter who gave you the teaching. You're always doubtful about it. There's doubt. Now, how do you overcome doubt? Learn and understand the Buddha's teaching from authentic sources and associate yourself with only the sympathetic and helpful companionship. And open your mind. If you already have that bigotry and obstinacy in you about certain view, you're like a cup filled to the top with your own water. You need to empty your cup so that you can get other clean, pure water in. Open your door. Don't close the door. This is what I learned, and that's it. I won't change it. You're being obstinate about it. This is what the Theravada school said, and I want to follow it, no change. This is what the Mahayana said, I want to follow, and no change. Open your mind. Of course, when you open your mind, fleas will come in. Bees, flies, black flies will come in. You have to learn to identify them. There's a danger of opening your door too. You've got to watch them. So you have to use your wisdom. Prajna. Remember Prajna Paramitta? Prajna Paramitta. Prajna, the wisdom. Prajna is the mother of all Buddhas. Wisdom. If you don't have that wisdom, you'll lead yourself astray. So these are the 5 hindrances that you should know. And I mentioned them very briefly, and you should know about them, learn how to overcome them, understand their nature, and as time goes on, these hindrances are no more hindrances. So, what happens if you continue to meditate? If you continue to meditate, then you will get tranquility, peace of mind. What is this? What is this tranquility? This is a mental state of quietude which comes and goes. Sometimes you have the tranquility, the peace of mind, sometimes you don't. When you don't have that peace of mind, don't just blame yourself. I don't have that peace of mind. It's bad meditation. Or when after you meditated, you have that peace of mind, you feel overwhelmed by it. You don't need to be overwhelmed by it. Don't attach to it. It comes and goes, it comes and goes. So this is a mental state of quietude which comes and goes. Entering into quietude is a sign of one's progress. But the danger lies in mistaking it for samadhi. What is samadhi? You get that tranquility and you say, I got samadhi now. In the Chinese language, it's samadhi. Samadhi is a Sanskrit word. It means establish and make firm. It is pure awareness of the mind through gradual calming of mental activity. And this tranquility should come from a non-dualistic state of consciousness. You know what I mean by non-dualistic state of consciousness? A dualistic state of consciousness means I am the subject and that's the object. I am the controller and that's the object being controlled. You always have the object and the subject. You always have the experiencing subject and the object being experienced. You should get away from the non-dualistic state. No subject, no object. There's no meditator. There's no anapanasati. There's no in and out breath. No suffering. No ear, no eyes, no taste, no touch. You understand what I mean in Hridaya Sutra? We're talking about suffering, and you're talking about no suffering again. Are you contradicting yourself? Only for people who don't know, you think we're contradicting ourselves. There's no practitioner of meditation. There's no me, no I. There's no ego. You think you have an ego, but there's no ego. But that needs time to explain. Anyway, so don't mistake your tranquility for samadhi. It may be samadhi, it may not be. So if you get samadhi, it should be non-dualistic. It should be that peace of mind that has no attachment. Oh, I'm meditating now and I want that peace of mind. Come on, how come I don't have that peace of mind? You fail. You want something. There's nothing to be obtained. You want to obtain something, you're not at it. Because when it comes, it comes. When it goes, it goes. You don't try to obtain anything. Where am I going from here? That monk tell me that I got joy. I don't have any. I said, you're on the wrong track. There's nothing to be obtained. There's nothing to be obtained, and you obtain something in there. But there's nothing to be obtained. But you really obtain something. So the kind of samadhi that you get in samadhi, in Kammadhatu, is called Kammadhatu Samadhi. When you get this tranquility, non-dualistic tranquility, that peace of mind, when you really get that, what is that? That is called the Kammadhatu Samadhi. What is Kammadhatu? You know. Many people here know. Kammadhatu is this world of desire. In this world of desire, this is the samadhi relating to this world of desire. But this is only samadhi for Kammadhatu. Remember, there is the Rupadhatu and the Arupadhatu. This is a very high level of tranquility, of quietude. Kammadhatu Samadhi. In the Chinese language, we call it Yu Jie Ding. When you are in Kammadhatu Samadhi, you have the wonderful feeling during a meditation of being light and joyful. When you meditate and you feel, I'm extremely light. It seems to be that I'm flying in space. I'm extremely joyful. And that kind of joy is not like happiness. It's beyond description. You can't describe it. It's not just happiness. It's more spiritual. But you still feel you have existence during meditation. But you have that light, and you feel light and joyful. Now that is Kammadhatu Samadhi. Yu Jie Ding. As you practice further using the same techniques as mentioned before earlier, Anapanasati, Samatha, and Vipassana, Guan, Shuxi Guan, all these, then gradually you have the feeling that you're meditating. You have this, after you have this lightness, being very light, it seems that you're flying like a bird. You don't want that though. It just come and go. You don't say, I meditate and I want to fly like a bird. Something is wrong with you because you want something. You don't need it. It comes when it comes. It goes, it goes. Being very joyful. And then after that, the experienced meditator would say, your next feeling is, you don't feel you have a body and mind anymore. Your body and mind does not exist. You feel like you are space. You feel like you are one with space. What is space? You can't see anything in space. You feel that you are one with space. You feel that you are extremely light and extremely joyful. Now, what is this called? This is called samadhi approximating the first absorption, or the samadhi approximating the first dhyana, or in the Pali language, the samadhi approximating the first jhana. You know Pali, so you know what I'm talking about. So jhana is J-H-A-N-A, and that's Pali, and in the Sanskrit language is dhyana, D-H-Y-A-N-A. So, in the Kamadhatu, the highest level is the samadhi, which is higher than the Kamadhatu samadhi now. The samadhi approximating on the first dhyana. That means the first dhyana is not in Kamadhatu, no, it's Rupadhatu. It's another world, another world. So that samadhi approximating, neighboring on, being the neighbor, living next to it, that is the highest level in Kamadhatu. And in the Chinese language we call it 味道地定, 或者是味道定. That's the highest level in Kamadhatu. 这个是欲界定里面最高的定，这还是味道地定. So that's, now you know. As I said in this session, let's see if we have any more time to cover it. But anyway, let's do it faster. So that's the first absorption, the Kamadhatu. Then you practice further. Earlier you feel that you are a void of space. Now your body and mind existence come back, and you know who you are and where you are. Remember when you have this samadhi approximating on the first absorption, you don't seem to have a body and mind. But then it comes back again. Sometimes you feel, I'm here. It comes back again. It comes back. Now your body and mind comes back, and you know who you are and where you are. But the lightness and joy meditation continues and become more and more intense and subtle than before. This joy is improving. Your concentration deepens and you enter into the first dhyana now. Here you are at the first dhyana level. That means that's Rupadhatu level. You're out from the world of desires. That's the first level. You go from kindergarten to grade 1, if we call it grade 1. Not many people go to grade 1, So that's the first dhyana. If you are here, your meditation have 5 characteristics. How do I know I get there? But usually you have 5 characteristics when you get there. Investigation, analysis, joy, bliss, one-pointedness of mind. You have these 5 characteristics. What is investigation? Investigation is to find out. Now investigation also happens in the Kamadhatu samadhi. Investigation is to find out how to meditate, how to do it. Analysis is when you find out all the information about it, you analyze it. There's investigation, analysis. And then as you go on, you got this joy, and the joy develops into bliss, B-L-I-S-S, which is beyond description. This is a spiritual joy. We call it bliss. And then you have this one-pointedness of mind. It becomes so concentrated. And in the Chinese language, we call it 顺世喜乐心一性境. 那个 five characteristics, that is 初禅的境界，就有这5种境界，那你就知道你是在初禅了。那 if you are there, you also have 5 unique sensations. If you are in the first dhyana level, what are these? Not 5, 8 sensations. You've got to know these 8 sensations. You have these sensations, you're at first dhyana. Moving, itching, buoyance, heaviness, coldness, heat, roughness, and smoothness. There's 8 sensations. I can't go into details now, but just to give you an example. If you're meditating and all of a sudden you find that every cell of your body is moving. First, you may find that, I'll give you an example. You may find that your jaw, your jawbone, your teeth have a lot of vibration in it. The teeth set here, you don't feel the vibration of your teeth. It's like a vibrating fog. It's a fog in a science, in physics. When you study physics, that's vibrating fog. When you use the fog to hit against the table, it like vibrates. And you can't see the frequency of it. Actually, if you're in meditation, you know every tooth is vibrating. It shakes. The frequency is so high. That's just one example. Moving. Every follicle, every hair is moving. And sometimes even if you're not in the first dhyana, you will feel that. You feel that every hair is moving. It's a wonderful experience. Oh, we don't want to get into those are the 8 sensations, first dhyana level. So gradually you progressed to the second dhyana. How do you do that? When you were in the first dhyana, you have been using the mind to investigate and analyze, and effectively you achieve samadhi of the first level. Now as you progress, you don't need investigation and analysis anymore. You grasp that already. So these are objects, this investigation and analysis, they create a lot of objects of meditation for you. You forsake those objects. You don't need them anymore. You feel that investigation and analysis are getting too crude for you, too unrefined for you. You don't want to rely on them. And you achieve this internally generated and indiscriminating tranquility. In the Chinese language, we call it 类等静. 如果是你有类等静的时候，你就是二禅境界。So in the second level, you already have this indiscriminating tranquility inside of you. What is this indiscriminating tranquility? That means the dualistic, the non-dualistic nature of the tranquility is getting more and more subtle. No more experiencing subject, and no more experienced object. So, here, in the second dhyana, or Chan, your samadhi has 4 unique characteristics. What are these? Joy, bliss, one-pointedness of mind, and indiscriminating tranquility. Mind you, investigation and analysis already dropped. Those are too crude for you already. Those are kindergarten for you. You don't need them anymore. Investigation and analysis, you don't need them anymore. You just have joy, bliss, one-pointedness of mind, and that indiscriminating tranquility. And then you keep on meditating and approaching the third dhyana level. Now, when you have this indiscriminating tranquility, your confidence level has increased tremendously, and you work harder in the meditation. Still using the same techniques as before, you feel that joy, the joy so obtained is too rough and unrefined, not subtle enough. The joy is, you want to get rid of the joy. The joy is, that joy is too crude for you. In other words, as 1 + 1 = 2, that close, teaching you how to add 1 + 1 = 2, is too elementary. You want to go a little higher. You want to go multiplication. You want to go division, not just addition and subtraction anymore. You want to get rid of that clothes of joy. Discard the clothes of joy. Only what remains, only bliss remains. Furthermore, this bliss has increased and improved. Here your samadhi has 5 unique characteristics. Forsaking, non-attachment to joy, reminder of such non-attachment, one-pointedness of mind, and wonderful bliss. Remember, no more joy, because you don't need that anymore. It's too crude and unsubtle for you. So these are the 5 unique characteristics. And then, you are then approaching the 4th dhyana level. When you are meditating, you feel that the wonderful bliss that you have, that you are experiencing during meditation is too crude now. Even the bliss is too crude, not subtle enough. It is still an attachment. You don't want to attach to that clothes of bliss. You take that clothes off. Take that jacket off, the wonderful bliss jacket. You don't want to attach that attach to it anymore. You want to get rid of it. And after a while, you actually go beyond this wonderful bliss. Only the indiscriminating tranquility is left behind. Nothing else. Only the indiscriminating tranquility is left behind. Now there's no object to forsake. All these objects you drop. The object of investigation, the object of analysis, the object of joy, the object of bliss. You get rid of all those jackets that make you very heavy. You don't need them anymore. You have that warmth in you to keep you warm. You don't need those jackets anymore. So you get rid of them. So now you only feel extreme tranquility. Not one single thought arises. But you are not a saint yet. Your consciousness still pertains to the mundane mind. This is the level of purity of thoughts. You are at the 4th dhyana level. The 4th dhyana level in the Chinese language is Si-Chan. This level is extremely important. The Buddha Sakyamuni was at that level. If you continue to meditate on the Dharma datta of all experiences, of all existence, and become successful in it, you will realize enlightenment of immorality and attain anuttara samya sambuddhi. What is Dharma datta? It is the absolute fundamental reality, the ultimate form of reality. It takes time to explain it. It's just simplified by explaining this is the ultimate reality, the Dhammatta, the Dhammatta. Our historical Buddha Sakyamuni 2,600 years ago, attained anuttara samya sambuddhi at the 4th dhyana level. On this level, it does not mean that you really have to go one step. You can go sideways all of a sudden to get to the top. It depends on what you have accumulated in your past life. It does not mean that you really have to follow grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. And some people get to grade 1, all of a sudden they get out and get to nirvana. So you don't really, those are the grades that are like that. But some people, like our historical Buddha Sakyamuni, at the 4th dhyana level, he got out. He achieved anuttara samya sambuddhi. So, is the 4th dhyana the highest level? It is the highest level of samadhi in the Rupa Dhatu. You can still progress your spiritual development. So, let's recap. We probably cannot cover all the levels we have covered when we do meditation for a long time. We are in this world of desire. This world of desire, we call it the Kamadhatu. We got a very high level of samadhi, and that we call Kamadhatu samadhi. And that is a kind of spiritual quietude, which is not the same as ordinary quietude. Then you have certain characteristics when you are at that. And then you go one level higher up, that is the samadhi approximating at the 1st dhyana level. That's the highest level. And then you go on, You get out from Dharma Dhatu Samadhi, you go on to the first dhyana level, which belongs to the Rupa Dhatu Samadhi. Not related to Kama Dhatu anymore. Rupa Dhatu, that is the world with no desires. So, if you achieve the first dhyana, you are the person who don't have desires. Bad desires, what I mean. We need desire. We desire to be the Buddha. You don't have any more bad desire anymore. When you are at the first dhyana level. So you go on from the first dhyana level. When you are at the first dhyana level, you still have investigation. You still have analysis. You still have joy. You still have bliss. And of course, you have this one-pointedness of mind. And then when you go up, all these things, at the second level, you get rid of your investigation and analysis. Those are too crude for you. Those are too elementary for you. No more investigation and analysis. And then when you get to the third level, even the joy is too crude and not subtle enough for you. You get rid of the joy. And then at the higher level, the fourth level, the bliss, you don't need the bliss anymore. You only have that indiscriminating tranquility. That's the fourth level. And the Buddha, our historical Buddha, attained Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi at that level. However, there is other levels too at Arupa Dhatu. Rupa Dhatu, the fourth level. There's Arupa Dhatu, which is the fifth dhyana level. You have the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and eighth in Arupa Dhatu. That we have to cover in the next session because we're running out of time. So if we work level by level, that's how you do it. There's different levels of meditation. But does it mean that you really have to go level by level? No, for some people, they overlap, they jump. And maybe in one meditation one day on a Saturday morning, all of a sudden you are at the third dhyana level for that 1 minute or 2 minutes. You have a glimpse. Meditators sometimes have glimpse of higher levels. Only a glimpse of it. Sometimes when you're meditating, you find that, oh, there's indiscriminating tranquility. Oh, there's this joy, this is bliss, this one-pointedness of mind. Sometimes you have a glimpse of that, of very high level. It all happened like that. Last week we talked about the different dhyana levels of meditation. In the Kama Dhatu, you can attain Kama Dhatu Samadhi. I don't need to explain Kama Dhatu. If you don't know, you read it up or you ask someone else. I'm sure people who've been here for a while, they know what Kama Dhatu is, the world of desire. You can attain Kama Dhatu Samadhi, and you know what Samadhi is. Samadhi. When you are in Kama Dhatu Samadhi, after meditating for a while, you have that wonderful, wonderful feeling during meditation of being light and joyful. You feel all of a sudden you're like a feather drifting in the air. You are so light. You're not heavy, you're very light. And that lightness, it's a buoyancy that gives you satisfaction. It's not a lightness like you feel uncomfortable about. When you're meditating, you close your eyes and meditating, you feel light. More than just light, you feel very joyful. Extremely joyful. In the Chinese language, we call it Qing An. Light and joyful after meditation. If you have that feeling, you reach the Dharma samadhi. As you practice further, gradually you have the feeling that your body and mind does not exist anymore. You meditate, oh, I don't have a body. My mind is one with space. Imagine the feeling that your mind is as vastless as space. Your horizon, your mind horizon is opening up. You're unfolding yourself. We've been so restricted in our thinking. Our jealousy, our hatred, our greediness, our bitterness, disappointment, sadness, attachment to the past, all these is a closed door prison to you. All of a sudden it unfolds itself. You open that wall of ego prison and you see outside. You're one with space. That's the kind of joy you have. If you reach that level, you're getting away from Dhamma samadhi, and get into a samadhi that is called approximating the first absorption. Absorption means dhyana level. Dhyana, absorption. Dhyana spells D-H-Y-A-N-A, dhyana. Dhyana, it simply means the level of meditation. So you're approximating on the first dhyana. Remember, in this world, you don't have dhyana, no matter how you try. The highest level is that level approximating on, close to, the first dhyana. The first dhyana cannot be attained in this world of desires. You got to get rid of your desires before you get that first dhyana. But in this world, we call the kamadhatu, the highest level is that samadhi approximating on the first dhyana. You understand what I mean? So you get that highest level, then you practice further. Slowly you get into this first dhyana, which is in the rupa dhatu stage. What is rupa dhatu? You should know about it. Rupa dhatu is the world without desires. It happened. Even though your body is a body with desires, but in your mind, you attain that mind without desires. You get into the rupa dhatu samadhi. It's the desires that you have that pull you down in this world. What are those desires? Desires for fame, reputation, sexual desire, greediness, sleep, attachment to food. All these desires. You're living in a world of desires because of these desires that pull you down here. Here is another world, which is a higher level world than us. We call that world the rupa dhatu, without desires. And that world is unisex. There's no such thing as women and men, masculine and feminine, because there's no desires. So in that level, as you practice more and more, then you reach to that first dhyana level. When you have that first dhyana level, in that level, even though, of course, your body, it's still a body of physical desires. So if you study Vijnana Napchata, or consciousness only, it can happen that your consciousness is at a higher stage than your physical existence. You know what I mean? You physically exist as this body with desire, but your consciousness is out there in the first Rupa Dhatu level, which is the first dhyana. And if you're always attached to Rupa Dhatu, even though you're not enlightened, if you passed away, you go to that Rupa Dhatu. Some people call it the heaven. It's another word for heaven. You go to heaven, but it's not easy to go to heaven. If you're always greedy, if you lie, you kill, you commit sexual misconduct, you do all kinds of bad deeds, heaven is not waiting for you. Instead, hell is awaiting. It's causality. You create your own world, not God, not Buddha. You create your own world because of what you have done. You got to watch out for all your thought, every action, every speech. Give causes to some consequences. You think nobody's going to know? It's like a computer memory. You key in that keyboard, is going to stay in there. That keyboard, all your senses. So, when you're in the first dhyana level, you have 5 characteristics. We have investigation, analysis, joy, bliss, and one-pointedness of mind. So if you're in the first dhyana level, you have these 5 characteristics. What is investigation and analysis? Well, I've already explained, because in the process of meditation, you're always looking for knowledge. You're always, how to meditate? What's the best way to meditate? How do I do this? How do I create an object? Anapanasati, breath, and all that is investigation. Deeper than investigation, you analyze it. Is it good for me? You have all kinds of investigation and analysis. And as a result of investigation and analysis, you come up to joy. And then some stage deeper than joy, bliss. And then some stage deeper than joy, one-pointedness of mind. People achieve one-pointedness of mind. When you have that one-pointedness of mind, it's more than light and joyful. It's something you say. I heard practices of meditation, they say, oh, this kind of happiness is beyond description, this meditation. So you have that 5 characteristics. And when you get there, you also have 8 sensations. You have these 8 sensations. What are these 8 sensations? Vibration, itching, buoyancy, heaviness, coldness, heat, roughness, and smoothness. Oh, we need to explain all that. But what is vibration? When you are in the first dhyana level, as a matter of fact, not just the first dhyana level, when you are in the Dhammadhatu Samadhi, right now, when you are meditating, sometimes you feel vibration. It's for people who practice for a while, number of years, you have that vibration. I tell you the truth, I have the vibration. The first vibration that I realized is I got vibration in every tooth. Every tooth actually is shaking. You don't realize it though. It's just like a vibrating fork. You hang it onto a hot object, it vibrates. The frequency is so fast. If you look at the distance, it does not seem to vibrate. Because the vibration is so fast. Every tooth actually itself is vibrating, but you don't realize it. But if you're in tranquility, you're in quietude, how come my tooth is vibrating? Sensational. Every tooth. And then your whole jawbone actually is vibrating. You don't know about it. You realize your vibration. And even if there are some blockages in your jawbone, if you meditate good enough, the flow is good enough, the whole jawbone, all the blockages were broken through, and this vibration is all over the place. Actually, you can feel the vibration in every body cell, vibration in every follicle of hair. You see, every pore in your skin, some have, but some don't have hair sticking out. And sometimes when you are meditating, you feel as if all your hairs stand on ends. Now that kind of standing on end is not getting scared. All of a sudden, all the hairs shoots up. Why? Because the energy shoots out. Your aura, all of a sudden, it gets bigger because you have that energy, and it vibrates through your pore of your skin on every cell. So you feel vibration. The whole body is vibration. You don't realize it until you meditate. If you have that feeling, that's a good sign. But you don't want to attach to that feeling, mind you. Can I have this vibration? I'm longing for this vibration. Don't create that longingness. Don't create that greediness. Don't create that attachment. Don't create that desire. It comes naturally come. It goes naturally go. Like any attachment. Don't attach to anything. Let it come, let it go. So remember this vibration. I've experienced this every tooth, every cell, every hair is vibrating. And of course, before you get to this subtle vibration, you have the crude vibration first. What is this crude vibration? I can see people who have vibration in here. I'm not going to tell you who. your body tends to move a little bit like that, naturally. That's a crude vibration. It's a good sign though. It's vibrating. But it's crude, it's not subtle enough. And sometimes your hands move, your fingers move. And my experience is that sometimes you can get up and you just naturally get up and naturally move, and then you go back to your original position. It's natural, spontaneous. It's not that you want to get up and move. And sometimes you may elevate yourself a little bit and you put down. Elevation. I think they call it gravitation. And some people boop, and then they put down again. So it's a crude vibration, but after the crude vibration, it comes to the subtle vibration. The vibration of every skin, every cell, every hair. So that's just to give an example. And after the vibration, you have a lot of perspiration. You have a lot of sweating. All your palms are sweating, or the whole body is sweating. But that kind of sweating is extremely relaxed, like you have taken a sauna bath, a Turkish bath. But mind you, don't take a cold bath right away. You let your heat dissipate. If after you have that vibration and you're sweating, you immediately, it's relaxing, I finished my meditation, I'm going to take a bath. No, don't do that. You catch a cold. You let the heat dissipate for a while, dry out your body, and then you take the bath. Okay, so I give you two examples. Here, vibration, itching, buoyancy, happiness, coldness, and heat. Heat means perspiration. You have that perspiration in you. It's physical sensations, nothing magical to it. You realize it when you are in deep quietude. Why do you have that interaction? Why do you have that physical sensations? Because you are in this world of desires, but your mentality is more superior than this world. You are in the higher level, rupadhatu, world without desires. Because when you meditate for a long time, your desires slowly, gradually diminishes. And then your body works out a contradiction. Your body cell belongs to this world of desire, but your mentality belongs to up heaven. So your body cells start to change. So in this changing process, there's a lot of sensations. So itching, buoyancy, happiness, heat, roughness, and smoothness. Now, need time to explain all that, but mind you, there are sutras mentioning that. All right, so I'm not going to go into detail. Time is up and I haven't even started. So as you progress, you find that investigation and analysis are too crude and unrefined. You don't want to attach to them anymore. Now you're going into the second dhyana level. You don't want to attach to joy, because joy is not subtle enough. That kind of joy is not subtle enough. Even the bliss is not subtle enough. So you achieve inside of you an indiscriminating tranquility. Now you are at the second dhyana level. Here your samadhi has 4 unique characteristics. You have that joy and bliss, but that joy and bliss is superior than the joy and bliss you have in the first dhyana level. You have the one-pointedness of mind, and then you have indiscriminating tranquility. So let me tell you, meditation is wonder. Meditation is wonder of the world. All these great wonders of the world are physical and material. You can see them. They're subject to disintegration. This wonder in you, this meditation, attaches to you even after this life. It enhances your spirituality. It's not just the 7 wonders of the world, it's the wonder of enlightenment, the wonder of nirvana, the wonder of the Buddha nature in you, the wonder of compassion, the wonder of getting rid of all your sufferings and get to that eternal bliss. So as you progress then, you feel that the wonderful bliss that you are experiencing during meditation is too crude and not subtle enough anymore. No more attachment to joy. You actually go beyond the wonderful bliss. only the indiscriminating tranquility is left behind. So now you are at the fourth dhyana level. Nothing left except that indiscriminating tranquility in you. You are at the fourth dhyana level. The Rupa Dhatu, fourth dhyana level. Remember, we have Kama Dhatu, which is our world characterized by desires, and then there is a second world which is higher than us, characterized by no more desire, but there's still material. In other words, molecules still exist in there. They still can see, can hear, can touch, but they don't have desire. For that reason, they don't have male and female. No more sexual desire there. That's the Rupa Dhatu. Now, the Rupa Dhatu, the highest meditation level, is the fourth level. Then, is there going to be any higher level? Yes. When you go out from the Rupa Dhatu, the world without desire but still a world of material, you go to Arupa Dhatu. What is Arupa Dhatu? Arupa Dhatu is world with no matter, no molecules anymore, just consciousness left. Because it's getting subtle and subtle. Even matter is too crude. Only your consciousness left in Arupa Dhatu. So when you are after the fourth dhyana level, you continue to meditate, your body and mind becomes too subtle and supreme for the Rupa Dhatu. Now you are approaching the Rupa Dhatu. At the fourth dhyana level, you continue with vipassana meditation and contemplate on space. Now when you at the fourth level, you continue to meditate on what? On space. How do you meditate on space? You visualize that every pore of your skin contains space. And that pore of your skin getting bigger and bigger and bigger until you are one with space. No more any other wandering thought. Every pore, first of all, you start with a small little space in the pore of your skin. And then, all the skin is space. And then that whole space merged together as one space. And this one space merged together with the vastness of space. So, if you're successful, I'm trying to make the long story short. After a long time, you're successful in getting into one with space. You are what? You are in the dhyana of boundless space. So whenever you're meditating, zoom, you are into space. You are with space. To people who never heard about this before, you think it's magical, supernatural. It's not. Many monks, hermits, they got into that level. They got into the dhyana of boundless space. Then, let me continue before we close for the day. I want to finish up today for all these different levels of dhyana levels. Then you continue to practice and feel that your object, the space, is too crude and not subtle enough. You want a higher level. Oh, I'm one with space. But we still have space. It's not right. We still have space. You want to detach space. You don't want to attach space as your object of meditation. You contemplate on what? Who contemplate on space? What is this experiencing subject? And what is this object being experienced? The object being experienced is space. The subject who experiences space is your consciousness. Because you got to have this meditation is still dualistic, two sides. Good and bad, tall and short, beautiful and ugly, hatred and love. You're always dualistic. You always have a subject and object. In this case, even though you're in the dhyana of boundless space, you still have space as your object, and you ask yourself, what is this that is experienced at that space? Oh, this is consciousness. So you don't meditate on consciousness anymore. You don't meditate on space anymore. You want to get rid of that crude object. I don't want to get that object. Why don't I meditate on my consciousness, my own consciousness? So you start to meditate on your own consciousness. But who is this consciousness that meditate on my own consciousness? Consciousness. What is this consciousness? I meditate on my consciousness. And when you're successful in meditating on your consciousness, you get into another dhyana level, and that is the level of boundless consciousness. You are one with consciousness now. Space is still matter. Space is still the air, the space. But now consciousness is abstract, is abstruse. So you get that boundless consciousness, the dhyana level of boundless consciousness. And then you don't stop. You continue. You continue to meditate, and you said to yourself, this consciousness is the object of meditation, and I should detach that object. So you contemplate on nothingness, emptiness. Why do I still have consciousness? There's nothing. It's empty. So you meditate on emptiness. When you have successfully achieved that meditation, you have achieved the dhyana level of pure emptiness or pure nothingness. I'm just making a long story short. This is how you achieve. And then you continue with your progress, and you feel that contemplation on space, on consciousness, and even on nothingness. Nothingness means no thought. Space and consciousness means thought. You still have a thought, the thought of space, thought of consciousness, and nothingness is no thought. But you still have a thought and no thought. In other words, you still have consciousness and non-consciousness. So you start to think, I want to contemplate on this consciousness and no consciousness, because that's the subject. What are you doing now? You are getting to the origin. You're not satisfied with getting the streams, the rivulets. You want to get to the origin of the water flow. You are being the most intelligent in your life cycle. You're not satisfied with it. You want to get to the origin of it. So you get to what? If you're successful, you get to the dhyana beyond consciousness and non-consciousness. In other words, beyond thought and no thought. Now that consciousness of beyond thought and no thought, or beyond consciousness and no consciousness, that is the highest level in the arupa dhatu. Remember the arupa dhatu? Arupa dhatu, we have kama dhatu, rupa dhatu, and arupa dhatu. Arupa with an A, A-R-U-P-A. A, that means no matter, no more molecules, no more form, only consciousness left. But the highest level of meditation in that level is, first of all, of course, in there you have 4 levels: boundless space, on boundless consciousness, and then on pure emptiness, and then the highest level is on the level of consciousness, no consciousness. And that is the highest level in arupa dhatu. Now, if you always practice that, when you passed away, this body, we all have to die out this body. No matter who you are, this body has to die out eventually. You won't get this body all the time. Lease expire. This lease expire, you gotta die out. When you die out this body, if you're always meditating on, for example, you're successfully achieving the dhyana of consciousness and non-consciousness, when you died, of course you don't have bad karma. You follow all your precepts. You will be reborn in there. In there, that is the highest level of heaven. You have no suffering except happiness. And you live billions and billions of years. But you are still not out from life and death. After billions and billions of longevity, you still died. You got to get out of samsara. You got to get out of even that. So, what does that mean? So if you're at that the highest level, that dhyana of consciousness and non-consciousness, and you still practice, you keep on practicing, and then after a while you attain another level of meditation, and that is called nirodha samapatti. And you become the arahat. Nirodha samapatti. What is nirodha? Non-existence. All existence is suffering. Because of the existence of the body, you are subject to suffering. You think you have a beautiful body? You think this is self, this is ego? This body is good. This apartment is my apartment on a lease. I want to upkeep it. I want to furnish it with the best furniture. I want the nice apartment, $1 million apartments, clubhouse and everything. Does not matter. When the lease expires, you got to go. Unrenewable, as I always say. Unrenewable lease. You got to go. But if you achieve that Nirodha Samapatti, like the Arahat, you don't need this apartment anymore. You're out from samsara. You don't live in this material apartment. You think that apartment is good? You and I, we've been thinking about this very good apartment. This is self. I'm living very comfortably in my ego. It's self. And you don't know, you're accumulating a lot of karma in the ego. In order to furnish that apartment, what do? What have you been depending on as a living? What do you do to upkeep that apartment? What kind of profession you have? How do you make your money? Did you step on people's back? Do you do bad deeds? In your job, on your job site? How do you treat your family members? How do you treat your friends? How do you interact with society? In the process of upkeeping this ego, what do? You've been building up a lot of karma. That karma pulls you down. You'll never get out of the 3 levels of samsara. But for those intelligent guys, they practice meditation, they follow the precepts, they have a high morality standard. When they passed away, they go to heaven. The highest is that level, arupa dhatu. Enjoy happiness. There's no sadness, no suffering in heaven. But heaven is not the ultimate place you go. You still have to die. You still have the material existence. Existence is suffering. We don't hate existence, but factually, existence is suffering. So, when you have that Nirodha Samapatti, you become the Arahat. And as you go further and further, but first of all, when you become the Arahat, what is the most significant thing that you have done? You have eliminated completely that ego in you. No more ego, no more self, no more I. But it's not enough. You get out of suffering, no more reincarnation. But as you practice further and further and further, you get to where? You get to the Buddha's level. That is the Dharma Tattva Samapatti. Because there's 2 kinds of attachment. The first attachment is attachment to the ego. The second attachment is the attachment of the notion of attaching that ego. In other words, you still have that thought in you. You still have the thought of not attaching to the ego. So as you work further and further, as I said, you always found the origin. When you're at the Arahat level, you're close to the origin. No more of these off streams of karma. But you're not yet at the origin. But you work further, but you're already out. You're already out from all these off streams now. You won't be pushed to the ocean. All of us are being pushed to the ocean of egoness. When you're meditating, when you are following the Buddha's precepts, working the Buddha's way, you're going up, getting rid of all these streams. Finally, you get to that. You work against this ocean of karma. It all falls at your back. You don't mix with the vastness of the ocean of ego and suffering. You go up and up and up until you find that origin. The Arahat is close to the origin. The Buddhahood is at the origin. When you are at that origin, that's nirvana. What exactly is nirvana? We, as temporal beings, we don't know. It's beyond description, beyond words. As a matter of fact, the level of the arahat is beyond words. Many things cannot be explained by words. Here is the barrier of language. Language cannot satisfy everything. As a matter of fact, sometimes languages get you into trouble if people distort what you mean. So, I already have explained all these different levels, and let me just regurgitate by using 2 minutes. So, if you're practicing using the technique of Anapanasati, Samatha, Vipassana. You know what Samatha and Vipassana is? Samatha, Vipassana, both hand in hand, like the wings of a bird. You use these two techniques, Samatha and Vipassana, concentration in insightful meditation. Of course, there's a lot in there. You know, a lot of literature in there. You can't expect to get it in one session. So you're using Samatha and Vipassana like the wings of a bird. You fly. And then you get to these different levels now. The first level in this world of desire, Kamadhatu, is Kamadhatu Samadhi. And in that level you have different feelings, you have different sensations, it's different characteristics. And the most outstanding one is light and joyful. I'm sure people know when you meditate, oh, I came here a number of years ago, oh, I feel happy about it when I'm meditating. Sometimes I have this glimpse of bliss. That's joyful. So that's the first level, Kamadhatu Samadhi. And then as you go up, you go to the second level, which is the higher levels of this Kamadhatu. That is the level approximating on the first dhyana level. Dhyana level is not to be obtained in Kamadhatu, you know. It's in the Rupadhatu. So this highest level is the level approximating on the first level. And then as you practice further, you get into the Rupadhatu Samadhi now. You have 4 levels. The first level has its characteristics: joy, bliss, one-pointedness of mind, investigation and analysis. Second level, joy is too crude, not subtle enough. You have bliss, one-pointedness of mind, and then you have indiscriminating tranquility. And then you go to the third level, and third level has these characteristics, and you go to the fourth level, and fourth level has these characteristics of just pure thought, of just indiscriminating tranquility. And then you go further. No more matter, no more molecules, no more molecules is too crude, you know. Form, protons, neutrons, electrons, those are molecules. You go into the world of Arupadhatu. And the first level, the 4 levels in there, the first level is dhyana level of boundless space. Second level, dhyana level of boundless consciousness. Third level, dhyana level of pure nothingness or pure emptiness. Fourth level is dhyana level of consciousness and non-consciousness. That's the highest level of Arupadhatu. And if you can get there, how many people can get there? Not many people. And then if you continue to practice, you're out from there, out of samsara of life and death. Then you attain Nirodha Samapatti. You are an arahat. You are a saint. You already are a saint. And then if you keep on further developing it in meditation, you become the Buddha. For a few weeks, we have been talking about the 4 arisings of mindfulness. Mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of feelings, mindfulness of consciousness. And now we should talk about, last but not least, mindfulness of mental objects. Mental objects. What are these mental objects? Now we already have mindfulness, the 4 arousing, mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of feelings, mindfulness of consciousness. And why Satipatthana Sutra still include mental objects? Why does the sutra include these 4 things? Now let me tell you why. This is what I think. Body, feelings, and consciousness, it deals more with the individual. This is my body, impurities of the body, my feelings, pleasant feeling, non-pleasant feeling, neither pleasant nor non-feeling. Now that's the unit, the individual unit. This is more or less the inner part. But mental objects embraces all. Because when you do meditation, there must be a limit as to your objects of meditation. So we talk about the body as the object, the feelings as the object, consciousness as the object, and then the sutra indirectly it says, okay, these are the smaller aspects. We can't cover everything for you. Let's do a generalized. Let's do a mindfulness on mental objects. Everything is mental object. What is not mental object? Every molecule, every proton, electron, everything. So it deals with the individual, and then it extends to, for the sake of finishing the method, let's say mindfulness on all things, all mental objects. So let us simply say the mind is the subject. The mind is the experiencing subject. It experiences. And everything that the mind can perceive is the mental object, the object being experienced. Okay, so that embraces everything. So it's unlimited amount of mental objects. But you can't talk about the unlimited amount, unlimited quantity. So which one you touch on? There must be something you touch on to teach someone. What do you pick? You just pick something for explaining your philosophy, explaining your method. You must do something. So for the purpose of discussion, we identify 4 categories of mental objects. So what are these 4 categories? The 5 hindrances, the 5 scanters, the 6 sense bases, and the 7 factors of enlightenment. So we'd already talked about the 5 hindrances as the mental objects. What are these 5 hindrances? These 5 hindrances are sensuality, anger, sloth, and torpor, agitation and worry, and doubt. So these are the 5 hindrances. These are the objects that hinder you from a good meditation. But you have to be mindful of them. You must know how to deal with them. So these are the negative stuff. So the sutra says, okay, when we talk about these mental objects, so many, we must narrow our discussion to something. So let's talk about the hindrances that would hinder you, that would block you up in meditation. So introduce the mindfulness on those 5, which already talked about, and we're not going to talk about today. We already have talked about them last time. So let's talk about the next one now. The 5 scanters. So mindfulness on the 5 scanters. What are these 5 scanters? You learn the Hridaya Sutra, the Heart Sutra. You know the 5 scanters, the 5 aggregates, the 5 scanters. In the Chinese language, is 色受想行识. The 5 scanters or the 5 aggregates. We call it material or form, perception or feeling, conceptualization, volition and consciousness. These are the 5 scanters. And why bring the 5 scanters? 五蕴，这个就是五蕴. Why mindfulness on the 5 scanters? Because what affects you the most? Your body and mind. Your own body and mind. That's because there's unlimited mental objects. The sutra can't cover everything. So the sutra, with wisdom, brought out all those negative stuff that you should watch out for, the 5 hindrances, and then it brought out, how about yourself, your body and mind? So let's bring out the 5 skandhas, and how do we be mindful on them? The 5 skandhas. Okay? Form pertains to, for example, material, your body. Perception, conceptualization, volition, and consciousness relates to the mind, the spiritual side of it, the metaphysical side of it. The other material is the physical side of it. Material is physical, material side of it, and the metaphysical side of it. So it's body and mind. So perception, conceptualization, volition, and consciousness, you can see, you can feel, you can touch, but material you can. So let's talk about the mindfulness on the 5 skandhas briefly. We've got to finish it today, so that we touch on something new next week, not the 4 arousings of mindfulness. But mind you, the 4 arousings of mindfulness, that subject is extremely important. That's the subject of Satipatthana Sutra. Take a look at the internet if you want to pursue further on Satipatthana. There's 2 sutras that you must read and you must learn if you're a meditator. Anapanasati Sutra, and Satipatthana. Okay, in the Chinese language, 如果是你静坐的人呢，有2部经你不可以不学习的，一个就是安般守意经 Anapanasati， 另外一个呢就是呢四念处经 Satipatthana Sutra。我没有听过静坐的人不看这部经的，你看安般守意，不知道四念处，不知道四念处的人怎么可以静坐 ？So you must learn these 2 sutras. I already have touched on a lot for you. You can pursue further later. So how do we meditate? How do we become mindful on, first of all, material form? Let's talk about the 5 skandhas now. How do we be mindful on the material form? Now let's give an example. You're meditating and a thought comes up. What kind of thought? The thought of material. Let's give an example. A new car. You always wanted to buy a new car. You don't have enough money. And you wanted your wife to chip in from her private account. And she's been fretting over it. She doesn't want to, and there's been an argument and all that, and everybody feels unhappy about it. And in your meditation, that thought comes up. Oh, goodness, my wife, it's not fair. She should put in all that. All these things, all the thought comes up. If you are a practicer of meditation, you immediately know, I got to be mindful. Here comes a thought of material, the car. And I have been longing for it, and it comes up in my thought. No. It arises now. I must let it go. It's sustaining. I must let it go. I must let it go. So the thought is slowly disappearing. You're mindful of the thought of materiality. It's just like you're mindful of your thought of anger. I feel angry. You're mindful of it. Oh, this is the thought of anger. It comes up. I'm not attached to it. I shouldn't be attached to it. It gets me now. But people don't know. They get carried away by the anger. It's just that for any practice of meditation, or for anybody who practice Buddhism, and they become aware of what is surrounding them, and everybody has ups and downs in life. And for example, I've been suffering for the past year. I believe in the Buddha and I practice it. Oh, everything's improved. But last month it was terrible. Something happened and I feel unhappy about it. You get carried away. How come? How come I've been practicing meditation and I've been following the Buddha's teaching? How come that thing happened to me? It's not fair. I don't like it. I don't feel happy. All these things work in you. It does not matter whether you believe in the Buddhist teaching or not. That's the karma. No matter what happened, karma works it out. You have to understand, you have to deal with it. You must know that it is a karma. You must know that you don't get carried away by it. You must know that you have to let go of it. That's how you learn. And some people simply cannot let go of it. They always feel unhappy about it. It's only the more intelligent practice of meditation that said, no, I don't want to get involved with it now. You investigate, you analyze, you know. With wisdom, you get rid of it. So, that's the thought of materiality, that you'll be mindful of that. The same holds true for perception. And you're meditating, and suddenly a pleasant thought comes up, or an unpleasant thought comes up, or neither pleasant or unpleasant thought comes up. You know it's a kind of feeling, it's a sensation. I don't want to be carried away by it. So you always are mindful of every thought, not just in meditation. Sitting, reclining, walking, doing. Mindfulness is not just in meditation, not just in sitting. So you become extremely aware of the 5 skandhas. Conceptualization. What do you mean by conceptualization? A thought comes up, and in that thought, conceptualization, it includes discrimination, investigation, analysis. Conceptualization in the 5 skandhas means after something is perceived, then you start to conceptualize it. This is good, this is bad, discrimination, investigation, analysis. And thought relating that conceptualization comes up too. You've got to be mindful of it. And then also, after conceptualizations, volition. Volition is carrying out into action, into speech. And you still have that thought coming up in you. You want to do, I want to yell at the other guy who was driving too slowly ahead of me. Get out of the road. When you want to yell and shout it out, it's volition already. The anger expressed into words, words expressed into action. You were not able to control yourself. You haven't been mindful. But at that stage, when it comes to volition, it's a little late already. But then you still are mindful of it and say, no, I don't want to get that. I want to let go of that volitional thought. And then there's also the consciousness, the thought of consciousness. The thought of consciousness is more in depth. It's inscrutable. It's very deep. Something that you may not realize that relates to your alaya consciousness, which is the 8th consciousness, and also the 7th manos consciousness, which is the 7th consciousness, the ego consciousness. So to make the whole explanation brief, so that we can cover it for this period, we only have about 20 minutes left. So it is mindfulness on the 5 aggregates deals with your body and your mind. So the Satipatthana Sutra wants you, or the Buddha wants you to be mindful of material, the thought of material, thought of perception, your conceptualization, volition, and consciousness. So this is the mindfulness on the 5 skandhas. Now, what's the next? The 6th sense basis. So the sutra goes from the hindrances, 5 hindrances, to yourself, how to be mindful of yourself, the 5 skandhas. And then it's not enough, because yourself, your body and mind is not extending enough to extend far out into objects that is outside of you, the 6 sense bases. What are the 6 sense bases do you still remember the 6 sense bases? The eyes interacting with objects, ears interacting with sound, nose interacting with smell, tongue interacting with taste, touch interacting with tactiles, touch, anything that's touching, the skin, the body. And then mind interacting with almost anything. So these are the 6 sense bases. In Theravada school, when they study consciousness, they don't have 7 consciousness and 8 consciousnesses. The 8 consciousness. They only study up to the Abhidharma, only study. So if you talk to Theravada in Sri Lanka or Burma, if you talk to them about consciousness, they stop at the 6th consciousness. They don't talk about the 7th, the Mano consciousness and Alaya consciousness. The Buddha in the Abhidharma didn't include the 7th and the 8th. The 7th and the 8th are only expounded in the Mahayana Buddhism. And why didn't they talk about the 7th and 8th consciousness? Because the Buddha didn't explain it in the Abhidharma of the Theravada, because the Alaya consciousness is quite resembling I, the self. And the Arahat is already selfless. The Arahat was already able to get rid of the self. If the Alaya consciousness is introduced, then the Alaya consciousness may be mistaken for the self, and that may confuse the Arahat's thinking. So the Buddha has not introduced the 7th and 8th consciousness. But the Mahayana goes deeper. It goes into the 7th and the 8th. So there's only 6 sense bases. The Satipatthana Sutra relates to the Theravada school, so it doesn't talk about the 7th and 8th consciousness. So the 6th consciousness, the Manos consciousness, is the mind which interact with all objects. So you see the 6 sense bases? Whenever you read the sutra, you should know the background and why it's only 6 sense bases and not about the 7 consciousness and the 8. They didn't have that. All right. So how do you become mindful of your 6 sense bases? Your eyes can see. Your eyes interact with form. Your ears interact with sound. So for example, when a thought comes up, when John, for example, John is slandering you, libeling you, talk bad about you, his bad mouth behind your back, and you heard about it. Somebody told you, oh, John talked something bad about you. He said you're a nasty guy, you're no good, you've been selfish, and nobody likes you and all that, and you feel extremely unhappy about it. Especially working in the workplace, somebody talk behind your back and they think they hurt you and all that. That's a sound. That's a sound. That's from the sound. The sound gets into your ears. So your ears interact with that sound, which you think is unpleasant because it hurts you. And you take it to your mind. You take it to your heart. You attach to it. And when you're meditating, you don't feel happy. You feel depressed. And you must be mindful of it. That is your ear organ interacting with sound, and that sound has no real nature. That sound is causality. It's all these different causes put together. That sound has no real nature of its own. It is formless. It does not hurt by itself. When you get into someone who has the karmic force, someone who attached to it, it hurts him. That sound is a weapon of Mara to pinch into your heart. But if you're mindful of it, you know it has no real nature of its own. It is empty. It is void. You just attach to it, and it becomes a needle that pricks your heart. So that applies to all. So that sound, you think is good or no good, but you must be mindful of it. Don't let it bother you. Eyes too. Whatever things you see, whatever things you hear, you taste. Or tongue also talking. Your talking also. It also corresponds to taste. So the 6 sense bases, so you must be mindful of your 6 sense bases in everything you do. So I don't have to go into detail. Nose, smell, the 6 sense bases. All these 6 sense bases, as I said, they are your salesmen at your door, doing good and bad things for you. If your whole body is a company, this eyes, ear, nose, what else? Body and the mind, they are tongue. They are salesmen doing all kinds of transactions for you, good and bad. You're going to watch them. You be mindful of them. Don't let them carry you away. So these are the 3 hindrances, mindfulness on hindrances. Now, that is still under the category of mental objects. Mindfulness on hindrances that you should know. All these things that hinder you, watch out for them. What are these things? Anger, sloth, and torpor, doubt, agitation, and worry. Watch out for them in your meditation. And then, your body and mind, these 5 scanters, material, feelings, conceptualization, volition, and consciousness. And then, the 6 sense bases. That includes a lot of things. What is the final one? The final is mindfulness on the 7 factors of enlightenment. Now, after this passive aspect, because these are the defensive part. You want to defend yourself from hindrances, defend yourself from attachment to all these 6 sense bases, interaction, and the 5 scanters. Last but not the least, the sutra introduced the 7 factors of enlightenment to cheer you up. These are positive things now. The 7 factors of enlightenment are the positive things that you should be using to enhance your confidence, to make your meditation more effective. So what are these? The 7 factors of the 7 factors are mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, and equanimity. So these are positive things, assertive things. All the others, they are negative. You got to defend yourself from them. You got to be controlling them. You got to be able to watch them. But these things encourages you. What is mindfulness? How to be mindful of these? What does mindfulness mean in here? It means that when you are developing the 4 arousing of mindfulness, you must continue to be mindful and remind yourself to cultivate further. Don't stop. So in the process of doing all this, remind yourself, mindful of all these things, and remind yourself you don't stop in there. Remind that you should develop it further, the 4 arousing of mindfulness. This is mindfulness. It's a general grand mindfulness. Investigation. Investigation means that on whatever occasions of mindfulness, you must investigate and examine that state with wisdom and embark on a full inquiry of it, into it. In other words, find out more information about whether you do it right. Are you on the right course? You still need the investigation. You still need the analysis. You still need that. One chooses the most appropriate way according to one's arising conditions. What is the most appropriate way for you? We always say that there is no such thing as a good teacher or a bad teacher, a good place or a bad place. The place that is good for you is the place that is the most appropriate to you yourself. If you go to a temple, some people say, I don't want to go to that temple because it's not a good temple, I can't practice. But some people practice pretty well in there. It is suitable for them. Don't blame the temple. It's you yourself. It's not, the causality does not happen that you are suitable for that temple. Or the teacher either. For some professors, you think that professors is not good. at university, but then a lot of other students say, oh, that's a good professor, I learned from him, that's his style, I like his style. There's no such thing as a good or bad. Of course, there are personalities of professors, of course. But anyway, so what does energy mean? So we explain mindfulness, investigation. What does energy mean? Energy means during your investigation with wisdom, you must diligently and conscientiously develop and apply your energy to it. It's just like when you are doing Om Mani Padme Hum. And some people, because of the sloth and torpor, they just Om Mani Padme Hum. They want other people to chant. They just want to listen. They say, it's better for me to listen. I feel better. I don't have any air in me. If I air it out, I lose my air. I lose my chi. They want to save the chi. But let me tell you, the Tibetan Buddhism, where they have thousands of monks in here, the way they chant is like the hymn of billions of bees. Om mani mum 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 mani mum mum. The energy is vibrating everywhere. It's the energy. Affect each other. So that you don't just you say it out. And I find that if I chant it out, you don't have to yell it out, but you chant it out louder, there's energy vibration. Your chi is more in harmony. Your surplus chi gets out. And because of the vibration, it's a reminder. It's also a frequency attachment. I always compare it to the movie, the E.T. movie. That little finger, with that little finger, it stands out to the sky, and then this big cosmic finger cling to it, ding, and that's the connection. How do you get that connection? That's the most important. Why do we have to chant? It's okay if we just practice ourselves. After all, Buddhism is self-practice. It's you that is most important. You create your own karma. Why do we still have to chant? You know why? Because there were beings like you and me who suffered before, and they attained enlightenment after so many life cycles, and their compassion level have reached to the utmost that they want to help you out. They don't want to leave this world. They have made great vows before they leave this world. They always want to come back. Siddhagapa Bodhisattva, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, they always want to come back to help you out. They know that you have karma. It's just like the mother always loves the daughters and the son. When the daughters and the sons are in hardship, they're in difficulty, the mother always wants to render the helping hand. The Bodhisattva are even more serious in the compassion. Mother and son relationship is conditional. Somebody else's son and daughter, you may not care less. You don't really care. You don't really care. If somebody else's sons and daughters, you may not care that much. But if it's your sons and your daughters, you want to struggle your life for them. You want to give everything for them. If they suffer, it is as if you are suffering. You suffer with them. It's the same feeling. The Bodhisattvas treat you, me, as their sons and daughters. Because their compassion level, it's as if you, the mother, towards your son and your daughters. And that compassion is even billions of times more because it's unconditional. But how do you get linked up with them? You chant the names. You chant the mantra. That's how E.T. linked up with the cosmic, getting back to where he belongs. It's very symbolical. When someone watched that movie, when you watch that movie, what do you get from it? That's what I got. Somehow, E.T.'s got to be linked to something to get back to where he belongs. How do you do it? It's that finger. I thought that movie is really very spiritual. But when someone look at it, oh, what that E.T. finger? Oh, it's funny. That finger has a broken finger that killed little E.T. We never thought about the spiritual side of it. So, one object is the same object perceived by different people will come up with different feeling. So there's no such thing as a true, real object with its true, real nature. Because the perception changes according to the individual's karma. You see what I mean? There's no real object. Because if there's a real object, that object should be the same as perceived by everybody. I don't know if you know what I mean. So there's no real object. It's just your consciousness that is real. Object is not real. And somebody argue, are you going to say this paper is not real? This is in my hand. This is a real piece of paper. Its form is real. But what is this paper made up of? A whole bunch of wood barb and pulp, color, labor, all these things put together to make it a paper. That's real, the form is real, but it has no nature of its own. Perceived by different people, it has a different perception. It's just like water. According to Sutra, here's an object called water, a pond of water. When the ghosts look at a pond of water, it's not water. It's blood. It's fire. When he wants to drink, he doesn't have water to drink because it immediately becomes fire and water and pus, you know. The ghosts can't drink it. That's their karma. They committed causes of greediness, injury, fraudulence, shamelessness, killing, lying, slandering, sexual misconduct, you name it. They did all kinds of misdeeds, all kinds of karmic force that push themselves into the realm of the ghosts. And when they see a pond of water, when they first see it, it may be water, but when they approach it for drinking, it turns into pus, it just turns into blood and fire. Now, so the ghosts see that object, water, is fire and blood. He can't drink it. When the fish see the water, what is it? It's their habitat. It's like what we see air. They like it. The fish like the object of water. It's not blood anymore. It's a prerequisite of life. It's the basic of life. So to the animal's realm, the fish, the object turns to be an object of habitat, of basic requirement. It's good. When the human sees water, it's water that they can drink. When the guardian angels, when people in Rupadhatu, the fairy people who are higher level up, when they see water, it's crystal. When they see a pond of water, it's glamorized crystal, beautiful crystal. They can walk on, they can enjoy it. So the same object, water, because of the different karmic force, is different perception. If that object, water, is real, authentic, real, it should be the same to all parties involved, to all realms involved. But it isn't. It's not real. What is real though? Your consciousness is real. Only your consciousness. Don't you have a consciousness? So there's no object, just your consciousness. Why are you attached to the object? Your karmic force make you perceive certain things in the way controlled by your own karma force, your karma. Okay, so that's energy means during your investigation with wisdom, we must diligently in consciousness develop and apply energy to it. What is the joy? The joy, the fourth factor, would arise, followed by the fifth factor, which is tranquility. Then your mind would feel still and reposed and obtain equanimity. So this brings us to a conclusion of my brief explanation on the 5 arousing of mindfulness as expounded in the Satipatthana Sutra. So you still remember the 5 arousings? Now I gave you only a brief introduction. So mindfulness of the body, of feelings, consciousness, mindfulness of mental objects. It works from the individual to the outside, the body, the mind, and then it works from the interaction to the outside, and it works for all mental objects. This is how the Satipatthana Sutra explains mindfulness to you. And mindfulness, the Chinese Zen monks classified them into 2 parts, the samatha and the vipassana. Samatha is the initial step to control the mental afflictions. And vipassana is to obtain wisdom. So it's like the wings of 2 birds, your samatha and vipassana. Samatha is concentration, and it is the most important. And vipassana brings you to wisdom. Samatha is to suppress your mental afflictions so that you can eliminate your ego. No more I, no more self, no more to liberate you from your ego prison. That's samatha. Vipassana is what? Vipassana is more than that. Vipassana is, other than not having the ego, it points you to the enlightenment, nirvana, wisdom. So it's more. First of all, you got to have the ego eliminated first, so that you get out of reincarnation. No more samsara. Vipassana helps you to get what? You already get out of reincarnation. It also helps you to get to the Buddhahood, the enlightenment, the ultimate supreme wisdom. It gets you to the wisdom, that nirvana. So samatha and vipassana, they are both important. They are the wings of a bird. You can't fly without them. This week, let's talk about something basic, fundamental, that we always forget, but it is extremely important. And it's good for beginners, for first-time comer. Something that would give answers to questions like, why did we get born into this world? Where did we come from? Who am I? How come everybody's circumstances of life are different? How come some people are poor, some people are rich, some people are healthy, some people are unhealthy, some people have good families, some people have broken homes, some people have happy childhood, and some people have abusive childhood? How come all these differences? How come we are born and experience the vicissitude of life of everybody? It's different. All changeability, all change. What happened? Why do we have these inequalities? Is it because some creator destined to what we should do and what we can do and what we can experience? Well, let's bring up a very fundamental concept of what the Buddha talked about to explain all this. And that word is karma. So the subject of today's talk is karma. K-A-R-M-A. And if you don't know the concept of karma, there's a lot of things you can't explain. Where do I come from? How did I get born? Why do I have to take the trouble of being born, going through the vicissitude of life that I have experienced, and then finally I have to go, finally. Finally, my apartment is due. My body apartment, this lease agreement is due, and I got to leave. What's all this trouble? Why take the trouble of coming and going? Have you ever thought of that? Or you don't really care, since everybody's going through the same thing. We get born, we become sick, we get old, and finally we die. And that we accept it? You accept everything for granted? The Buddha didn't accept it. The Buddha said, what's the mystery of life? How come we have to go through all this? It's always that further step that you think about that leads you to something that requires wisdom to go through. Do you have that wisdom? What is karma? And it's a Sanskrit word, K-A-R-M-A. Literally, it means an accumulation of our deeds, words, and thoughts. Deeds, words, and thoughts. That's you. That's your volitional actions. What else? Deeds, what are deeds? Your behavior, what you have done, what you're doing. What are your words? Your language, your speech. That's how you communicate with others. What are your thoughts? Your mind. That embraces everything about you. Anything else? That's what you think, what you talk about, and what you do. All these things, or simply put, karma is our volitional actions. Where there is consciousness, there is karma. You agree? Do you have consciousness? Where there's consciousness, there's karma. If you don't have consciousness, you don't have karma. A piece of stone. A piece of stone is non-sentient being. There's no consciousness. Plants do not accumulate karma. Nor is any action which is unintentional a karma, because karma depends on your volition as well as will. The nature of every action from the perspective of morality can be classified as in three ways. From the perspective of morality, the nature of every action, every thought, every speech can be classified as virtuous, non-virtuous, and neutral, or good, bad, or neutral. It's either good or bad, or neither good nor bad. Whatever you've done, you may be always doing the bad thing, always doing the good thing, or a mixture, or neutral. But according to sutras, all sentient beings are going through samsara since the beginning of time, the unending cycle of birth and rebirth. We live in time and space. You see, sometimes I think we, an individual, as a puny little individual with very restricted time and space, but we live in the vastness of time and space. How restricted we are in time. What have you got? You got 100 years? 100 years is a bolt, is a flash of lightning in the vastness of time. So this puny little individual with limited time and space is living in the vastness of time and space. Isn't it something we should think about? What is time and space? What is time? You analyze the universe. You analyze yourself. You analyze what is surrounding you. What is time? Time is the past, the present, and the future. Vertically, we call it the vertical perspective. You got a past, present, and the future. And this three dimensions is characterized by day and night, spring, autumn, summer, winter. Time changes, changeability of time. What is space? Space is existence. What exists in space? Existence, characterized by birth and rebirth of sentient beings and the arising, abiding, changing, and disintegrating of non-sentient beings. What are non-sentient beings? Non-sentient being is beings that have no feelings, no emotional feelings, no passion. Stone, plant, even plant is a living being, but it's not as emotional as the human being. So we live in time and space, and then we should pause and think about, we are a puny little individual with restricted, limited time, living in the vastness of space and time. What is my time? My time? What is my past? What is my present? What about my future? You know, you have more than this life, you know. You have many, many past lives. You have your present life. And if you don't get enlightened and attain nirvana in this life, you can't get out of samsara in this life, you're going to have a next life. You reincarnate into a next life. Many, many lives before. Do you realize it? Some people say, when I die, nothing left. You mean when you die, nothing got left? You know what you're left with when you die? When you die, you're not left with anything. Not your jewelry box, not your bank account, not your apartment, not your house. Nothing. But what have you got left with when you died? Karma. You got left with that invisible, latent energy of karma. And some people, especially beginners of philosophy, like to ask, where does karma come from? Where does karma come from? To such a question from a beginner, I would counter question. I don't usually give an answer to it. I said, where does wind come from? Where does fire come from? Where does wind? You know where does wind come from? We know there's wind. We don't know where it comes from. We know there's fire. We don't know where fire comes from. You light a match, you light a lighter, and you get it. But where does it come from? That's, of course, a very glib answer for a profound question. We have to talk more about it anyway. Where does karma come from? Have you ever thought of where does wind come from? You can't get an answer. Where does wind come from? In the Chinese language, 风从哪里来？你知道风从哪里来吗？不知道。火从哪里来？不知道啊。Where does fire come from? We don't know. You think fire comes from the lighter? If fire comes from the lighter, that lighter will explode. Fire is in there. You understand what I mean? So, we've gone through reincarnations, we call it. What is reincarnation? Reincarnation is the passing away from one body to be reborn in another body. Like a light bulb. You see a light bulb? That light bulb there, it's bound to be replaced. It's destined to be replaced. One day, another bulb will replace it. It changes form, constantly changing its form. So, you are from one body to another body. Once a living being, whether you're a human, animal, or a celestial being, dies, this being's rebirth is determined by his accumulated good or bad karma. In other words, if you have good karma, you go to the path of reincarnation that has a lot of merits. If you have bad karma, you go to paths of reincarnations that would be terrible, that would be vicious, and that would involve a lot of suffering. There are 6 paths of reincarnation, of course. When a living being dies, he or she will be reborn in 6 realms. Human realm, animal realm, heavenly beings realm, hell realm, Asura's realm, and what else? I got 5. Did I got 5 or 6? Huh? Huh? Hungry ghost, right, yes. Yes. Hungry ghost. So, what determines What determines where we should go? What determined that, oh, we reincarnate into human again, or reincarnate into animal, or a heavenly being, or Asura, or victims of hell? What determined where you would go? Let me tell you, not Buddha, not a supernatural being, but it's determined by you yourself. You did the karma yourself. What you have done before, you created your own hell or heaven. Nothing to do with Buddha. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful on your actions, on your speech, on your thought. Then we pause a minute and we say, oh, that's logical. You're responsible. It's simple logic. You're working in a company, you're irresponsible, you slack off, you think you're going to get a promotion, you think the company is going to fare better because of what you have done. If you are irresponsible for your family, you think your kids is going to be highly educated and useful citizens to the society. You think if you fool around, you don't care, you'll be successful. It's all logical. You think you don't study and you pass the examination with an A? I'm still looking for that book, How to Pass the Examination Without Working Hard. I'm looking for that book. When I was a kid, I was dreaming. When I was studying, there's so much to study, and I was always had my imagination. And I said, if there is a book which teaches us how to pass the examination without studying, that's the book I want. That solves all the problem. But I can't find that book. So, that means through reincarnation, all human beings reap the good or evil consequences of their own karma. The quality of their deeds, their speech and thoughts in previous lives determine the circumstances of their rebirth. Now, we have just said that karma is caused by deeds, words, and thoughts. What are these deeds, words, and thoughts? It is important to identify them. I'll give some examples to you. Say, killing, stealing, unchastity are deeds causing karma. Promiscuity, unchastity, fooling around, killing, stealing. Lying, slandering, harsh language, and frivolous talks are words causing karma. Greediness, hatred, and ignorance are thoughts causing karma. Have you got all those? Anyone who haven't got any of those, raise your hand, please. No? So you always have certain amount of greediness, hatred, ignorance. You have certain amount of slandering people, talking behind their back, lying, stealing, jealousy, hatred, anxiety. What do you do in business? Did you, by all means, as long as you make money, you don't care other what the customers want? Are you cheating? All these things. In the process of craving for and struggling to obtain wealth, reputation, status, and power, being continuously bounded by passion of attachment, and also in the process of satisfying your senses, your pleasures, you do all sorts of unwholesome things. People are looking for, some people say, in life, as long as I'm happy, that's okay. I want to be happy. And they don't know what is happiness, though. They thought that satisfying my senses is happiness. One of my senses, one of my sense organs, my eyes, satisfy my eyes. I want to see the prettiest things. Good looking, pretty. As long as what satisfies my eyes sense, I'm happy. So they want to satisfy the eyes, the ears, good music, no criticism, praise. I just like praise. No criticism. Don't criticize me. Don't say anything bad about me. I only want to listen to good stuff. That satisfied me. No advice. Nose? Oh, I like perfume. Tongue? the best taste, delicious. Mapo tofu, sour and spare ribs, the nicest steak, New York sirloin steak. Everything so nice, it satisfies my taste buds. Silk, clothes, fashions, you name it. All the happiness that the beginners would like, they're all geared to satisfying his senses. You think that is happiness? We misjudged. We misdefine happiness. Now, how to define happiness? I'm sure some people here can define it, happiness. I spent some time already talking about it. So, what contribute to karma? What contribute bad karma? Greediness, just to name a few. Greediness, hatred, ignorance, doubt, false view, anger, enmity, concealment, jealousy, parsimony, negligence, fraudulence, shamelessness, sloth, injury to others, lack of kindness, selfishness, just to name a few. Have you got all these things? Were you jealous of people sometimes? Well, do you have anxiety? Are you selfish? Are you generous? Or you just want to rip people out? You don't want to give out. You always want to receive. You don't want to give. I always like to quote what Kennedy said about a country. Don't ask what you can get from the country. Ask what you can give to the country. Don't ask what you can get from your family. What can you give to the family? Your responsibility. Compassion. What are good karmas? Compassion, absence of greediness, absence of hatred, absence of anger and bigotry, repose of mind, generosity, responsibility, chastity, faithfulness, courtesy, benevolence, motivation. All these are creating good karma. Which do you prefer? Who do you like? Do you like people who are performing good karma, or do you like people who are performing bad karma? You know, I don't have to tell you, but you just have to be reminded. Or I have to be reminded too. Why are we doing meditation? We're doing meditation because we always want to put our mind in repose, in the peace of mind that we know what we are doing. We sometimes, or most of the time, we don't know what we are doing. That's why you get angry. That's why you get jealous. That's why you yell. That's why you get depression. Because you lose control of yourself. And Buddhism is to control yourself. Know yourself. Let's not talk about high-level, profound philosophy of Buddhism. It's very simple. Have you ever been told to control yourself? Yes. My dad always yelled at me like that. John, control yourself. Don't get wrong. Don't get mistakes. But he just told you to control yourself. Did he teach you how to control yourself? Seldom. He's too busy going to work. Mom is too busy looking after the household work. Mom is just yelling at me, say, don't do this, Joan. You get into trouble. Or you get some whipping because of that. They never, or very, so the reason, it's also karma. Why did good kids come out from certain family? Because their parents really spend their time with them. The parents really have meetings with them. How to be good, how to behave. And you now see the danger of broken homes. Kids go astray into the street, no parents. They get into trouble. They become criminals. Why? Nobody tell them nobody tell them from the perspective of morality what is good karma and what is bad karma. So if these kids come to Saturday class every week, that would be a nice thing, because you know what is wrong and what is right, what is good and what is bad. But it hasn't been. People prefer to go to parties. If they tell them, come to a Saturday class, Dharma talk, and you'll learn a lot, what can I learn from them? You better go to parties. White spot, McDonald's, karaoke, Chinese food, and on TV, soap opera, movies. They line up an hour for the movie and 2.5 for the long movie for 4 hours, and they won't come here for 1 hour listening to a Dharma talk. So, to the beginners, the doctrine of karma may seem fundamental, but actually it is subtle and exceedingly intricate. Actually, karma contains the law of causation. You know what causation is? Causality? That is another very important concept in Buddhism. For example, a plant. In a plant, the seed, if we can identify that as the main cause, there's cause, there's effect. The main cause is the seed, and the effect, when it comes to fruition, becomes the fruit, the apple, the fruit. And in between, that is the contributing conditions. So in between cause, there's the main cause, the secondary cause. The secondary cause, we call them conditions. And then the effect. This is the truth of the whole universe. There's cause and effect. We call it causality. It's so scientific, so logical. A good cause directs itself with contributing factors, conditions, nurturing it, would get into good apple. Causation. Nothing to do with Buddha's control. Nothing to do with Buddha's blessing. So why do you have to prostrate to the Buddha then? Why do you kneel to the Buddha? The Buddha is the teacher who reveals all this mystery to us. The teacher who wants us to look, to look inside of us, to find out more about us. Not to find out more about worshiping Him. So the quality of your future depends on what you are doing now. You believe it? You can change your destiny. Don't be pessimistic about it. Everything can be changed. First of all, you've got to know yourself first. First of all, you've got to know all this that the Buddha told you. Karma, causation. So you be careful with your deed, your thought, your action, your speech. It is very logical. If I'm a graduate fresh out of university and I'm looking for a job, I got my job, and I read some statistics. Many fresh new graduates from universities, about 50%, well, 40% of them get fired in the first job. You know why? Because they're not careful. They're not careful about their thought, their words, and their action. They thought they were out of university and they got hired, they got all the chance in the world, and they don't know how to mix with people. They think they can do what they want with no caution. And eventually they get fired. And after flipping a few jobs, they learn the hard way. Why? Because they start to be careful with the way they talk to their boss. They start to be more careful with the way they do their job. They start to be more careful with their attitude. What does that attitude mean? The thought. I always think that we can tie Buddhism to management, or Buddhism to job management. If you know yourself, then you perform much better. Buddhism is apply Buddhism, not just talking about it. If we can apply Buddhism to daily life, that would help a lot of people. Don't look at it religiously, spiritually. Buddhism is for the world, not for you after death. Some people say Buddhism is for after death. No. Buddhism is to teach you how to experience your life. Being confronted with the vicissitude of life, how do you face it? How do you face the changeability? How do you become more cautious about it? How do you become a better person? How can you become a Buddha without being a better person? I've never seen a person who was wicked and becoming a Buddha. There was a monk who was always wandering from temple to temple looking for the ideal teacher. There's no such thing as ideal teacher or ideal temple. But this monk was traveling from one temple to another and stay in a temple for a few months and I'm not satisfied with this temple and we go on to another temple. Or another temple, I couldn't get along with people in there and I was changed to another temple. He always wandered from one temple to another in search of the ideal teacher. And one day he came to a village. He passed by a cemetery. And he saw a man, and that man ferociously taking a stick, and the man was beating a heap of skeletons. Strange, an odd occurrence. That ferocious man enraged, extremely enraged. And he was holding this big stick and he was beating and beating on the heap of skeletons, human skeletons. So the monk asked, this pile of broken skeletons are senseless stuff. Why are you beating it? The furious man said, you don't understand. This pile of skeleton belonged to the body of my previous life. I hated it. There was a monk who had supernatural power, and he told me that this skeleton was my previous life skeleton. I hated it so much. I hated it because when he was alive, this body was doing all kinds of bad things. He was greedy, he was vicious, he was lustful, he was selfish, disloyal, and irresponsible. He ill-treated his parents, and he always involved in the acts of killing, slandering, sexual misconduct, and stealing. Because of all these bad deeds, he reincarnated as I am now, poor, lonely, sick, and helpless. What I'm suffering now is because of all that he had done when he was alive. I hated him. I want to beat him until his all skeletons turn to dust. Strange. The monk thought to himself, this man is foolish. He is beating the skeleton of his previous body. The bad karma that he had accumulated has brought him all his present suffering. He should learn how to repent and cultivate good karma in this life instead of expressing his hatred and attaching to his hatred. But on second thought, well, this man is furious. Maybe I shouldn't meddle into his affair in case I got beat up too. So he said, no, I'm not going to meddle in this affair. So he bid his farewell and he continued to walk on. So he walked and he left the village. And one day he came to a forest. He felt tired after walking, and he sat down under a tree and started to take a rest. He crossed his leg like this and started to meditate. And very soon, he entered into a state of tranquility, equanimity. That happened when you were meditating. When you meditate, if you're so involved with it, you have that peace of mind, that reposeful mind, that sometimes you just enter into a state of tranquility. So quiet, so peaceful. In his tranquility, he suddenly saw a celestial being, a heavenly being, descending from the sky in his tranquility. And he was a man. He looked so graceful and so elegant. Wow, that graciousness and elegance is not like the elegance that we have, a man dressing, a woman or a man elegant. This is something very holy, something very spiritual. And also the body of this heavenly being is emanating light of compassion, light that make the whole surrounding blissful and peaceful. Radiates some light and fragrance. That's the characteristic of heavenly being. And some people call heavenly being guardian angels. Guardian angels, they emanate light, compassion, light of compassion, a good fragrance. And the monk was looking from a distance. That heavenly being landed on not too far away, about a few yards away. And after he landed, he was prostrating to a pile of stuff, paying respect, kneeling down and prostrating to a pile of stuff. And the monk looked very closely at the pile of stuff, and he found that it's a heap of skeletons. Same as the thing that he saw before. A heap of skeletons. And the monk thought to himself, why did the heavenly being prostrate to a pile of skeletons? You see, all heavenly beings have the supernatural power to read the mind of others. So that being was able to read the mind of the monk. He knew what the monk was thinking. And he smilingly said to the monk, and he said, "These skeletons belongs to the body of my previous life. Because of the good deeds that he had done, I have become a heavenly being enjoying happiness and longevity. When he was alive, he was kind and compassionate, thoughtful, responsible to his family, and generous to all his relatives and friends. And he abstained from killing, from stealing, from sexual misconduct. He abstained from lying, from slandering, and he was a man of virtues. Because of all his virtuous karma, I was born as a heavenly being. I have come to praise him, and now I'm paying respect to him. He made me what I am today." And the monk was all touched. You see the difference? In a few days, just in a number of days, that monk experienced two beings beating a pile of skeletons, beating himself. It happened, but they all have different karma. So, this morning, I don't want to go into the profundity and the intricacy of karma. Karma, the concept of karma, sounds fundamental and simple, but actually it's so intricate because it involves causation. There's immediate karma, long-term karma, there's group karma, individual karma. There's so many categories of karma. How to identify karma. How to learn from the concept of karma to cultivate good karma. All these we need to talk about. So this morning I'm just giving you a generalization of karma. It is because of karma that we reincarnate in the 6 paths of reincarnations, that we involve with transmigration, that we're involved with samsara. What is samsara? Beginners, you don't know what is samsara? Samsara is birth and rebirth. You have been involved in birth and rebirth for a very, very long time. But you forgot about your past. When you get born, you forgot about your past. And remember we addressed the question, I think Bunny raised that question, how come we couldn't remember the past? If we could remember the past, wouldn't it be much better if we can remember the past? We can learn better. I already have given 1 hour to explain why we can't remember the past. There's a lot of reasons why we can't remember the past. Can you remember what happened when you were 1 year old, when you're 2 year old, when you're 3 year old, when you're 5 year old, when you're 6 year old? You can't even remember when you're a childhood. How can you remember your past life? Simple answer. You can't even remember something that happened a few years ago. How can you remember something that happened to you maybe 100 years ago? But some people do remember some of this stuff. Why they couldn't remember, I already gave answers, so I'm not going to go through it again. You check with my video on rebirth. I have a video, now I documented in a video. That subject on rebirth, explain why we can't remember and why some people remember. What happened to some prodigies, musical prodigies, who without learning piano could play the best jazz piano music. Some geniuses never learned how to paint and they paint the best picture. They remember, they didn't learn. They didn't learn in this life, they remember from last life. So we know that karma explains why we come to this world. There's good karma, bad karma, and neutral karma. So does it mean that we always have to cultivate good karma? Some people say bad karma is bad. Bad karma's got me to the path of reincarnation of the hell victims, animals, and hungry ghosts. Maybe I should cultivate good karma. If I cultivate good karma, if you cultivate good karma, where would you go after you died? You go to heavenly beings realm. Or somehow you will be the Asuras realm. One of the Asuras. Asuras is demigod. In between, the merit is in between humans and heavenly beings. We call them Asuras, another category. Or if you cultivate good karma, you'll be humans again. You think it's easy to become a human? One day the Buddha was addressing a congregation, and in the middle of talking, the Buddha, maybe he sensed that some people had that question in the group, in the congregation, and suddenly he held up a pile of sand in his hand and he said, those who died and reincarnate into humans again are like the sand in my hand. And those who die and could not reincarnate into humans but into other vicious realms is like the sand on the ground. Can you compare? You have that fortune to come back. You were Jeanette and you come back as John in this life. You must have done a lot of good karma for you to be able to come back as human again. Not supernatural being that determines where you go. You work out your own karma. So you said, okay, then I cultivate good karma and everything will be fine. I will be generous, I will be thoughtful, I will be responsible. Mind you, these are very difficult too. Extremely difficult to cultivate good karma. But then even cultivating good karma is not the final destination for you. Why? Because if you cultivate good karma, you become heavenly beings. You are still in samsara. You have to go beyond good and bad. You have to go beyond all that to attain that nirvana where it is not a dualistic discrimination existence. I don't know if you know what I mean. You have to go beyond good and bad. Good is still an attachment. You're being attached. You're attached to good. It's a lot better than attaching to bad, mind you. That's your first lesson in Buddhism. You cultivate good karma. That's a novice lesson. Cultivating good karma, be a good person, is the first step. You have to start somewhere. But after that first step, you have to learn about, do I go beyond this? Go beyond good and bad. That's the more profound concept of Buddhism, where you really have to learn how to meditate, the dhyana, how the different levels, how to be non-dualistic, how to get rid of discrimination of your mind, how to get your consciousness exceed the dualistic approach of life. So let us continue with the discussion of karma. This is the second lecture in the series of lectures about the karma. So what's the cost of the inequality that exists among mankind? Why are people different? Why should one person be brought up in the lap of luxury and another in absolute poverty, steeped in misery? Why are this difference? Why are we different? Like our faces, every face is different. It is because of one's own karma, you know. K-A-R-M-A. And everyone's karma, it's different. It's extremely difficult to find two karmas the same. It's just like it's extremely difficult to find two persons look exactly the same. Even twins, you may not be able to identify, but their parents can identify. They have difference. So everyone's karma, you are born with that invisible bag of karma behind you in this world. Everyone is different. And what is karma? Literally, it means an accumulation of our deeds, words, and thoughts. I said last time, I defined it. I didn't define it myself. It's delineated by the sutras, and it's good to repeat it because you never get a message across to people unless you repeat it 3 times. So karma is an accumulation of one's deeds, words, and thoughts, not of just this life, since the timeless beginning, since many, many lives ago. You've been accumulating that. Why? Because you have actions of the body, speech of the mouth, thoughts of the mind. Don't you have those things? That's you. You speak, you act, you think. And all these things add up to karma, you know. Any kind of intentional action, what I mean is intentional. You can't be absent-minded. Absent-minded doesn't count because you don't mean it. And any kind of intentional action, whether mental, verbal, or physical, is regarded as karma. So generally speaking, all good, bad, or neutral action constitute karma. The nature of every action, from a perspective of morality, can be classified as virtuous, non-virtuous, or neutral. Or simply put, good, bad, or neutral. So what you're doing, what you're thinking, what you're speaking, what you're acting is either wholesome, which is good, unwholesome, bad, or neutral. Either. It's one of the 3. So according to sutras, all sentient beings are going through samsara, the unending cycle of birth and rebirth. You are in samsara. You don't have just this lifetime, you know. You have a previous lifetime. You reincarnate. In this unending cycle, we call it samsara because we reincarnate in retribution to the karma that we have created. In retribution to? What does that mean? What does that? What do you mean by a person, everybody, reincarnate in retribution to one's karma that one has been building up? What does that mean? It means that the reason why you are what you are now the reason why you are what you are now, pretty or ugly, fortunate or unfortunate, intelligent or foolish, having a happy marriage or a sad marriage, having a lovable home or a broken home, a good husband or a bad husband, an unfaithful wife, having a amicable personality or a despicable personality, obnoxious personality. Why are people different? It's because you build it up. The reason why you are what you are now is it's because of your own karma, what you have done in the past. The past, of course, includes your previous life as well as the past of this life. So don't blame any supernatural being for what you are now. Don't blame your mom, your dad, give you birth to this world congenitally, give you that good look or that bad look, or give you the misery or the richness. It's you yourself who created this. Specifically speaking, some people may not understand, oh, karma, yes, we created karma. So how do we create karma? We've been creating karma. Well, how do we create it? You don't know about this? You don't even know how you create your own karma? That's what we call ignorance. You don't even know. In other words, the criminal was declared by the judge to say guilty. Not acquitted, it's guilty. And the criminal said, I didn't know what I was guilty of. I didn't even know. I'm sorry, you're sent to the chamber for sentencing, for execution, and you don't know. You don't know what kind of mistakes you have made. Isn't that what we call ignorant? And ignorance is the root of all of samsara. How do we create karma? How do we in our daily lives, how do we create karma? Do you know how? How do you create? How do you exist? How do you respond to the outside world as an individual? You think, right? You speak, you act. How do you act? In your acting, you either act something wholesome or unwholesome, good or bad. Let's just streamline it to 10 things, because there's a whole spectrum of actions that you can do. Volitional actions, a whole spectrum, unlimited actions, unlimited speeches, unlimited words, unlimited thoughts. So we have to streamline our discussion into maybe 10 things. Did you kill? Have you ever killed? No, I didn't kill anybody. If I killed anybody, I would have been sentenced to death already. I've been in jail already. You didn't kill. Did you eat meat? Do you know that you're supporting people killing animals for food? Have you visited slaughterhouses? Did you go to the supermarket to buy steak, fish, meat, all these things? Where did these things come from? Come from killing animals. Do you know how animals get killed? You're not killing them directly, but you support the killing. If you don't eat meat, there will be no killing. You know how cows get killed brutally? How pigs, chickens, how chickens get abusively killed, cruelly killed. Visit the chicken farms, turkey farms. Thanksgiving Day is coming up. That little roasted turkey appear on your dinner table, stuffed with all the stuffings you want. And you toast it. Reunion of family, everybody healthy and sound. And you don't know that all these turkeys have a family too. They also have children. They also have mom and dad. And you separated them, you kill them. You kill animals, you separated their reunion, and you are looking for your own reunion. That's what we call unwholesome. That's what we call killing. What kind of cruelty will render to animals? Unbelievable. You said you're not killing. You've been killing every day indirectly. That's your karma. And of course, some people hunt. They go hunting. They hunt deers, moose. In Africa, they hunt lions. They hunt animals. They kill animals for pleasure. That's karma. And if I just started to talk about killing. And you said you didn't kill. How much you have killed, directly or indirectly. Second, did you steal? I didn't steal any. I never shoplifting. I never did anything like that. Stealing means greediness. Do you have greediness in your mind? Do you have that tendency or that subconscious to steal? Do you have that subconscious to possess, to get possessions that don't belong to you? Oh, you do. I do. Subconsciously. But I can stop it right at where it originates. Can you stop that? Stealing. If we want to cover the subject of stealing, we can go into details as to how we actually are committing stealing every day. You go to a gas station, you pump in the gas. You look at the meters. Every meter is a penny. And somehow you want to crank as much as you can, and you want to get in between the 5 and the 6 so that you save half a penny. You want to get some water. You want to rip off other people. And there's a long line up. You want to squeeze in so that other people have to wait, you don't have to. A lot of selfishness is involved in daily lives. Don't you realize that? Stealing. You're working in a company. You're always stealing the company's stationeries for your kids. The pencils, pet books, highlighters, clipboards, papers. Did you bring them home? You're working in a warehouse. You saw something nice. You stuff it in your pocket. Nobody noticed, but karma noticed it. Karma noticed it. You can't get away with it. You got to pay. So, killing, stealing. Third, sexual misconduct. Are you practicing monogamy? One wife, one husband? Are you actually doing promiscuity? Promiscuous. In other words, fooling around. Are you fooling around? Or some people practice celibacy. They are pure. They don't want to get involved with that kind of thing. And you have a lot of ideas in your mind. You want to involve yourself with the pleasures dealing with that kind of thing. My list can go on. What did you do? How do you speak? Did you lie? Do you slander people? Do you do tattletale, equivocating? Do you do frivolous talk? Flowery speech, cursing, yelling? Did you curse on the road when you're driving? You curse, you yell in the family, at home? All these actions, volitional actions pertaining to the body, to your speech, to your thought. How do you think? Are you egoistic? Are you compassionate? Are you kind? Are you generous? So I'm giving you a lot of negative stuff. How about the positive stuff? Killing. How about people who are kind and compassionate? Vegetarian. They never kill animals. They're kind to animals. They're struggling for animal rights. And there are some people who demonstrate for showing objections to cruelty to animals and the training of animals for the zoo. You know how elephants get trained? How animals, lions and tigers and monkeys and dogs get trained for entertainment, for zoos? Oh, it's cruelty. Elephant, 2,000 pounds of elephant have to be trained to stand on one foot. And they go starvation. They go on. They ill-treated animals when they're training them. So all these things, I can go on and go on, but I didn't have that much time to go on to say, what did we do? I didn't do anything wrong. You don't even know the wrongs that you have done. You don't even know the wrongs that I have done. I have done a lot of wrongs also. Slowly, we realized it. We know. We change. We reform. So, I said I give you the negative stuff. How about the positive stuff? Instead of not killing, you're being compassionate. You're kind. And instead of stealing, of course, you abstain from stealing, but you're giving out. You're generous. You are charitable. You want to give donations. You want to help others. You're very helpful. That's the positive side. You're helpful not only to your relatives and friends, you're helpful to people at large. Sexual misconduct, you're not doing that. No promiscuity, no fooling around, you're practicing celibacy. You modified your desire, you're an ascetic, you stay pure. You're practicing fidelity to the marriage. You're loyal. How about frivolous talks and cursing and yelling? You always watch your speech. You always mean what you say. You're always honest in your speech. You say the right thing. You're trustworthy. There's the positive and the negative sides. There's the wholesome and the unwholesome side. You created your own karma. You did all that, good or bad. Good karma, you cultivate the cause, would lead to the good effect. Bad karma, you cultivate the bad cause, would give you bad effect. So, the Samyutta Nikaya states, that's a discourse, there's a book called Samyutta Nikaya. It says, according to this, and I quote from there, according to the seed that's sown, so is the fruit you reap therefrom. Doer of good will gather good, doer of evil, evil reaps. Down is the seed, and thou shalt taste the fruit thereof. So that means happiness and misery are not rewards and punishment from a supernatural being. Not from a supernatural being. They are the inevitable effects of the causes that you have performed yourselves. The working of karma is not a subject which could be easily understood by the ordinary intellect. Only the Buddha can fully comprehend this intricate law, as it involves causation, the law of causality. Every thought, utterance, and deed of yours is a seed that ripens over time until it comes to fruition as an event or circumstance. Every action which is a cause will have a result. Likewise, every resultant action has its cause. But then some people may ask, you believe in karma, then does the doctrine of karma repudiate any notion of fate or fixed destiny, or you believe in a fixed destiny? Everything is predetermined. I did something wrong and I have this bad karma, so everything is predestinated. There's a destiny. That's fatalism. So I don't have to, nothing I can do. I have done something wrong and I faced it, and it's predestination. What can I do? No, that's not the attitude. Because you have every opportunity to create new favorable karma that leads towards progress. You also have that every opportunity to create bad new karma that leads you to a downfall. You do them with your own hands. You created them yourself. You understand? Karma is self-created. Let me tell you a story. At the time of Sakyamuni Buddha, once the Buddha was falsely accused of fathering a certain woman's child. Fathering a child, that means fooling around. So the Buddha was wrongly accused of fooling around with a woman and had a son. When the deceit was discovered, the Buddha's followers wanted to punish the culprit. And the Buddha calmly stopped them, saying, "Oh, monks, in a previous lifetime when I was a king, I was once strolling and sightseeing in a forest with my courtiers and imperial concubines, and we saw an ascetic monk meditating in a grove. The ladies were curious and surrounded him, turning their backs to me, and I was jealous and angry. Being jealous and angry, I exclaimed, and I said to them, I yelled to them, 'How do you know that he does not spend his nights reveling with women? How do you know? He's not a good monk. How do you know that he didn't spend his nights reveling with women?' And it is because of that slanderous remark that I have had to endure the woman's deceit. O monks, please release her and let her go in peace." You see, the Buddha in his previous lifetime was a king. The cause is he slandered an ascetic monk without reason. And in his later lifetime, the effect is he got slandered himself. So what's the cause of karma? As I said, ignorance or not knowing things as they truly are is the chief cause of karma. Associated with ignorance is craving for desires, another root of karma. Evil actions are conditioned by ignorance and craving. Why do you create bad karma? Because you don't know that you're committing mistakes. You're ignorant and you have craving, you have desires. You want to satisfy your desire, so you don't care. As long as you satisfy your desires, you want to do what you want. You don't care about the result. Ordinary people, confused sentient beings, they worry only about the effect. They don't care about the cause. Because in the process of creating the cause, they only want to satisfy themselves, satisfy their senses, satisfy their desires. They don't perceive into what's the consequence of this. They didn't see the consequence of everything they do. They just look for happiness. They don't care. But Bodhisattvas, when they do anything, when they speak, when they think, when they act, they always think of the consequence first, the effect first. You see the difference? An intelligent person would consider the effect of something, the consequence of something, before doing it. But the foolish and the corrupt, they don't care about the consequence. They just want to satisfy their happiness. The so-called happiness, quote and unquote, is satisfying their senses. As long as they feel good, their eyes feel good, they want to see something good, hear something good, taste something good, smell something good, touch something good, satisfy all these 6 senses, then they can do what they want. Why do they hunt? Because they like this hunting. They like to have this idea that they're dominating. They can kill. They have the right to kill. They have the right to dominate. They have the right to control. They have the right to say, this should be dead, this should be alive. They want to be a tyranny in their subconscious mind. Why do people get argument? Because they have this strengthened self-respect in them, which we call ego. They have this egoistic feeling that that ego does not want to be diminishing. So that's the argument. So to escape suffering, what do? We must stop the causes of suffering to escape suffering. Not just escape the consequences. You can never get away from the consequences. But you can stop creating causes of suffering. Analyze the causes of suffering. Stop creating the causes. Imagine if you are parenting children and you tell them, children, in whatever you're doing, always think of the effects. Always think of the consequence. Don't just blindly do things as you want. I don't care, just do it. No, that's not the right attitude. What should be our attitude when we are facing a bad karma then? Actually, this doctrine of karma gives consolation, hope, reliance, and moral courage to us. When the unexpected things happen and we encounter difficulties, failures, and misfortune, we should realize that we are reaping what we have sowed, and we are actually wiping off a past debt, or the so-called burning off a bad karma. So when you get married, you were in love, husband and wife, and become husband and wife to get married, and then after 1 or 2 years, the marriage goes sour. Infidelity, they want to go separated. And you say, oh, we were in love before and now it's a broken marriage. It's a bad karma. Yes, it's a bad karma. You faced it up. You're burning off a past debt. It's because you already have this cause before, either in your previous life or in this life. There's so many causes that lead to a consequence. You faced it. You plant good seeds in their place, you do good things, you be careful, you become loyal, you become kind and compassionate, you don't argue, you choose the right person, you make your selection, you analyze, you don't rush into any kind of marriage. So many things to have to analyze and think about. That's the way you should teach, you should parent your children, explain. And I know that some parents don't even have time for their children. So, burning off bad karma. When you face difficulties, you're just burning off bad karma. Instead of hopelessly resigning yourself, leaving everything to karma, you should make a strenuous effort to pull the weeds and sow useful seeds in their place. For the future is in your own hands. So, there's so many kinds of karma. If we consider karma from the perspective of time, we have immediate karmas, we have subsequently effective karma, and we have indefinitely effective karma. 3 kinds. From the perspective of time. There's so many classifications of karma from perspective of morality, from time, from different angles. But for now, given the time that we have, why don't we consider karma with perspective of time? Some karma are immediate karma, subsequently effective karma, and indefinitely effective karma. What is immediate karma? So you realize the effect in the present lifetime for the causes you have done. You realize the effect immediately. In this life, not waiting for the next life to realize the effect, you realize the effect in this life. And let me tell you a story to support that. At the time of Sakyamuni Buddha, a hunter who was going to the forest, followed by his dogs, met a monk who was proceeding on his alms round. Monks, they hold a bow and going on alms round and in the afternoon. So the monk was proceeding on his alms round, and there was a hunter going to the forest, followed by his dogs. And of course the hunter saw that monk. Oh, that's the monk, and they're going on alms round. And during the day, however, the hunter could not procure any gain. He didn't kill any animals. He couldn't find any animal. So he didn't procure any gain. And he thought his bad luck was because he met the monk. I met that terrible monk, and that's why I have this bad luck. So he said, no, that's the reason. So while returning home, he met the same monk again. He met him again. And his anger was aggravated by this second encounter. You see, I was unlucky, and I met that monk, and now I met him again, and this monk is going to give me bad luck. And his anger was aggravated by this second encounter. The hunter was enraged and set the dogs on the monk. Go and get him. So the dogs rushed and try to get the monk. The monk fled for his life, and climbed up a tree to avoid the dog. The hunter was infuriated because the dog couldn't attack him. It was on a tree, climbing up a tree. The dog couldn't climb up, So the hunter climbed up the tree himself, and he used this arrow to pierce the soles of the monk's feet. Spike at the monk's feet. The pain was unbearable, and the monk trembled and yelled for forgiveness. His robe fell down. The monk's robe fell down and completely covering the hunter, the rope. The excited dogs, thinking that the monk had fallen down a tree, attacked their own master and torn him to pieces. That's immediate karma. Immediately he got the karma. So that's what we mean by immediate karma. And that kind of immediate karma happens all the time. You lie, somebody found out. You stole something, the company found out, you got fired. You didn't pay attention to your education, you dropped out from school. So there's a lot, in daily life there's a lot of immediate karma. That's the bad side. The good side, after you become a Buddhist, you are so nice to your family members, and your wife said, "Hey John, you've changed. You are not the same person as before. You were much kinder. You were much compassionate. You were yelling all the time before, and now it seems that you changed your personality. What's wrong with you? Something happened to you." That's immediate karma. Because you changed. Because you were influenced by the Buddha's teaching, by the energy around you, by your own subconscious thinking, by your own thought. You have seeds of thought in your alaya consciousness, and those seeds, water have been poured into them. Some fertilizers have been put into them by that monk, or by some other people, by your gurus, by your teachers, by the books you read. This water, this fertilizers, with the sunlight of your meditation, of your investigation analysis, sprouts into shoots, little plants now. They're not flowering as yet, they're not blooming as yet, but there are these shoots coming out now. There's hope, there's greenery. And you start to be compassionate, you change, you're not egoistic anymore, you're not selfish anymore, and all the family members were happy. That's your immediate karma. You changed yourself. You don't need anybody to change you. You yourself, you can change it. So that's immediate karma. So what is subsequently effective karma? Subsequently effective karma. What does that mean? Subsequently effective karma is karma you would pay for in your next life. Just the following life. You will pay for it in your following life. You wouldn't get the effect in this life. And some people say, I have done a lot of good things. I have cultivated a lot of good causes, and how come I don't get the merits? I've started to be very compassionate, I'm doing a lot of good things, I'm donating, and I'm doing other things. I still have difficulties in life. How come? It's not fair to me. Well, you are taking a McDonald's hamburger approach, fast food approach. You want to do something nice, and you immediately will want to get the result in 3 minutes. You want a 3 minutes rice cooking. 5 minutes is not quick enough. 3 minutes. So you want to donate $5, and you say, "Oh, today I've done something good. I donate $5, and maybe next year I'll get a promotion. I'll get a promotion for $500 promotion in gain, which is pretty good. I gave her $5 and I got 500 in return. That is a 3 minutes cooking rice approach to karma. So at the time, let me tell you a story, another story. At the time of Sakyamuni Buddha, there was a farmer who met a wandering monk looking for a place to settle down for meditation. The monk requested a patch of his land to build a hut as his residence so that he can practice. The farmer delightfully granted his request. Venerable, you want to practice meditation, you have nowhere to go, you've been wandering, and please, okay, let me help you. I'll give you this patch of land, and if, in case you want any wood or bamboos or anything like that, then let me know, I'll help you out. So he helped the monk to build his hut for meditation. So after a few years, the farmer passed away, and one day the monk was in meditation. And in his equanimity, peace of mind, reposed mind, he saw the farmer who passed away, descending from the sky again, descending from the sky. And the farmer's body was emanating with light, like a celestial being, a heavenly being, and said to him, Venerable, I have come to thank you for using my land as your place for practicing meditation. Because of this merit, I am now reborn in heaven, enjoying happiness and long life. You are really a precept abiding, a precept observing monk, and you are really diligent monk. Your practice glorifies the land. Please continue. There's a lot more merits behind you. And then suddenly, that celestial being, being the reincarnated body of that farmer, suddenly disappeared. So that's subsequent karma. The farmer donated that piece of land out of his heart, out of his compassion, because he wanted to help out that wandering monk. And in his next life, when he passed away, he was reborn in heaven. But mind you, heaven is not the ultimate place to go. You still have to go into samsara. Heaven, you still have to die. You must get out from samsara. Even heaven is not the final destination. But if you build enough good merits, you're not in this world. This is not heaven. This is the kamadhatu, the world of desires with suffering. This is the world with suffering, with a mixture, with a combination of suffering and happiness. But in heaven, there's only happiness. We are not qualified yet. You and I, we were not qualified for going to heaven because you and I, we did bad karma as well as good karma before. If you did only good karma, you were already in heaven. You're not here listening to me. You're already in good heaven. But you are not in heaven. Why? We are of the same standing, more or less. We call that group karma. I told you the different kinds of karma. Group karma and individual karma. This world is for us all, you and I, as a group. We live in this world. This world is a group, collective karma for us. We share the same world. Save on Food, for example, that supermarket is a collective karma for every one of us because every one of us have that right to go in there to shop. There's a collective karma. You enjoy shopping, you go, everybody goes, Simpson Sears, Save on Food, there's collective karma. But in collective, that is the individualistic karma. Why? All these shoppers in Save on Food, in their pocket, the amount of money is not the same. Some people don't have to look at the price. They pick and choose the best. Organic, always go organic. They don't care about the price. They have a lot of money. And this miserable guy always have to take out his pet book. this is 50 cents less, this is 20 cents more. They always have to be on a budget. They didn't make enough money. They're always living in poverty. Or maybe they even have to depend on other people for the food. There's individual karma. The group karma, collective karma is the same, but individual karma is different. You see, so much in karma that we can talk about, so intricate. It's the law of causation. We still have to have one session of karma, and I will give you more classification of it so that you know. So when you look at, next time when you're shopping in the supermarket, you know, oh, I'm coming to a collective karma. And let's see how you can watch people. Everyone is different. And some people have to pick the cheapest. Some people, they don't care about the money. They have lots of money. Some people have good health, some people bad health. Some people always live in a lap of luxury, and some always steep in misery. And some people are intelligent, some people are foolish. Is it because of some supernatural being imposed on them? No. They created their karma themselves. So, third, indefinitely effective karma. Indefinitely effective karma, it's karma, the effect of which will result in some future lives, not the next life. Indefinitely effective, that means you've done something good or bad in this life, you don't get the retribution in your next life. But it could be in the third, fourth, or fifth, or indefinitely. So how does that mature? The maturity depends on causes and conditions put together. And somehow, you could see example like this. There's John, and he's a bad guy, and I know he's a bad guy. He has a bad, he's doing bad things, but he always seems to be lucky. First of all, he was born in a rich family, and he's healthy, he's good looking, he seems to get the best. But this guy is really selfish, He didn't really care. He squandered his money away, and he fooled around. He's womanizing this guy, and yet he had the best of everything. Why? It's unfair. He should be doomed. He shouldn't be so enjoyable in his life, in the luxuries of life. Do you know that all those good karma that he performed in his previous life mature in this life? Because of indefinitely effective karma. Because all these conditions make sure that he enjoyed the fruits of this life. And all the bad things that he did in this life, the karma is going to get him in later lives. It has to mature yet. It will be stored. The time will come. Sooner or later, you can't get away. You can't hide. There's no place to hide. He can run, but he can't hide. He can run as fast as he can, but he can't hide. Because somehow karma will get him. And for example, there was an arahat at the time of the Buddha, Moggallana, Mahamoggallana. In one of his previous births, he killed his parents. As a result, he suffered a long time in hell with no intermission of suffering. He suffered and suffered in hell for many, many lifetimes, countless number of lifetimes. And even in his last birth, he was clubbed to death. He was arahat already. He was killed. He served his karma. You understand? Arahat, he was already an arahat, he was out from samsara, but he still kept his body. He would enter into parinirvana after the demise of this body. But his body was clubbed to death, was killed. Even that, he had to serve his karma, even though he was the arahat. So, that's karma. Whatever we do, remember this karma. Why you are suffering now? Because of karma. Can you change? Of course. no predestiny, no fatalism. You can always change for the better. Everything is impermanent. Everything is always changing. There is no unchanging entity. Everything can change. You are suffering now. Don't always think that you suffer. You start to improve, to reform, to cultivate good deeds. Perform, always purify your mind, purify your speech, purify your action. How? How do you do it? Meditation, mindfulness. Train your mind. You watch every action, every speech, every thought. What are we doing every Saturday? For so many years, you're being mindful. You were not mindful before. You were ignorant. You didn't know. Now you know there's certain things I can't do. Bad karma, I can't cultivate bad karma. So you're being mindful of yourself. You come to meditation, you train yourself. In other words, when you're meditating, you're adding on your good karma. You're watering your plant. You're putting fertilizers. You're giving it sunlight. You yourself giving all this nutrition to let the plant bloom. And one day it blossomed. It blossomed into Buddhahood. It blossomed into purity. One day you will be the Buddha. There's billions of Buddhas. What's the meaning of Buddha? The enlightened being. Pure of karma, no more karma. Buddha is beyond karma. Absolutely pure of karma. Did he depend on a supernatural being to purify his karma? No. He purified himself. After so many lifetimes, he purified himself. And he got to a point that his no more karma left. He's pure. He became the Buddha. You can be in that position. You're not different. You are the polluted being, the confused sentient being. And Bodhisattva and Buddha is the enlightened being. The Buddha, after being enlightened, he gave you the information how to enlighten yourself. He wanted to help you out. He wanted to give you the method. The method that he used to enlighten himself, he gave it to you so that you can enlighten yourself and enlighten others. Are you going to perceive that path of enlightenment? We call it path of purification. Are you going to pursue that path of purification? Or are you going to go through many, many lifetimes of reincarnation in the samsara? You're born and reborn. You may be lucky this lifetime that you practice Buddhism. You're mindful. You may not be lucky in your next lifetime. You could be in hell though. You could reincarnate into animal realm or the ghost realm. You have been in the human realm. You have the chance to practice. But if you keep on doing vicious acts, unwholesome speech, obnoxious personality, always being egoistic and selfish, you're paving your path to the three vicious paths: animal realm, hell realm, and the ghost realm. Let us continue with the discussion of karma, K-A-R-M-A, with reference to the time in which effects are worked out. So there's cause and effect. So how about the timing of effect coming out because of the causes that you have made. There's cause and effect, we call it causality. For every action, every speech, every thought, there's always a cause and effect will come out. Good effect, bad effect, neutral effect. So if we consider karma with regard to the maturity of effect, karma can be classified into 3 periods, we know that. Immediate karma, subsequently effective karma, and indefinitely effective karma. What is immediate karma? Immediate karma is that which is experienced in this present life. Subsequently effective karma is that which is experienced in the following life. And indefinitely effective karma is that which would be experienced in any future lives. Could be the 3rd life, 4th life, or any future lives. So indefinitely effective, depending on the maturity and the coincidental conglomeration of causes and conditions. So this is 3 classifications, which I elaborated last time. Now, according to the intensity and priority of effect, karma can be classified into weighty karma, death proximate karma, and habitual karma. There's 3 karmas. What is weighty karma? Weighty karma is very serious, you know. It produces its result in the present life or in the immediate next life for sure. It's very weighty. So according to Sutra, if anyone commits the 5 immediate sinful crimes, then it's very weighty, it's very serious. The 5 sins. What are these 5 sins according to Sutras? Matricide, patricide, the murder of an arahat, the injury of a Buddha, and the creation of Sikhism in Sangha. What does that mean? Matricide is not people won't commit that. Matricide is the killing of your own mom. Patricide, the killing of your own dad. The murder of an arahat, someone who's enlightened, who could enlighten others. You murder him. Now that's very sinful. That would produce weighty karma. The injury of Buddha in an attempt to kill the Buddha. Now that's a very weighty karma. And the creation of Sikhism in Sangha, that means in the Sangha order, in the monks' congregation, you're trying to separate them, you're trying to make sure that they are not working in harmony. Because the Sangha order is trying to promote Buddhism to all sentient beings, and you're trying to stop them, you're trying to segregate them, you're trying to create troubles among them. You develop a Sikhism in them. Now that's 5 sinful crimes. You will immediately get weighty karma. For example, at the time of the Buddha, his disciple Devadatta, as a disciple Devadatta, the Buddhist disciple, he attempted to kill the Buddha, and finally he injured the Buddha. But he's already attained psychic power, so he lost all his psychic power and was reborn in an evil state after he died. So that's very weighty karma. And if you have observed, if you are in this life and you have observed the 5 virtuous deeds, that would produce weighty karma too. One of the 5 virtuous deeds, good deeds. Abstinence from killing, you're not killing. Abstinence from killing, abstinence from stealing, abstinence from sexual misconduct, abstinence from lying, from slandering, from cursing, from equivocating, frivolous talks, and also abstinence from indulgence in greediness, anger, and ignorance. You don't do all those. And you observe them, and all your deeds were virtuous deeds. Then you develop this weighty karma, that you will be reborn in the following life in Rupadhatu, or in heaven, enjoying bliss. Although heaven is not the ultimate way to go, because heaven you enjoy extreme bliss, extreme happiness, extreme longevity, but you still have to go through samsara. You still have died when the time is mature that you have to leave. So that's not the ultimate. Just to remind you, heaven is not the ultimate way to go. Of course, nirvana is the ultimate way to go. Get away from life and death, the rebirth of life and death. Going to heaven is not the ultimate way. So that's weighty karma. Don't build up weighty karma. Very serious karma. And next one is death proximate karma. This is the karma which one does or remember immediately before the moment of dying. At the moment of dying, you remember something or some action that you have done at the moment of dying. That becomes very influential. That's why in one of the sutras, in the Siddhikapa Sutra, Di Zhang Jing, in Siddhikapa Sutra, it's always mentioned that someone passed away, if you use his inheritance, his money, the money he's left behind, to do good deeds and let the person know, he'll be reborn in heaven or to good places. Why? Because of the effect of death proximate karma. You understand what I mean? If he remembers or does a good deed at the time of death. So if you use up all this money, John, you're dying, you have some money left behind, can we use your money to donate to charitable organizations to help out the poor? Can we use your money to donate to temple? Can we use your money for the publication of sutras to good deeds? And then the person who's dying, oh yes, please, I want to do this good deed. There's no point in leaving my money behind. I can't use it anyway. So I want to leave everything for good purposes. And he remembered it at the moment of death. There's death proximate karma. That is very influential. Even though he's a bad person, at that juncture, he will be reborn in good place. Maybe in heaven, or maybe probably not in the three vicious paths. What are the three vicious paths? Reborn as hungry ghosts, going to hell as victims of hell, reborn in the animal realm. Now he wouldn't be like that because at the moment of death, he had this death proximate karma. Now there's a story that at the time of the Buddha, there is a certain executor, execute people who casually happened to give alms to Venerable Sariputra. One of the disciples of the Buddha was Venerable Sariputra. He's already an arahat. And this certain executor who always killed people, he gave alms to Venerable Sariputra. Henry remembered this good act at the time of his dying. Oh, I gave alms to a monk, Venerable Sariputra. And he remembered it. He feel good about it. He feel gladdened about it. And he was reborn in the state of bliss, even though it's bad. But this does not mean that he will be exempted from the effect of his evil deeds, which he accumulated during his lifetime, but he's just postponed it. It will be postponed. It's just his death proximate karma is very influential at the moment of death. So that's very important. So it's extremely important that a dying person, you must know how to deal with the situation. You could turn the plight of that person who is going down to hell or to the vicious path into good ways if you know how to. So at times a good person may die unhappily by suddenly remembering an evil act of his during lifetime, some unpleasant action. For example, in the scriptures, Queen Malika, a consort of King Kasala at the time of the Buddha, she remembered a lie she had uttered to the king to cover her misbehavior. And she suffered for 7 days in a state of misery before he died. That even though he didn't do any bad karma, but because he always remembered that bad thing. So at the juncture of death, you always tell the dying person, forget about all those bad things in the past. Let go of it. So it's extremely important at the juncture of death, because there's death proximate karma. Everybody understand? So what is habitual karma? So we already have mentioned weighty karma, death proximate karma. What is habitual karma? Our habits, one's habits, whether good or bad, become one's second nature and form inferential karma too. There's a saying by some psychiatrists. They say, your future depends on your habits. In other words, your habits determine your future. Habits are very important. If you have bad habits, you won't have good future. If you have the habit of being lazy, if you have the habit of being sloppy, if you have the habit of being selfish, if you have the habit of always creating jealousy, if you have the habit of always agitating yourself with anger, you can easily get upset, or you have the habit of being very extremely emotional, your habits affect you. Very much so, it affects you. It becomes very inferential karma. You watch your habit. Now, at unmindful moment, one often lapses into one's habitual thinking. In the same way, at a moment of death, one usually recalls to one's own habitual deeds. At the time of Sakyamuni Buddha, there was a butcher by the name Chanda, a butcher, and he was living in the vicinity of the Buddhist monastery. And at the moment of death, of course, he was suffering, and he was yelling like a pig because he was earning his living by slaughtering pigs. He always, habitually, whenever he killed a pig, he heard that kind of yelling for mercifulness. And it became habitual in his mind. So at the time of dying, he yelled like an animal at the time of dying. And King Tudagagami of Ceylon was in the habit, Ceylon is Sri Lanka now, was in the habit of, that king was a very good king. He was in the habit of giving alms to monks before he took his own meal. Before he took his lunch or dinner, he always gave alms to food and to monks. So it was this habitual karma that gratified him at the moment of death and resulted in being reborn in Tushita heaven. He born in heaven because he always have built up that habit. So habit is extremely important. And the saying goes, you are what your habits build you up to be. Your habits determine your future. Successful people have successful habits. So you watch your habits. Don't build up bad habits. For sure, get rid of your habits of laziness, sluggishness, selfishness, anger, jealousy, hatred. Get rid of all those. But it's difficult to get rid of your habits. It's difficult enough to get rid of your habit of drinking coffee, smoking. It's difficult to get rid of smoking. Have you done it? If you become successful in getting rid of that cigarettes, how come you can't get rid of all the other bad habits? Don't blame the society. Don't blame your mom and dad, your family, or blame yourself. Blame your habits for not being successful. Starting from today, after this talk, change your bad habits. They're no good for you. They pull you down. They're like Maras to you. You know what Maras? They're devils. They're devils inside of you, waiting to pull you down. Are you going to fight with them? Get rid of your bad habits. They're no good for you. So that is habitual karma. That creates karma. So, what do we have? So, there is also a macro perspective of karma. The micro perspective of karma is Vedic karma concerning the individual, Vedic karma, death approximate karma, habitual karma, immediate karma, subsequently effective karma, indefinitely effective karma. But there's also the macro perspective of karma, collective karma and individual karma. What is collective karma? We're living in this part of the world. So this country is our collective karma. This is Canada. This is collective karma. We enjoy the same air, the same water. We can walk the same land. Not everybody connect. Not all people on earth enjoy this collective karma. People, for example, who are in other countries, they can't walk this land. So this land becomes the collective karma. The mountain, the landscape, the fresh air, the water, the streams, the house, public school, hospitals, the roads. Looking from that way, the government, Medicare, public houses, theaters, cinema houses, all these that everybody can go and enjoy, they are collective karma for us. And of course, there's also individual karma. As I have given an example before, we go to Save On Food. It's a collective karma that everybody can go in there. All the goods are displayed on shelves, all marked with price tag and all that. But because of the individual karma, you pick and choose your own. Some people are rich. They buy organic, they don't care about the price because they got lots of money. Their individual karma is they got good karma. And some people, they always have to check their budget. I can't buy this is too expensive. I only have so much money to spend every day. I can't buy this. So you see the difference? In the collective, that is the individualistic karma, even though it's collective. So collective karma and individual karma. How come we have individual karma? Because everybody's action, speech, and thoughts are different. Why is he richer than me? He has a lot of money and I don't. Why is he more intelligent than me? Why is he has good look and I don't have good look? He's physically sound and I'm not. Don't be jealous. He cultivated these good causes before or in this life. Not Buddha who gave him all this. He cultivated all these things. Why did he become rich? In his last lifetime, he was extremely generous. He gave out. He helped the poor by giving a lot of money. He donated a lot. And you're so stingy and selfish. You all keep everything to yourself. You don't help. You don't render helping hands to others. But he was extremely generous. That's the cause. What's the effect? Becoming extremely rich. And why is he more healthy? Because in his last life, he didn't kill animals. He was so merciful on animals. He was so compassionate to animals. And you've been so cruel. You go hunting, fishing. You hunt the bears, the deers. You hang the antlers on the living room and enjoy the killing of animals. You kill animals for pleasure. You don't think you have karma on that? You think you can get away from karma? I was in my first year at University of Toronto. I was studying at University of Toronto. That was 1968, and I had to look for a place to stay. Being a poor student, because of the karma, I guess, then I had to rent a small little basement from an Italian couple. I think about $35 per month at that time, $35 a month, close to the university. And a gloomy little bungalow. And I shared it with one of my fellow students too, from Hong Kong. Two of us shared a small little basement. We have a little kitchen, and upstairs, Italian couple. The man was working as a landscaper in a big company, mowing lawn and caring for flowers and shrubs. And they were very traditional Italian people, very kind to us. We still remember them, very kind to us. And one day, in the first week, one day in the first 2 weeks, 1 or 2 weeks, the women came down to the basement. She didn't come down all the time. And we realized the woman is always dressing in black. And we always try to figure out why did she always dress in black. And later we found out that she had some charm in here. And she always open it and always look at it. And we found that that's the photo of her son. And we inquired more about what happened. The son passed away at the age of 11. And she was so stricken with grief and so sorrowful that for the past 2 years, she had been wearing a black in memory of her son. And later we found out that when we go upstairs, we found out that there's a lot of deer's antlers, and the husband liked hunting, all the time hunting. And we have a discussion ourselves that, oh, that's why. He took away the lives of the children of the animals, and naturally he had the effect of losing his son. They were so much in grief. So don't kill, don't hunt. There's always karma to get you. We just passed the Thanksgiving Day, as I said. You killed turkeys in Thanksgiving. You ate turkeys, celebration for Thanksgiving. And do you know that turkeys also have children? You segregate them. You kill their children, kill their parents, and you're celebrating your own Thanksgiving for reunion of families. That's not fair. That's unfair. And you don't realize it because we've been doing it. We have been habitually killing animals for food. So, we've been talking about collective karma and individual karma. Individual karma. Now, give you another example. Like an earthquake. If you're not destined to die, in the tsunami in Indonesia, just 5 minutes before the tsunami, he left the seashore, went into the interior. He escaped the tragedy. Nobody knows why. Because he didn't have that karma, individual karma affecting him. There's collective karma, there's individual within the collective. You understand what I mean? And also, if you're always chanting, you'll have blessings. That's why we said always chanting. You know why? Because you're always connected with certain spiritual dependencies that would give you the feeling that, hey, you should leave, there's a tsunami going on. There's always chanting. Because there's bodhisattvas and Buddhas who try to save you. But you need the communication with them. Bodhisattvas and Buddhas are always rendering compassion to sentient beings. But are you communicating with them? It's just like everyone is a little lake, a pond, a lake. And the moon is always in the sky. The moon is radiating light with no discrimination. The moon radiates light, gives light, with no regard as to who you are. All the lakes in the landscape, they all got the light. But if your lake is all polluted, you don't get the benefit of it. It's not because the moon is not shining on you. The moon does not discriminate. I don't want to help him, I want to help her. I want to help this nation, I don't want to help this nation. Bodhisattva and Buddha don't make the difference. The light is all the same, always shining, helping you. Compassion is always rendering to you. But have you got that linkage? Did you clean up the lake of your mind, the water of your mind? Your water is polluted. Your water is wavy. You don't get the light. It's because of you, not because of the moon. So you always have to maintain that tranquility of communication. Always meditate, always say your mantra. And you also support your mantra chanting, your prayers, by your good deeds. You know why? Even though if you're chanting all the time, you're trying to communicate this peaceful linkage with Bodhisattvas. But if you're always building up bad, weighty karma, habitual karma, how can you get it? The lake of your mind is all polluted. You can't get it. It all depends on you yourself. Nothing to do with the moon. The moon is not making any discrimination. The moon is always there, shining, shining, shining. But it's the individual lakes that are different. Your individual karma. Can you purify your karma? Can you purify your lake mind? That's the thing you should do. You did it this morning. When we say Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. We did it. You can do it at home. All the time. So we got collective karma and individual karma. Karma is changing though, it's not fixed. So it does not mean that, oh, I got bad karma in my last lives, I'm doomed, I'm done for, nothing I can do. You know, I'm poor, I'm unhealthy, and I got a broken family, I have a divorce, I don't have a good job, oh, I'm finished for this life. No. You can change it, starting from today. Purify your karma. So we're not destined by karma. Fate is in your own hands. Fate is in your own hands. Because the moon is the same. The light from the moon is the same, from the Buddha is the same. But your lake, your mind lake is polluted. It's different. Can you purify it? If you say, I can't, well, it's up to you. Whether you can or not, you cannot, it's up to you. Let me tell you a story. There was an old monk who through a diligent practice of meditation, had attained a certain degree of spiritual penetration, or what we call samadhi, had a certain degree of samadhi, and he could predict the future of a person by looking at his face, the feature of his face, the color, the energy. He has certain power because of, after a while of spiritual penetration and concentration, you got that power. But mind you, that's not the objective of meditation. Don't attach to it. Don't say, I want to meditate because I want to attain that spiritual power. Oh, then you got a Mara in you. Very dangerous. Because the Mara would know that, oh, this meditator, he is greedy and he wants psychic power. Maybe I should cooperate with him. I have a little bit of psychic power. I enter in his body. If you got the spirit enter your body, you can't get rid of him. For the rest of your life, you will always be his slave. Don't try to get spiritual power. When it comes, it comes. Don't try to get it. Don't attach to it. Now, this is something just as a sidetrack to mention it to you. So, he had a novice monk, Samanara, novice monk, who was about 8 years old. And one day the old monk looked at the boy's face and saw that he would die within the next few months. The old monk meditating and looked at the boy's face. Oh, he realized the boy, by looking at his energy, maybe his aura, he realized the boy would pass away in a few months, 3-4 months. He didn't tell the boy what he saw. He felt that the boy should return home to his parents so that he would be with his family when he was dying. So he told the boy, go back, told the boy to take a long holiday and go and visit his parents. He said, take your time and don't hurry back, just take your time and go home and enjoy yourself. So the boy went home. 3 months later, to his astonishment, the old monk saw the boy walking back up to the monastery in the mountain now. When he arrived, he looked intently at the boy's face, and he saw that now the boy would live to have ripe old age, will have longevity. So the old monk was quite suspicious. He didn't know why, and the old monk asked the boy, "Tell me everything that happened while you were away." So the boy started to tell his journey down the mountain. And he told of villages and towns he passed through, of rivers he crossed, of mountains he climbed. And then he told how one day he came upon a stream in flood. A stream, not a deep stream, a stream that you can wade across, maybe about 2 feet, 2-3 feet. He went to a stream in flood. And he noticed when he was wading his way across a flowing stream, he noticed that a colony of ants had become trapped on a tiny little island. Ants, a whole group of a colony of ants trapped on an island in the middle of the stream, is almost submerging down. And moved by compassion for these poor creatures, ants, who were going to die, he took a branch of a tree and he laid it across the stream, connecting the small little island to shore, to the bank of the stream. And the boy was holding the branch, and to his astonishment, the ants knew. So all these ants were crawling from the tiny little island across the branch onto shore, onto the bank of the stream. So he held the branch for quite a while, because there's many, many ants. And until all the ants have escaped to dry land, then the boy left. Then he saved thousands of ants, And then he went on his way. So the old monk said, "Oh, I know. That's why karma gave you the longevity. You did the good karma, and you changed your karma. You will now live up to old age. Your karma changed because you saved thousands and thousands of ants just by that action of compassion." So what do we learn from this? The novice monk had the karma of passing away in a few days because of his immediate weighty karma. This is immediate weighty karma of saving thousands of ants out of his sincere compassion. His cumulated bad karma is avoided, and they go on living long age. So you can change karma. So fate is in your own hands. We can avoid negative karmic seeds to ripen by purifying them, using the powers of purification. What are these powers of purification? These powers of purification come from what? From meditation, from repentance, from discipline, from practice of compassion. Now, although this does not eliminate negative karma, but it can avoid the results to occur now, then when you can avoid bad results to come out, then you practice. And ultimately, when we practice prajnaparamita, we realize the true emptiness, the true nature of emptiness, and then we eliminate our mental afflictions and we go to nirvana. Then you'll be pure in all your karma. So you have to avoid bad karma first, postpone it first. So when you have bad karma, you always think in this way: I'm burning up a bad karma. I'm paying a karma debt. That's the way you should look at it. If I encounter something that I don't like, it's because of your karma. You can change it. Karma can be changed. So the concept of karma tells us that we must be extremely careful on our deeds. Whatever you're doing, whatever your thought, your verbal, your words, and your actions. Your body do actions, your mouth speak, your mind produce thoughts. Always be mindful of all these things. Don't curse people, don't lie, don't slander, don't yell, don't get angry all the time, don't get emotional. Always try to help. Don't get greedy, don't get jealousy, hatred. Get rid of these mental afflictions. Purify your karma. When you're always in the process of purifying your karma will be pure. And you always do your chanting and your repentance, then you will improve your karma. So don't think that a small sin does not matter. I've done something wrong, it does not matter. Oh, someone wants me to go fishing with him. Oh, it does not matter. I just go fishing just for one day. That's killing. So don't think that a small sin does not matter. Just as falling drops of water will fill a large container. A small sin is like a drop of water. When it always have small sins dropping on a large container of all these drops of water, it will overwhelm you completely as time goes on. Always watch your small little bad karma. Don't think that it does not matter. It really matters. Always build up good karma. If you have done something good karma, do not think that it will be forgotten. I've done something good. The beneficiaries of the karma may forget you because he doesn't care. You help a friend, you try your best to help your friend, and your friend just ignore you. Does not matter, because good effect will finally find its way back to you. Good karma will always get back to you. So with that, we end the 3 sessions on the concept of karma, and of course we can go a lot more in depth and in detail, but we don't need to. As long as we understand the meaning of it, we can always pursue further in other ways. For example, in internet, in some books. As long as you know the basic, you get what you give. Always be careful on yourself, what you're doing. Watch your action, watch your behavior. Get rid of the bad habits. That produces habitual karma. In no way, in no event should you do weighty karma. Don't do it. Do the right profession. There are some professions that you cannot do. Slaughtering, drug trafficking, illegal things, I don't have to name it, you know about it. Sexual misconduct, lying, cursing. Change all those, and then you will lead a happy life, because it may produce enough weighty karma to change this life for the better. So you are the master of your own life. You are the director of your own film. You play an important role. You are the actor, the actress. You're also the audience. You're the director yourself. How do you direct your film? You write your own script. Try to write a good script. Don't foul it up. You write your good script onto it. Nobody else. Nobody can write it for you. Nobody can act it for you. I hope that you'll be a good audience, reflecting on what you have done. Be critical of yourself. You've done something, you'll be a good audience. You are a film critic. You watch what you have been doing. That's meditation. Why do you come for meditation? Why? Every Saturday, instead of going partying, instead of staying at home fooling around, sleeping extra for 2 more hours, Saturday, you always want to sleep more. You need 8 hours, 9 hours of sleep. You want to sleep more. Why should you get up so early in the morning and you come for meditation? You start that first step to change your karma. That action is a saintly action. You start to change yourself. Nobody can do it for you. You, yourself. That's karma. according to a sutta called Dharma Pavatana of the Theravada school, the Four Noble Truths is the first sermon of the Buddha. The first time when Buddha talked about the Dharma, that's the Four Noble Truths. So according to history, after his enlightenment in Buddha Gaya, the Buddha went to Varanasi, and on his way, he met his former companions, the 5 ascetic monks, in the deer park. When the 5 ascetics met the Buddha again, they thought, oh, this person, we know him. He abandoned our ascetic practices, we should just ignore him. But as he came by, they all felt something special about him. So they stood up to make a place for him to sit down, and he delivered his first sermon on the Four Noble Truths. So that was, the first sermon was delivered to the 5 ascetic monks in the deer park in Varanasi. So there are some people in here who may think that, oh, Four Noble Truths, you may have heard about it. Oh yeah, Four Noble Truths, beginner stuff. It's so simple. That's the basic. They always think that, oh, that's beginner stuff, that's basic. We should learn something more advanced. Why get back to the Four Noble Truths? But let me tell you, the Four Noble Truths are a lifetime's reflection. It is not just a matter of realizing the Four Noble Truths. They require an ongoing attitude of vigilance, and they provide a context for lifetime reflection and contemplation. You know, just oh, I know the Four Noble Truths and that's enough. No, you have to reflect on it. It's just like every day when you go out, what do you see? You look at the mirror, look at yourself. You use that mirror every day to reflect on you. You need to look at it. So it's worth going through again and again. So what are the Four Noble Truths? The first Noble Truth is that life is suffering. Life means suffering. Life is suffering. Even if we consider ourselves happy for a while, sometimes we feel happy, but this happiness is transitory by nature. The second Noble Truth, now the first, you know the first. Life is suffering. The second Noble Truth is the origination of suffering. The suffering in the Sanskrit language is dukkha. D-U-K-K-H-A, dukkha. So if you read sutras, suffering means, the Sanskrit for suffering is dukkha. So the second Noble Truth is the origination of suffering. That means we must know the causes of suffering. The third Noble Truth is the cessation of suffering. That means we can end suffering through nirodha. What is nirodha? It's relinquishment of your desires and craving. If you get rid of your desire and attachment, you can end suffering. That's the third. How about the fourth Noble Truth? It's the method or the path to end suffering. So you got this 4. So actually, at this point, we can think about it. What is Buddhism? Buddhism is not that the Buddha demand obeisance, demand blind faith, demand your belief, and then the Buddha gives you blessings. That's not Buddhism. Buddhism wants, a Buddhist is an investigator. Investigator of what? Of life. He's a researcher of life. A Buddhist wants to know more about life so that he can practice it and improve on his life. Not just faith, not just prostration and chanting and burning incense, burning candles and bringing flowers and offerings. Not that. That's just the peripheral part of it. So you are if you practice the Buddhist teaching, you are a researcher of life. Research into the meaning of life, the weight of life. You investigate into why. Why do we have all these? Why inequalities? What's the meaning of karma? Why are people, they are different. Our faiths are different. So what are these Four Noble Truths? This Four Noble Truths indirectly tell you that, the Four Noble Truths is to find out more about life. First of all, it's a truth that life is suffering. We'll investigate more into it. Why? Life is suffering. And then the second is causes of suffering. So you can see it's very analytical. Now, assuming that we all have a common sickness, the sickness of suffering, of craving, of attachment, the first Noble Truth said, life is suffering, identification of the sickness, that common sickness, identify the sickness. The second, causes of suffering, a diagnosis of the sickness. The third, cessation of suffering, affirmation that the suffering can be healed, the sickness can be healed. Fourth, path or the method leading to the cessation of suffering. That's the medicine, the cure that will stop the suffering. So this is all analytical. It's like a doctor prescribing medicine to patients. Nothing about blind faith, nothing about superstition. That's a good example. Patients, doctor, and medicine. So, let's get more into it. Four Noble Truths. What are the Four Noble Truths? The first Noble Truth says that life is suffering. Human nature is not perfect, and neither is the world we live in. The world, nothing is perfect. The world is imperfect. And during our lifetime, inevitably, we have to endure physical suffering. What are these things? Pain, sickness, injuries, old age, tiredness, and eventually what? Death. And some people say, no, life is not suffering, life is happy. I feel happy. I got a job, I travel, I got money to spend, I have an apartment, I have a car and all that, and why are you telling me that I'm suffering? Because we're ignorant. We don't even know we're in suffering. When death is always confronting you, how can you be happy? When you know that your life is going to come to an end, when you know that there's always a final curtain for your show, how can you feel happy? Not only the final curtain for you, for your beloved ones. How can you feel happy? The Buddha didn't feel happy about that. He wanted to find out a way that there's no suffering, there's no death. You don't go through rebirth. So the first Noble Truth, life is suffering. Not just physical suffering, psychological suffering, which is even more serious. What are these psychological suffering? Anxiety, disappointment, fear, frustration, sadness, and depression. These are psychological sufferings. Although there are different degrees or extent of suffering, and there are sometimes happiness in experience in life, but ultimately life in its totality is imperfect, incomplete, and transient. Nobody can argue about it. Life is transient, fleeting, impermanent. And according to a sutra, Samyutta Nikaya, that's of the Theravada school, and I quote directly from there. I just read it out to you. Birth is dukkha, D-U-K-K-H-A, dukkha is suffering, right? Birth is dukkha. And dukkha is a Sanskrit word for suffering. Birth is dukkha. Aging is dukkha. Death is dukkha. Sickness is dukkha. Sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair are dukkha. Association with the unbeloved ones is dukkha. Separation from the loved ones is dukkha. Not getting what one wants is dukkha. In short, the 5 clinging aggregates are dukkha. What does it mean? Now you know birth is dukkha, the suffering, you know. Why is birth suffering? You carry karma into this world, your own karma. You get reborn into this world. You have no choice. It's not Buddha who determines where you're born. So always maintain those 3 philosophical questions in your mind. Where did I come from before I was born? Why did I get born here? What's the meaning of life? You got to find out these. Where did I come from? Do I suddenly have this present life? Is there a chain, a continuity? Where would I go after this life? Why did I get born? What's the meaning of life? The significance of life? Are you not going to be interested in this kind of questions? Or you just, you know, like a robot, putting in food, putting on your clothes, and getting a job, getting a family, and finally death? Every day you get busy. Busy partying, talking on the phone, doing a job, studying, going to university, caring for your kids, getting married, or getting a divorce, or finally home is broken, or go on, and finally death. Is that what life is all about? If that's what you accept, it's not enough. It's not enough. So, you know, birth is dukkha. Aging is dukkha. Death is dukkha. There's no denial on that. Death is dukkha. Sickness is dukkha. Sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair are dukkha. But how about association with the unbeloved ones is dukkha? Association with people you don't love. Associating with things that you don't like. That's suffering. I've met a lot of couples who didn't get a divorce yet because they have children that bind them together. They don't like each other. The love already just dissipated 1 or 2 years after marriage, after the wedding. They have children and they can't do anything about it. They want to keep the children in and they're not happy about it. They go each other's way, but they still keep the family going. And there's association with unbeloved ones. That is suffering. You live with someone you don't love. Or you work in a company that you dislike. Or you cooperate with colleagues that you hate. Isn't that suffering? Your colleagues always backbiting, tattletelling on you. You are insecure. All these is suffering. Your brothers and sisters, you think your dad is manipulating favoritism among the boys and the girls at home. You hate your dad, or you hate your mom, or you hate each other. Of course, there's always sometimes love. So separation, association with the unbeloved ones is suffering. On the other hand, separation from the loved ones is suffering. People you love, your mom, your dad, they passed away. You are grief-stricken. You love your dad or your mom so much that you always want to stay with them. But one day, that day will come. Of course you don't feel happy about it. So that's suffering arising from separation from loved ones. Now, there's suffering, not getting what one wants is suffering. Your desire, you have insatiable desire. It does not matter how rich you are. You always have desire that you cannot fulfill. Talk to the billionaires. You ask them, are you happy? Have you got all, since you have billions of dollars, have you got all your desire fulfilled? No, he said. So what is your happiest moment? The happiest moment that I have is I can get an ice cream cone and lick it, and I'm walking in the park enjoying the trees and the flowers. That's my happiest moment. But I don't have that. Everyday meetings, and I always have to deal with my affairs. I'm not free. They're billionaires. And you think billionaires have all the money in the world, they can fulfill every one of their desires? No. No, it's not true. They always be interviewed by magazines, and they always release information about happiness. Don't you read about them? But then you say, oh, this guy, he wants to have a walk in the park, and that's happiness. I walk in the park every day, I don't feel happy. Because your definition of happiness is not the same. You want material, you don't have money. You want money, you want struggle. Your definition of happiness, your longing for that kind of happiness is different. Its degrees and extents are all different. So, these are the specifics of suffering, but on a macro level, they're also suffering in relation to the environment. The first is suffering in relation to unpleasant environment. What is that? Suffering in relation to unpleasant environment? Natural disasters, earthquake, tsunami, hurricane, flooding, drought, and so on. Natural disasters, suffering in relation to unpleasant environments. Typhoons in Southeast Asia, for example. Flooding and all that. And there's also suffering due to human conflicts too. Historically, we have the Holocaust, killing millions of people. Genocide. Riots. Civil wars. International war. The First World War took away 40 million people's lives. I forgot the figures for the Second World War. So are these not sufferings? So there's also suffering caused by impermanence. Nothing stays the same. Everything is changing, transitory. But you like to grasp onto it. And you can't grasp it. You always want a happy moment to stay. But there's no banquet that does not disperse. That's a Chinese saying. There is no banquet that the people don't disperse. Have you been to any party that they never say goodbye? The happiest moment will end. There's no party in which the participants don't have to say goodbye. There's no show that does not have a final curtain. When the final curtain is drawn, you'll be singing My Way. You're defining it when the final curtain is drawn, not before. You still have that egoistic feeling that, what did I do? Oh, I've done this, I've done my way, I'm good. That's still the egoistic feeling. It's the ego that pulls you down. Anyway, so no matter how hard you try, your happiness will finally come to an end. You're talking about the formation of a family. You started with yourself, one person. And then you match with another, you get married. Then you have a family, a couple. And then later you have kids. 1 and 2 or 3. And then you feel happy about it. The kids growing up, of course, in between the problems, growing, feeding a family, educating the kids and all that. Assuming that it's a closely knit family, it's a good family that everybody relatively feel happy. There's problems to resolve. I haven't seen any families that do not have any problems resolved. So, you start with one person, then you have 2, your spouse. And then you have a son, a daughter, and all that, and then you have a family of, say, 5 or 6. As the kids grow up, they get higher education, and finally they leave you. And what do you end up with? 2 again. And then you get rid of the house and buy an apartment because you don't want the maintenance and repairs. And then finally, you've got only 1 left. So you start with 1 and you end up with 1. Actually, to put it the right way, you start with nothing, you end with nothing. How do you come to this world? You come to this world naked. You didn't bring anything with you. Except your cry, your first cry. You crack out that cry when the nurse hit your buttock. You came to this world with a cry, exhilarating cry, and you leave quietly when the last breath is exhausted. That applies to everybody. I'm not pessimistic. It's a truth, the Four Noble Truth. There's no denial on that. And some people say, oh no, I don't like to hear that. On a Saturday morning, I want to hear something exhilarating, hilarious. I want to say something happy. I don't want to listen to this monk talking about death, grief, sorrow, pain, suffering, and all that. So you're very pessimistic. You're negative. Negative. It's because of your understanding of the negative aspect of life that you become more positive. It's because you understand the pessimistic side, you become more optimistic. Because the Buddha, the prince, Gautama, Siddhartha, he knew that life is suffering. He wanted to find out more about getting rid of the suffering. To find out, to resolve your problems, you really have to understand your problems first. You identify the problem, don't you? You can't say, oh, you're identifying the problems. I don't like to hear the problems. They're pessimistic. They're negative. No, you're like an ostrich burying your head into the sand, assuming that the hunter is not going to get you. You really have to find out your problems, my problems. The world is imperfect. Neither are we perfect. So we'll find out why do we have this imperfection. That's what the Buddha said. So because we understand the problems, we can resolve them. We're not trying to avoid a problem. It's not negative. Because you know the negative part, you start to be more positive to change it. That's the idea that Buddha brought to us. Understand the hardship and the suffering of life so that you can improve on it, get the cure for it, heal it, and get into affirmation. Get to the affirmation of Nirodha, Nirvana. Get away from rebirth, get away from samsara. No more reincarnation, no more life and death, no more sickness, no more aging, no more death, no more association with unloved, beloved ones, and no more separation with loved ones. None of that. None of that exists. A nirvana. So, that's the first noble truth, suffering. So what is the second noble truth? Now we recognize that there's suffering. What is the second noble truth? The origination of suffering. What does that mean? We want to find out the causes of this suffering. Very scientific, very logical. You identify the problems. It's like the Harvard case studies. You're given a case to analyze. You identify the problems first, causes of the problem, make recommendation, get a conclusion. That's a Harvard case study approach. That's what the Buddha is using 2,600 years ago. So, The second noble truth is the origination of suffering. And what are the causes of suffering? Causes of suffering? Craving, anger, ignorance. You think we're intelligent, actually we're ignorant. Descartes, remember Descartes said? The Apollo god, the philosophers heard that the Apollo god said that Descartes is the most intelligent person on earth. And these philosophers told Descartes, oh, Apollo god said that you're the most intelligent person in the whole world. And Descartes said, no, I'm not. And then Descartes pondered and pondered about what Apollo god said, and he got it. He said, oh, Apollo god said I'm the most intelligent because I know I'm ignorant. I know I'm ignorant. So maybe that's the reason why I become the intelligent person. And he started looking in the market for people. I'm looking for people, and everybody in the market say, hey, you are crazy. You're looking for people, people standing everywhere. No, he said, I'm looking for people who know they are ignorant. We don't acknowledge the fact that we're ignorant. So, let me tell you a story about ignorance, about greediness and attachment. Just to bring a little bit of interest in the talk. Do you know how the farmers in Southeast Asia catch monkeys? They catch monkeys to work for them, climb up to coconut trees and get the coconut for them in Southeast Asia, in India, in Thailand, and in Burma, and in Malaysia. How do they catch monkeys? Monkeys are difficult to catch, you know. They're jumpy and they're quick, you know, they're fast, and they're ferocious. You try to catch them, they're going to bite you. They're ferocious. How do they catch monkeys? The weakness of the monkey is that they like bananas. Monkeys like bananas. So the farmers pick an empty space where there's no trees, no shrubs, so that the monkeys won't ambush in it. The monkeys won't hang onto the tree branches and they can get away. But if they catch the monkeys, if there are trees around, you kind of try to catch them, they just jump up the trees. So the farmers would pick a spot where there's this open space, and then the farmers would put 30 to 50 coconuts on the ground. These are not ordinary coconuts. These are large, huge, heavy coconuts. And they put coconuts on the ground. These coconuts are special, you know. What do I mean by that? They drill a hole inside the coconut just to fit a banana, and they put the banana inside the coconut hole. You see? Banana, they put a long hole, and they put the coconut, they make a hole in it long enough, then they fit the banana inside. And it's so fitting that you can put your hands in, but it's difficult to pull the banana out. So they put the coconuts on the ground, and the farmers go back to the shrubs behind and hide in ambush. They wait for the monkeys to show up. And then after a while, a monkey showed up. He sees some coconuts in there. His nosy is trying to get closer and closer, and he sniffed and he smelled bananas. So he peeked into the hole and said, oh, here's a banana. It's a waste. I should get it. But monkeys are group animals. They live in groups. They go back to their families, to their society, to tell all the other monkeys to come. So suddenly, after that monkey is gone for another half hour, here there's 30 monkeys showing up. They're all trying to get the coconuts. So they hold the coconuts in their hands and they put their little hand inside to grab the banana out. But they can't because it's so tight. So they don't know what to do. They're struggling with the banana inside and they're struggling with the heavy, big coconut. They don't know what to do. And at this juncture, the farmers behind in ambush with the nets all coming up to capture them. But at this moment, the monkeys still can get away because they're holding the coconut, they're putting their hands in, they can always withdraw their hands and they can jump, as quick as they want. But the bananas are so delicious to give up. It's the ways to give up bananas like that. So delicious. They attach to the bananas because of their attachment and their craving. They lose their freedom. They become enslaved by the farmers on chains. The farmers put chains on their neck and train them to climb coconut trees to get coconuts for them for the rest of their life. So that's the plight of a monkey who attached to delicious bananas and didn't let go. Not even at the final moment when they have the chance to let go. They don't want to give up. Attachment, attachment, attachment. Are we humans better than monkeys? Think about it. What kind of problems we run into? We get mad every day, we get jealous every day, we get greedy every day. We make a mistake more than one time, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. How do drug addicts become addicted to their liking? They grabbed onto it. They didn't change. They're not better than the monkeys. In a lot of ways, we're not better than the monkeys. We disdain, we despise these monkeys who hang on to bananas, but are we not acting in the same way? That's craving. That's attachment. So, we are always craving to satisfy our senses. When you come to think of it, why do we crave for something? Why do we attach? Because we want happiness. We want to be happy. How do we define happiness? We define happiness in terms of the satisfaction that we have in our mind. The satisfaction we have in our eyes, in our ears, in our nose, in our tongue, in our body. That's how we define happiness. We want to feel satisfied with all the senses that we have. So the eyes want to see beautiful things, want to be attracted to the charm of the opposite sex. The eyes. I haven't seen a person who their eyes, they don't want beautiful things. Of course, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Everybody's beauty, the definition of beauty is not the same, but you're always attached to what you term, quote and unquote, your beauty. You want that. Your eyes want to see that. Ears want to listen to dulcet or pleasant sound, music. Your ears always want to listen to good sound. You don't want to listen to criticism. You don't want that. You don't want people to curse and yell at you because you don't like it. Your sound, your ears, you don't like it. You only like something pleasant. That's your ears. Your nose, you always want fragrance, perfume, good fragrance. Your tongue, you always want the best taste, best food. Your body, you always want to have a tactile object to touch. You want silky object, your body, you want to be in comfort. So you want to satisfy your eyes, your nose, your ear, your taste, your tongue, your body. These are the five crude senses. These are the front end salesmen of your body. They are the doors. You're using this salesman to satisfy your company body all the time. And finally, of course, you have this mind. The mind is the central control. The mind is the principle. And all these other five senses are only the accomplishers in the karma formation procedure. So your definition of happiness is the satisfaction of your senses. But first of all, satisfaction of these senses is transitory. Second, is that what you mean by happiness? Is happiness just satisfaction of your senses and that's it? As a matter of fact, this sense is getting you into trouble. I'm sure you can think about a lot of examples where your senses get you into trouble. So, you have the craving, the attachment, the anger because of ignorance. Your body, your mouth and mind carry out the actions. So what did your body do to carry out the action? The body do what? To carry out the action. The body kills. The body causes injuries to others. The body steals. The body commits sexual misconduct. This is what the body is doing. Body means bodily action. You do all this action that forms karma. You don't know the meaning of karma? You check it up. That's a very important concept. Your body brings that karma to you, and you create that karma. From what? From killing, causing injury to others, stealing, sexual misconduct. What did the mouth do? The mouth slanders, lies, curses, equivocating, tattletale. Oh, the mouth does a lot of bad stuff. And what did the mind do? Greediness, hatred, and all that. The mind originates thoughts of greediness, anger, and ignorance. Now, greediness and anger are easier to understand. Greediness is desires and craving. Anger, hatred, they are easier to understand. And what is ignorance? Ignorance is actually, we call it the three poisons that bring you to karma. It's what? It's greediness, anger, and ignorance. Greediness and anger, you understand. But ignorance covers a lot of other unlimited varieties of mental afflictions. It uses just one word to include all. So what is this mental afflictions? What ignorance produces mental afflictions. What is mental afflictions? Jealousy, hatred, arrogance, enmity, parsimony, negligence, fraudulence. Negligence, it's ignorance. Drunken driving is negligence. Fraudulent. In a company, fraudulent. Stealing, lapping, oh, you name it. Fraudulence. Shamelessness, restlessness, distraction, deception, sloth, and torpor. All these are terms that describe mental afflictions, and we all have them. So we're talking about the causes of suffering, the second noble truth. The causes of suffering, we can go on and on. The Four Noble Truth is a 1-month course. Talking an hour per day, you need about 30 hours to really analyze it in detail. The causes of suffering. First of all, you identify suffering, recognize it, and then you find out the causes of it. If you know the causes of them, then you know how to eliminate them. So this mental afflictions arising of ignorance, the list is inexhaustible. I can carry on and on and on and on. So these are causes of suffering and our mental afflictions, which are unlimited, and we can categorize them, but we don't need to do it in here because it takes too much time. These afflictions, however, instigate us to perform unwholesome deeds. And that's why we have unwholesome karma. Remember karma, we have 3 categories of karma: wholesome karma, unwholesome karma, and neutral karma. The mind helps you not just to do unwholesome things, sometimes good deeds, wholesome deeds, virtuous deeds. So the mind is the forerunner of all behavior. So that's why we're meditating. Why do we come for meditation? We come for meditation because we want to know our mind. Now you know the objective of meditation. Why do we come for meditation? Just watch the breath in and out. Just sit like cross your legs, your postures. So when Lee is talking about the postures, the free adjustments, that's to help you to understand the mind. This is a method. Meditation is just a method helping you to understand yourself, to understand your own mind. When you understand your own mind, that means you identify your suffering, you're mindful of what you're doing. We are not mindful of what we're doing most of the time. But if you understand, if you become mindful, I said when you circumambulate, don't define things. Don't say, this is the red lantern, this is the floor, and that guy is in front of me, and this guy is carrying a perfume around, and you're defining everything. You're not mindful of what you're doing. Why are you mindful? You want to be mindful of what you're doing so that you won't do the wrong thing. So if you're mindful, you know that, I shouldn't be drinking when I'm driving. No, this is wrong. Of course, your mindfulness has to be supported by morality. You know what is wrong and what is right. Now that is the 4th noble truth. Method to end suffering. Method to end suffering, you need morality. One of the facets ending suffering. So this is just the 2 aspects that I've been talking about. You be mindful of the suffering, of the causes of suffering. If you're not even mindful of that, you're not on your way for spiritual development. Last week we talked about the first and the second of the 4 noble truths. The first noble truth is suffering. The second noble truth is the causes of suffering. Now we'll discuss the 3rd noble truth, the cessation of suffering. Just to repeat again, the 4th noble truth is the path to cease suffering. So it's 4 noble truths. Suffering, recognition of suffering. Life is suffering. Second is causes of the suffering. Find out why we are suffering. Third is cessation of suffering, which is affirmation that such suffering can be ended. The 4th is path to cease suffering. What are the methods? Are there any methods to stop this suffering? So you can see this is like a diagnosis of a sickness. The first one is you got to recognize it. This is the world of suffering. If you don't even know this is a world of suffering, there's no way out. If you don't even know your problems, the problems of life, there's no way out. You have to realize the problem, identify the problem. So suffering, we know that. The second noble truth is causes for the suffering, origination of the suffering. Why? Where do the sufferings come from? And the Third is cessation of it. That means we can end it. Fourth is, what are the methods involved? Ending it. So we know that suffering is due to craving. We already mentioned that last week. Craving. Craving is a general term covering desires and the grasping to desires, or the attachment to desires. So craving produces mental afflictions in the mind. Mental afflictions, which I would give you more information about. We already have talked about the variety of mental afflictions in the mind. Why do we crave? Why do we desire? Why do we attach to desires? We crave because we are ignorant. And this ignorance stems from our desire to satisfy our body and mind. So what is I? What is this identity? What is us? This is I. This combination of body and mind we call the ego. So we know what ego is all about. In Buddhism, the Buddha talked about ego. And by now, if you're a first-time convert, you know that Buddhism is not about blind faith. Buddhism is to analyze your life. Buddhism is to understand yourself, how to deal with the society, how to deal with the relationship between you and the society and among other members of the family, interpersonal relationship. Buddhism is more analytical than a faith. So, this combination of body and mind, we call it the ego. And this ego is made up of what? It's made up of, in the Buddha's teaching, it says that it's made up of the 5 skandhas, or the 5 aggregates. And we know all about 5 aggregates. Anybody who don't know about the 5 aggregates, raise your hand if you don't know. The 5 aggregates. It's, remember the Heart Sutra? If you can contemplate that the 5 aggregates are empty, then you will be free yourself from suffering. The 5 aggregates, you got to know about what the 5 aggregates are. What are these 5 aggregates? Just very, very briefly. People here understand, most of you. What are the 5 aggregates? It's always good to recollect. It's always good to restructure your thinking so that whenever you contemplate on something, your mind will be reflective on what you are seeing. And what are the 5 aggregates? Matter, perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. And we study them in detail. Every one of these. For example, matter, the 5 aggregates, the first one is matter. Why do we list matter as the first one? Why don't we list perception, conception, volition, and consciousness to go forward earlier than matter? Why do we list matter as the number 1? Because matter is easier to understand. You can see matter. You can see anything that make up of molecules, atoms, protons, electrons, anything that has a form is matter. And material is matter. It's easy to see and sense and get in close contact with material, so why don't we analyze material first? So the first of the 5 aggregates is matter. And for example, matter is what? If it relates to your ego, matter is what? Your body. Your body is made up of matter. It's the physical body. We have a body. And the Buddha said, analyze your body. Who is this body? Is this body you? Is this body representing you? If we talk about this matter, the physical body, if this body is you, how come when you die, you can't take it with you? How come when you die, your body die? If that body is you, you must be in control of your own possession, right? How come when you die, your body disintegrates, it doesn't exist anymore? So your body is not you. It's a temporary you, it's a fleeting you. And as I said before, we're not going to analyze it in detail, otherwise it will be another lecture on the 5 aggregates. So, the matter, your body. Are you not interested in your own body? Some people say, I'm only interested in other bodies, not my body. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem. Isn't that a problem? That's what we call sensual pleasure. Well, anyway, matter is the physical body. So what is the other 5 aggregates? Perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. That belongs to the mental faculty of awareness. That means there's 2 things in you, body and mind, and that refers to the mind. Perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. Why do we list it like that? Because they seem to work more or less in sequence. Sometimes in sequence, sometimes simultaneously. When your eyes perceive something, after you perceive it, your eyes perceive. Just take your first sense organ, the eyes. Of course, you have the eyes, the nose, the ear, the tongue, the taste, all that sense organs. But let's just take the eye. When your eye sees something, your eyes perceive something. And then after you perceive it, you start to conceptualize it. Is it green, yellow? Is it round or square? Is it long, short? Is it ugly? Is it beautiful? You conceptualize it. After you conceptualize it, you also recall, and then you carry whatever you think into action, and that becomes volition. And all these actions coming from your behavior, your action, your speech, the language that you are speaking, the speech, and your thinking, it all stored in your consciousness. So that's why we say we have the body and mind. Now, that's it for the 5 aggregates. I'm not going to elaborate anymore because it takes a long time to elaborate on the 5 aggregates. And as a matter of fact, keep on contemplating on the 5 aggregates. The Heart Sutra said, when you perceive that the 5 aggregates are empty, you are free from suffering. Now, this perception is not just, with this perception of the 5 aggregates as empty, it's not just like an intellectual perception. It's just like reading a book, seeing a tape, watching a movie, that's intellectual. You think you have to get insight into it. You see the difference? Intellectual and literal meaning of something. Or if you're learning from a course, it's the pedagogical meaning or the pedantic meaning. No, we don't want that. That's easy. You read all the books in the world and you will be a Buddha. You collect millions of Buddhist books in your library and you'll bury yourself in all those books and you can become a Buddha. You think, no, there's no insight into it. That's just intellectual. That's just pedantic. That's just pedagogical, educational. You need direct insight. You need experience, direct experience into life. It does not matter how I tell you life is suffering. If you do not have direct insight and direct experience with suffering, you don't know what suffering is. Assuming that a person is born with no senses, or very little senses, he does not know what suffering is all about. It's like a plant. So we're not. So much for the 5 skandhas. I'm just emphasizing that you really need to analyze, recognize, understand what are these 5 skandhas, the 5 aggregates, not just the words. Well, we suffer, let me carry on. We suffer because we want to satisfy our body and mind, consciously or subconsciously, or unconsciously. We want to satisfy our body and mind. In what way? I already mentioned last time. Through our senses. Our eyes want to see the beautiful things. Our ears want to listen to dulcet sound, pleasant sound. Our tongue wants to taste the best taste. Our body wants the best tactile object to touch. Our mind always wants pleasant things and you hate unpleasant things. All these are the satisfaction of sensory pleasures, and you recognize them as satisfaction? You think as long as you satisfy your senses, you're satisfied, you're happy? Do you define happiness in terms of satisfaction of your senses? If that is the case, I think something is wrong. Why? It's always the cases that your senses get you into trouble. When your ears listen to criticism, you start to yell out, "I didn't do that, shut up." Your ears don't want to listen to criticism. Your senses get you into trouble at least 50% of the time. You trust those senses that you have? Are they reliable? Why don't we step back and think about it? Don't always say mine, me, this is I, I see you, I hear you, I think about it, and this is my belief. And this belief's got to be right. You are infringing into my boundaries. This is my ego. So, what are we talking about? We're talking about the satisfaction of the ego, craving. We're talking about the third noble truth. We already have identified cravings and mental afflictions. We're talking about how to seize it, how to stop all these things. But before we stop all these things, don't we have to know about them a little bit more? So the fundamental innate means born with. Afflictions include what? The afflictions, the mental afflictions that we have, that we are born with. What are those? Just to name a few. The fundamental ones. The fundamental ones: greediness, hatred, ignorance, arrogance. These are concomitant with the seven consciousness, the manas consciousness, and have been carried over from previous lives. That means, what does that mean? First of all, you have to know what manas consciousness is, the seven consciousness. I'm sure people here know there's 8 consciousnesses that we're talking about. These were the mental afflictions that were brought forward, carried over from previous lives. All these seeds, all this energy, all these mental afflictions, you carry them forward. You see, just for beginners, you may not know. You don't have just this life, You have a previous lives, many, many lives. And if you don't get enlightened in this life, you're going to reincarnate in your next life. So time has 3 dimensions, not just the present. It has to pass. Not just past talking about yesterday, or the day before, or the year before, or 10 years ago. Past, your past life. There is a past in the present. You know what I mean? There is a past in the present. In this present life, there is a past. You have a childhood, you have a teenager life, a middle-aged life, and if you're a senior now, you're looking back, I got a past, childhood, teenager. But that is a limited past. Your past went further in your previous life. Somebody sent me an email yesterday, and they said, "It's interesting, you must see it, unbelievable." So I said, "Oh, okay," so I open it. You know what I see? I forgot the name of that show. It's a script from a show. It's a midnight show. And the midnight show, there was a gentleman, I forgot his name, a very famous midnight show, a round-faced fellow. What's his name? In New York. Huh?
Johnny Carson.
Huh?
Johnny Carson?
Not Johnny Carson. It's Johnny...
Jay Leno?
Something like that, yeah. And he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to you," I forget the name of that boy, a kindergarten boy. And he was able to play 200 pieces of music. at the age of 6. Wow, I said, what? Is that unbelievable? So I click it on and, oh yes, and that boy came out and he was waving, 6-year-old waving, and how are you today, John? Well, I'm fine. And I know that your parents come from Russia. That's correct. He said, that's correct. And he's 6 years old. And how do you find California? It's great. He said, it's great. So have you been to the Disneyland? Oh, I love it, he said. He's like a mature person. But it's just a kindergarten, a six years old kindergarten. And then he said, oh, you play music, you play piano, yes. What happened? Did you learn? No, I said. He said, one day I was playing the kids' CD keyboard, and I play Mary Had a Little Lamb, and my mom and dad didn't believe I was playing it. And then I play another one, and I play another one. I listened to those notes very carefully, and I remember those notes. So how many pieces of music can you play? I don't know, about 100 or 200. So what are you going to play for us? I'm going to play for you Bach and Beethoven and some of the pieces that I can remember. So he was led to the piano, and he was sitting in there, and he played 4 pieces of classical music. And he played it from memory. He didn't play it because he was trained to do it. He played it, a 6-year-old, from memory. Why? He remembered what he did in his past lives. So that's just a digression of what I'm talking about. So it's a rebirth. So now you know. We don't have just this life. How do we explain that? Something got crazy in his mind? He's not crazy. That boy is intelligent. He remembered. Some people do. And as time goes on, he may forget. And okay, let's carry on without any digression. So there are also the conceptually arising afflictions, which are afflictions produced in this lifetime, such as self-view, extreme view, attachment to view, view of rigid attachment to precepts, evil view, greediness, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt. So craving and attachment to craving produces mental afflictions, which in turn create karma, which in turn creates suffering. We are caught in the web of causality and the karma it produces. So we are caught in causality. You know what causality is? The law of causality, causes and effects. The fact that a molecule is here, moving, has a reason. The fact that you are here today has a reason. There are causes for it. It doesn't come without a reason. Nothing happened without a reason, without causes, without effects, without the chain of effects. Causality. That is a very important concept in the Buddha's teaching. You really have to know it. Causality, karma, rebirth, reincarnation, all these basic philosophy of Buddhism, you really got to know. That explains life. Okay, by letting go of craving and its attachment, we'll experience nirodha, which is the cessation of suffering. Letting go of craving. Do not crave anymore. No more greediness, no more hatred, no more jealousy, no more violence, no more anger. All of that go. Let them go. If you relinquish all these mental afflictions, all these passions, all these things that torture you, then you come to the cessation of suffering. Nobody tortures you. It's you yourself. You think somebody's torturing you? Yes. That's just cause and effect. They're just contributing factors. But if you let go, they can't do anything to harm you. Can you let go? extremely difficult. Before we can let desires go, we have to be mindful of them and understand their nature. Do you agree? Before you resolve your problems, don't you have to understand and realize those problems first? Identify them first? So before you let your desires go, before that, because letting your desires go would end suffering. That's what we said. That's a cessation of suffering. But before you let your desires go, don't you have to be mindful of what they are? Understand the nature? In other words, we have to admit them into our full consciousness first. You have to admit all these things in your full consciousness. Don't be afraid of them. In meditation, for example, we must be mindful of our suffering, such as despair, fear, anguish, suppression, lamentation, sorrow, and anger, and all this. We have to be aware of them in meditation. Not just in meditation, all the time. Meditation is not just cross-legged sitting in here, you know. I'm meditating now, I'm crossing my leg, crisscross my legs, and then I'm putting up a posture that Lee told me about this, about spine, about all that. That is in the training process. Meditation is all the time, 24 hours non-stop. You always, meditation is what? Be mindful of yourself. 24 hours, always be mindful of yourself. So when you be mindful of yourself, when this despair, fears, anguish, suppression, lamentation, sorrow, when they come, for example, when you're meditating, okay, let's get an easy example. When you're meditating, and anger, a thought of anger comes up in your mind. I hated that person because he abused me when I was a child. I hated him. I hated his guts. That's a thought comes up. Another thought comes up. I suffer because of what he has done to me. He disguised his love. I didn't like the divorce. Terrible husband. I hated him. I hated his guts. Another thought comes up. He's a hypocrite. Another thought comes up. I could not stand such humiliation. He disdained me. Another thought comes up. Are you going to let this thought torture you all the time? All these thoughts create suffering in your mind. Are you going to let them torture you? You let this thought continue? I got fired. This supervisor, I'm going to get even with him. He's stupid. I hated him. Every time when you think about that guy comes into your mind to torture you again. You allow him to torture you. Who is stupider, you or your supervisor? I don't know sometimes. I want to find out. I had a courtship with that lady. That lady, she was terrible. She slighted me. She disdained me. I shouldn't have seen that lady. Stupid! Who is torturing who? That lady is already married, is all gone. And you still think that he's single. So in other words, you allow your mental afflictions to arise. Yes? When they come to your mind, you allow them. Don't suppress them. That lady comes up again. The first time when I saw that lady, I liked that lady, but I know more. But she comes up again. Okay, let her comes up. Let her come up. Here's the tea. Oh, you can drink your tea. I'm not getting involved. I'm not passionate about it. I let the thing come up. Let the thought comes up. Don't get carried away though. Watch the thought arises and let the thought cease. Let the thought subside. Don't get involved with it. Here it is, that supervisor is coming. I hated him. He came closer and closer to me. I'm not going to get close to him. I just watched him. I just say, I don't let you torture me anymore. I just smile. He couldn't do anything about it and he walks away. The thoughts subside. No more. I was abused as a child. Terrible abuse. I'm not going to let that abuse continue. Here comes the thought. It arises. But the Buddha said, anything that is subject to arising is also subject to ceasing. I don't want to stop the ceasing of it. I want to let it go. Let it go, let it go. It goes. Can you do that? Sounds simple. Allow them to cease. Allow them to end. Allow them to disappear. Allow them to go away. If you don't allow things to cease, you would create new karma and just reinforce your habits of attachment. You see, the problem is when something arises, we grasp it and proliferate it around it, and this brings us suffering. You would continue to be angry, jealous, anxious, fearful, insecure, and depressive. Here is the depression comes. I won't let it torture me. Hold on, I'm watching it. Why don't I just stick to my meditation and see you? I'm not going to shake hands with you though. You come, you come. You go, you go. I have nothing to do with you. You will become mindful. We become mindful of suffering so that they would not dilute us anymore. We have to know what is diluting us before we can let it go. All this suffering arising from jealousy, hatred, arrogance, parsimony, negligence, restlessness, distraction, all these, they are impermanent. They are unsatisfactory and they are not self. They are not permanent. Are they permanent? They are not permanent. It's gone already. It's a historical experience. It's gone. It's not permanent. Nothing is permanent. Nothing is permanent. Just watch them and let them burn themselves off, if you can do it. So that's a cessation of suffering. Pedagogically, we say, I read a book about cessation of suffering. Cessation of suffering is to give up all your desire and that's it. Give up your anger, your hatred and all that. That's it. There's no insight into that. The insight is to get it when it comes to your mind. How do you deal with it? Not just by reading a book about cessation of suffering. Don't bury yourself with all the words. If by reading all the books of Buddhism you become a Buddha, the librarian is already a Buddha. Every day he's surrounded by all these books. He's the Buddha already. Or the publisher. He published billions of books every year. But the problem is he didn't read any of them. He's the boss. All the others read it. Anyway, it is important to differentiate between cessation and annihilation. Cessation of suffering and annihilation of suffering. It's important to differentiate the two words. Annihilation is a deliberate attempt. Annihilate it. Annihilation itself is a desire to get rid of things. But cessation is not. Cessation is different. It is a natural ending of any condition that has arisen. So it is not a desire. Do you desire to let it go? No, it's a cessation. It's a natural ending. But annihilation is a deliberate attempt to do it. It's a desire to do it. So cessation is not a desire. Cessation is not something that we create in our mind. But it is the end of that which arises. Because it says, whatever arises also ceases. So it's just a natural tendency. It has nothing to do with me forcing through a desire. It has nothing to do with my ego. Everything arises, cease. Does not matter whether it comes from my ego or not. My ego does not have that thing. Therefore, cessation is not self. It does not come from the ego. For example, I want to get rid of these things in my meditation. I want to get rid of this depression. I want to get rid of this arrogance. You don't have to do that. You don't have to annihilate it. If it comes, let it come. Let it go. Then when suffering is let go, you experience nirodha. And this nirodha is the cessation of suffering. It is emptiness and non-attachment. It is also another word for nirvana, the ending of rebirth and moral existence. It is also the voiding of the five aggregates. Naturally, when you have let go passions and allowed them to cease, what's left? What's left is peace. So letting go and acquiring, there's a difference to it. Cessation and annihilation, there's a difference to it. So this is something that you should understand. Well, if you still don't understand about letting go and acquisition, let me tell you a story. A disciple asked Zen master Fa Rong, there was a Zen master Fa Rong, and a disciple asked him, Venerable, what teachings and ideas must one give up? And what teachings and ideas must one acquire before one could become a saint? That's a good question. What teachings and ideas must one give up? And what teachings and ideas must one acquire before one could become a saint? The Zen master replied, Oh, disciple, a saint doesn't have to give up any teachings or ideas, and doesn't have to acquire any teachings or ideas. And then the disciple asked, well, if a saint doesn't have to give up anything, and he doesn't have to acquire anything, what makes him different from the ordinary man? What makes him different? And the master replied, that's the difference. What's the difference? There are many things the ordinary man wants to give up, and there are many things that he hopes to acquire, but a man who realizes his mind is Buddha and his mind is enlightenment itself, he has nothing to give up, and he has no need to acquire anything. That's the difference. You see what I mean? There's nothing actually you give up, but when you go on, carry on and on, when you're used to it, there's nothing to give up. What is that suffering? That suffering has no real nature. What is the nature of that suffering? That suffering, or the experiences leading to that suffering, has no nature of itself. If you really want to identify a certain suffering that you have, somebody beat you up and you agonized on it afterwards. I lost my self-respect, I lost my esteem. What events are leading to that situation? There are so many constituents that lead up to that situation, and each one of these constituents, it's distinct. All these things put together, so it happened in that way. But the whole event itself has no nature. It's empty. It's empty. It has no nature. And sometimes things happen, all these participants may not mean that way. It's just your way of looking at it. So it is not until we start meditating that we begin to realize how in our lives so much suffering sometimes so much suffering comes from childhood experiences. When you begin to feel memories or obsessive fears coming up in meditation, rather than becoming frustrated and upset by them, let them arise in your consciousness. Don't suppress them and let them go. Let them arise and let them go. You fail many, many times. And that failure haunts you all the time. All the time it is haunting you. When it's haunting you, you suffered. Are you going to let that suffering haunt you all the time? You let them go. Don't fall into this trap. Actually, there's no one trapping you. You yourself. You create your own booby trap to step on. Nobody else. You create your own loopholes and you step on it. So, don't attach them. That's the cessation of suffering. You see, suffering is not just physical suffering, you know. Just as the body suffers when it is in pain, the mind suffers when it is filled with mental afflictions. What I mentioned, hatred, arrogance, jealousy, depression, anxiety, disappointment, fear, and insecurity. All these things, these are the mental afflictions that bother your mind. When you are meditating, thoughts come up, for example, here comes a memory of abuse, here comes a memory of fear. Let them arise in your mind and let them come and let them go, and you contemplate with no passion of attachment, no anger, no retaliation, just watching them as if they are a third person. Don't even ask, why did they do this to me? It's grossly unfair. It is humiliating and painful. Why did they do this to me? It happened by causality. And causality finds its natural course. So don't ask, don't try to ponder on the causes and effect either. They're empty and they're impermanent. In emptiness, things are just what they are. So do not grasp these things as personal faults and look for the laying of responsibility for these painful experiences. Don't say, oh, he should be responsible. It's not fair. Don't look for all these things. They're just torturing you. Don't look for them. It's gone and it's empty. Its constituents have no real nature, conditions of impermanence, unsatisfactory, and non-self. They arise and they cease into emptiness. That's the cessation of suffering. Not just reading from a book, relinquishing your desire. Number 1 desire, number 2 desire, 3, 4, 5, list 25 desires, and if you cross them out, then you have cessation of suffering. That's intellectual. That's pedagogical, pedantic, like reading a book. You got to have direct experience, direct insight. So what does the Heart Sutra say on this? You remember? If you can't remember, I can quote for you in there. The Heart Sutra says, in emptiness, there is no form. Remember? In emptiness, there's no form, no perception, no conception, no volition, no consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, no tongue, no body, no mind, no form, no sound, no smell, no taste, no touch, no object of mind. Because in emptiness, there is no suffering, no cause of suffering, no extinction, no path, no wisdom, and also no attainment, because there is no object to be obtained. Why are you trying to obtain? It does not need any acquisition at all. What do you try to obtain? The more we contemplate and investigate grasping, the more the understanding of what letting go really means. It is not just a theoretical or intellectual meaning, letting go, but a close encounter with suffering, free of passions, without any attachment. It is a direct insight, a direct experience, close touch. It's just like you're talking to demon. You can't get away from demon unless you talk to him. When demon comes, you say, okay, let's have a take. Let's have a coffee break. Come, demon, let's talk about it. You're giving this to me. I'm not giving any passion onto it. You come, okay, you come. I'm not going to get into a trap again. You go, you go. You have close encounter with demon. You're not afraid of it. You don't get carried away by it. You have direct insight about it. That is the cessation of suffering. That's the cessation of suffering. And I would like to end it at that, because next time we will talk about the fourth noble truth. What's the fourth noble truth? The method that will help you to end suffering. For those who really need a method. For those who think that you have something to acquire, you have something to get rid of, you still need a method. So every item of the Four Noble Truths, if you have direct insight, just by understanding one, you would know all the others. It's not a linear scale understanding. You have to understand number one first Noble Truth, and then you understand second, again third, and then fourth. You don't go in sequence like that. It's not a linear scale, a linear correlationship. Boom! You understand one thing, you understand it all. You don't need to go one step by step. But the Buddha said if you need step by step, here's the step by step. Number one is suffering, you've got to recognize suffering. Number two, identify the causes of suffering. Number three, that the suffering can be ended. Number four, here are the methods. The 8 Noble Truths. Follow these 8 methods. For those who can't open their mind immediately, these are mind openers. They are still good. They are still good. But what do we mean by abrupt enlightenment? Direct insight. Now you know the difference between gradual enlightenment and immediate enlightenment. How come people get enlightened out of a meditation, a glimpse of enlightenment? He's got a abrupt, immediate enlightenment without going through all these pedagogical, pedantic approaches. He got it. If I go to Whistler, I drive. Probably take me about 2 hours. If I have a helicopter, no, maybe half an hour or less. It's a shortcut. But you know that a helicopter is quite different from a car. Much more advanced. If you really have to go by step, assuming that you're a little worm inside bamboo, and right at the top end of the bamboo, assuming that that is the heaven that that worm is going to go to, he's aspiring to go to that heaven. And he has to bite through all these sections of the bamboo. Every bamboo has little sections on it, and he has to bite through that step by step until it reaches to heaven and say, this is heaven, I got to heaven. But here's another worm. He said, I'm not going to go step by step. I'm going to bite a hole horizontally and I get out. It depends on your previous life, whether you have the energy, whether you have the seeds, that you have already cultivated seeds of wisdom that would allow you to sprout all these flowers. Everyone is different. So that's why we have to plant seeds. Today, does not matter who you are, whether you come for the first time, second time, or third time, the seed of enlightenment is planted in you, in your consciousness. You could have come for the first time, it does not matter. That seed telling you that, hey, don't just look at material. That is that spiritual odyssey, the spirituality that you should look at. Here is a seed planted in you. That thing is hit in the keyboard. In the keyboard of your mind, it gets into the memory of your mind. It's not erasable. It's stored. That memory is unlimited. And we call it the alaya consciousness. That memory is as extensive as the universe. That memory carries 3 dimensions. All your previous lives, this present life, And if you're not going to be enlightened in this life, you're going to the next. So we've been talking for the past hour. We haven't been talking about Creator. We haven't been talking about prostration, leading down to Buddha, getting blessings from Buddha. We're talking about life, your mind, yourself. Not about Buddha, not about faith, not about chanting. It's you yourself. Are you going to understand yourself? Do you know what Buddhism is all about? Buddhism is not a faith, you know. It's not a blind faith. It's about yourself. Are you interested in yourself? If you are, see you next time. For the past few weeks, we have been talking about a Four Noble Truths, suffering, in Pali language, dukkha, causes of suffering in Pali language, dukkha samudaya, cessation of suffering, dukkha nirodha, and the path leading to the cessation of suffering. So we have discussed in detail, and we acknowledge that life is suffering. We have identified the causes of suffering, and we are also certain that we have the potential to end suffering. So what do? We have triggered in ourselves an internal realization. This internal realization dawns on the need for a spiritual path to end suffering. There's a need to end suffering, unless you don't care. But we care. It's our suffering. So how to end suffering? This is our talk today, how to end suffering. Now, trying to gain release from suffering, ordinary people, ordinary people usually take two extremes, and we would like to explain those two extremes so that you can avoid them. Two extremes people usually take. And of course, the Buddha's way is the middle way, but let's understand the two extremes. One extreme is indulgence in sense pleasures. That's one extreme. That is an attempt to extinguish unhappiness, to extinguish dissatisfaction by gratifying sensual desires. We have sensual desires. And most of us take life for granted. We know that one day we must die. I mean, that's a fact. Nobody can avoid that. One day we must die. You live 100 years, you die. But usually we picture that day as far in the future. It's so remote. And when we are in good health, death is all but unimaginable. We don't imagine death. We're in good health. We seldom think of it. The future seems to stretch out in endless vista. It's a lot. We have a lot of future, a long time to go. So we go about doing our daily routines, working, resting, sleeping, shopping, partying, traveling, struggling to make as much as possible and gain as much fame and reputation as possible, do whatever we want to satisfy our sensual pleasures, hardly aware of any need for spiritual development. Not many people. Not very many people striving for spiritual development. They only look for material ones. Bigger house, better car, better job, more money, better account, traveling, partying. That's what they need. Most of us, we won't pause and say, where did we come from? Where are we going after this life? Why do I get born into this world? Why do we have to suffer? Why do we have to die? What is the sickness, death? Why? How come most people don't question that? Because death to them is so remote. But it's not. I know it's not remote. When I was at universities, I experienced many of such things. I have fellow students. We're studying together, and one Christmas, 2 guys were gone. Both of them were involved in traffic accidents. Just within 1 hour. So life is so fragile. Are we not going to think about it? That is one extreme. There are also those who adopt the materialistic style of life. Eat, drink, and be happy. This is what they call sometimes called the Epicurean approach. Just be happy, and you can do what you want. As long as you can satisfy your senses. To understand the Buddhist teaching, you really have to understand your 6 senses. What are your 6 senses? The eyes, the nose, ears, tongue, body, and mind. These are the 6 senses. These are your salesmen, your body salesmen. They're at the front end. They're at the front end trying to sell yourself, receiving and giving information. And you're trying to satisfy them. The eyes see pretty things, beautiful things, and they attach to them. And you want to buy fashions, clothes, shoes, because your eyes want to see beautiful things, and you grasp onto them. You have to understand your senses, because your senses get you into trouble, get me into trouble also. Your senses, you watch your senses, your eyes, your ears, you listen to the dulcet sound, the most pleasurable sound, music and all that, you're involved in it. You like pleasant sound that pleases you. You don't like criticism. You don't like yelling, cursing. You don't like all those. You only like sounds that is pleasant to you. It's natural. And what else in your senses that you have to analyze? That's what we mean by spiritual odyssey, spiritual development. Not just crossing your leg and sitting in there and meditating like that and call yourself a meditator. Are you putting on a show yourself? You really got to analyze and understand your senses. What's Buddhism? Nothing to do with blessings from Buddha, understanding yourself. Be mindful. When your eyes see, you have to see things as they really are, not grasping at it. What do we mean by that? To see things as they really are. That's a very important concept. For example, when you look at a member of the opposite sex, for example, and that member of the opposite sex has very good physique, very good look. Now, if you see him or her as he or she is, without any grasping, without any yearning, without the slightest desire in the opposite sex attraction, and you just say, oh, that guy looks good physique, with no yearning, no slightest desires, that's what you see him or her as she or he really is. When you see a beautiful flower, no grasping, it's a beautiful flower, no desire for possession, no desire for destruction. You just see the flower as it really is. No attachment. When you see a diamond ring, you look at the diamond ring I don't know how many carats, diamond ring, glistering, immaculate, and you enjoy the beauty of the diamond ring. You see the diamond ring as it is, without any grasping, without any desire for owning it, without any desire for stealing it. That's to see the diamond ring as it is. Can you see things as they are, with no attachment, absolutely no attachment? Most people can, because our senses grabs onto them. You don't believe me? The ears, for example, the ears. Some people yell at you, and you think that your self-esteem is being hurt. So your salesman, the ear salesman, gives you the information. It communicates to your mind. Your mind starts to discriminate and ponder on it. Why did this guy yell at me? And you think and discriminate and you judge and you distort. And finally, what do? You yell back, you defend yourself, you're involved in the struggling, you're involved in arguing, and finally you may involve in a fight. That happens in family. Your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your children. All these is because of your senses. How come you don't analyze your own senses? What happened? What are the causes for a broken marriage? Nothing comes without a reason. They don't watch their senses. The senses go astray with the foundation of the egoistic cocoon. Everybody, you imagine yourself as a warm caterpillar in that egoistic cocoon. Who built that cocoon? Yourself. The caterpillar is building that cocoon for himself, for itself. Not Buddha, not a creator. And is so warm in it. That's the ego that we have. So we're talking about the senses. So we have the eyes attachment, we have the ears attachment, we have the nose attachment, nose attachment. And we like to smell fragrance, the best smell, and we don't like odor that is unpleasant. The tongue. According to a sutra, let me give you some more information. According to the Surangama Sutra, all your senses, they calculated it using very detailed calculation, and they put a figure to quantify the merits and the demerits of each sense organ. Why don't we talk about it? We can't finish it today anyway. So let's talk about the eyes, the sense organ, the eyes. And remember, the eyes itself, that salesman, he's only a salesman. He's not the supervisor. He's not the boss. Who is that boss? That boss is behind him. When the salesman communicates, gets all the information, he's taking those papers back to that booth. And that booth makes the decision. What did that booth do? Get in the computer, get past information, put judgment, put discrimination, arguing about the price and all that. That's what? That's the mind. Communicates gets to the mind. The sense organ gets to the mind. But the eyes organ, Surangama calculated it, the maximum merits or demerits, because your senses work both ways. Don't blame senses. Don't blame the salesman for your mistakes. Salesmen sell for you. They make troubles, but it's just your eyes makes trouble when you attach, But your eyes also help you what? It helps you to read. It helps you to get good information. Are you a good master of fire? If you're not a good master of fire, the fire would burn you. If you're a good master of fire, the fire will help you to cook. So don't blame the salesman. You just have to watch the salesman. Be mindful of the salesman. No discrimination on the opposite sex or sales lady. No, does not matter, salesman or sales lady. So, you just have to watch it. That's why in meditation, what are we talking about? Be mindful. When you're circumambulating, don't browse around. You be mindful. That word, be mindful, is absolutely important. When you're not mindful, you're out of control. Most people say, I'm in control of myself. I know everything. I myself, I can control. If you can control yourself, I always say, how come you get mad? How come you get jealous? How come you get greedy? How come you fight? How come you argue? How come criminals kill? How come criminals rape? How come there's abuses? Because you can't control yourself. You're inflicting pain not only on yourself, on many, many other people too. That's why we have suffering. Who created this suffering? We. So, the eyes. The eyes have 1,200 points. No, the eyes have what? No, the eyes have only 800 points. Maximum is 1,200 points. They have very detailed calculations. They use time dimensions and space dimensions. If you study the Surangama Sutra, then you will know. There's English translation for it. Surangama Sutra, English translations. It's an ancient sutra. So the eyes, the eye consciousness has 800 points. The maximum was 1,200. How come it's limited only to 800? Can the eyes see the back? Can your eyes see what is at the back of you? So there's limitation. Eyes can only see certain angle. The eyes can't see the back. So I just want to simplify it for you. You can always refer to the Surangama Sutra. You can study it to find out more about it. Surangama Sutra, there's one chapter, or 2 or 3 chapters, solely on watching your senses in detail. So eyes, consciousness, 800 points. And ears, how about ears? 1,200 points. Maximum. No limitation for sound. It comes from everywhere. At the back, north, south, east, west. It's all perception. It's all receiving. So it's 1,200 points. Nose? How about nose? Nose, in and out breath. But in between the in and out breath, there's one point in there that is not clear. The in between, the in and out, the switching of the salesman's shift, night shift and day shift. In that night shift and day shift, who is in charge? There's always one point there that is not flowing well. So the nose, 800 points. I'm just simplifying for you. Check the sutra for details. Maybe someday we'll study the sutra in detail. Tongue. How about tongue? The tongue, 1,200 maximum points. Why? The tongue can be very powerful. The tongue, your talk, your expression can save the country. Your talk can ruin the country. When your tongue is utilized in a beneficial way, it gives out good speeches. It improves human behavior. It gives prosperity, auspiciousness, kindness to people, a word of comfort, a word of solace, a word of compassion. would be very helpful to people. Words of cursing, word of slandering would ruin people. It's very effective and very powerful. You watch your tongue, your mouth. Your mouth gets you into trouble many, many times. People could kill because of utterance of one sentence. Husband and wife departed because of a few words. A physical fight happened because of a few words. You watch your speech. What would the tongue do? The tongue can lie, can slander, tattletale, backbiting, equivocating. What is equivocating? Flowery language. You hate John and say, John, you look nice today, but you hate him. You're not being honest. You're putting on a show. Your tongue has done a lot of bad deeds. But on the other hand, this salesman could be good. Depends on how you control him. The salesman would sell for you. Selling what? Selling patriotism. Selling many, many good things. Compassion. Promotion of compassion, kindness. So, this is the tongue. What else is your sense organs? So we'll cover the eyes, the nose, the ear, the tongue. We'll cover 4 very, very briefly. We don't want to get into details. Otherwise, what am I talking about here? I'm talking about the 4th Noble Truth, not about the senses, but just to give you some information. How about body? Body only have 800 points. How come? Because you really have to get close. Something that is outside of something that's far away, is not a tactile object that you touch. So it has to be close. The proximity of it requires that conditions to come true before you can touch it. So it only have 800 points. What does these points mean? These points mean the sharpness of each organ. So you know the tongue is very sharp. The ears, very sharp. Sharper than what? Sharper than the eyes, sharper than the nose, sharper than the body touch. So we've got 5 covered. How about the last one? Mind. The mental, the consciousness. That's maximum points, 1,200. Why? The mind controls everything. The mind. What are we doing? What's the objective of meditation? The objective of meditation is not just to relax yourself, good health, yoga. No. It's to know your mind, your own mind. Do you know your own mind? Of course it's my own mind, I know it. If you know your own mind, you wouldn't be what you are today. If you know your own mind, you can tell your mind, I want to concentrate. When you were a student, if you know your mind, you have the power to concentrate, you're an A student. When you're a good worker, when you can concentrate, you're the best worker. People just lack the concentration. Your mind is like a monkey. That's what Lee said. It's a monkeying mind. It goes into every direction. You have to put it on leash. If your mind goes astray into the wrong direction, you get further and further into the quicksand of trouble, quicksand of suffering. You get deeper and deeper into it. So, meditation is about, first of all, controlling your own mind. You train yourself to control your own mind. That word control does not have a monarchy connotation to it. It's not an upper level controlling the lower level. That control is to know it. to know your mind, to watch your mind. So, the Epicurean approach to life, as long as, let's get back from the senses now. We're not discussing further into the senses, the sense organs. Watch your senses. Don't let them go astray. Don't let them hurt yourself. Don't let them hurt others. Your senses can hurt others. Watch them. So the Epicurean approach, eat, drink, and be merry, materialistic style of life, they just want to satisfy their senses in the wrong way. And the Buddha said that kind of approach is transitory, gross, and devoid of actual contentment, because it's just transitory. It's not permanent. And sometimes if that indulgence in sensual pleasures, if it is done in an illegal way, immoral way, or it is done, it is satisfied at the expense of others, at the disadvantage of others, you are hurting others. Not only hurting others, you're hurting yourself, because it's illegal, it's immoral. So senses get into trouble most of the time if you indulge in sensual pleasures. Sexual misconduct is one of the most serious sensual pleasures that people want to satisfy and get them into trouble. Abuses, rape, criminal offenses, all these is because of this drive, this desire, not under control. And how many people get hurt every year because of this unleashed sensual pleasures out of control? So, if you satisfy your senses illegally or immorally, and you think you can get away with it, no, causality would get you. You can't get away with it. See, for example, child abuse. The child is so young that he's not going to release information. The girl is not going to release information. Nobody know about it, right? You think nobody know about it? Causality know about it. You know what is causality? You need to study it. Causality would bind you. You can't get away with it. The law may not get you now, but you can't get away. We already explained causality. We have explained karma. So, that's one extreme. What is the other extreme? The other extreme is the practice of self-mortification. And that is an attempt to gain liberation from suffering by afflicting the body. This approach stems from a genuine aspiration for deliverance, but it works with the wrong assumption that if the body is made to endure hardship, then the mind would be released from greediness, hatred, and delusion. They think that if I subject my body to hardship, to endure, then all these bad, mental afflictions will go. That's the wrong assumption. The Buddha did not agree to it, and the Buddha said this second extreme is painful, ignoble, and not leading to the end of suffering. So there's another extreme that we shouldn't go to. There's two extremes, and in between, of course, there are other approaches. For example, many people would think that the spiritual path is only to be found in Buddhist literature. So they're always in search. They go to the library, they ransack all the shelves and get all the books, get all the CDs, and read all these books. And they think that by reading all these books, I get enlightened. And they want to go to they're always in search of the best meditation center. They stay in the meditation center for a while. They're not satisfied. They switch from one place to another, change from one guru to another. Meditation is not to look outside. It's look inside, internally, inside of you. So that's what you have to learn. So don't bury yourself in the ivory tower of the written language. You really have to have direct experience into it. And we have people here who come and go, like waves washed ashore. They receded into the ocean, come and go. Some people just show up for 1 or 2 times and they think they have it. Well, it's easy, it's just cross your leg and, straighten your back and watch your breath, and that's easy, and that's meditation. They thought that's meditation. They thought the posture itself is meditation. It takes years. It takes years to realize the tranquility of that tranquility, that happiness in the meditation itself. You have to have direct experience to it. It's just like when you open the treasure door and you think that, oh, this is all the treasures. You haven't got in. But anyway, so there are 2 extremes. There are people who go about searching and all that, and they think that they're all in the written language. No, it's your direct thinking. It's to see things as they really are. When there's no grasping and no discrimination, then no gain, nothing to gain, nothing to lose, then you see things as they are. So what are we talking about in here? Remember we talked about the faith mind maxim by Cheng, and that is a quotation in there, which maybe I'll quote for you, and this is something worth remembering. I'll quote from there for you. The perfect way is not difficult. This perfect way is the way of enlightenment. It's not difficult. It only avoids discrimination. If only there is no love or hate, completely clean and clear is it. So that you don't discriminate. There's no love, no hate. You see things as it is. When you see things, you are trained since birth to see things as you are committed to know. You structure your thinking, your conceptual thinking in a certain way. That's how you've been trained to think. So, if there is the slightest discrepancy, that is the heaven-earth separation. Let me repeat that sentence for you because I know that someone is copying it down, which is good. The perfect way, this is the faith mind maxim. The perfect way is not difficult. It only avoids discrimination. If only there is no love or hate, completely clean and clear is it. If there is the slightest discrepancy, that is the heaven-earth separation. If you want to realize it presently, there should be no liking or disliking. No love or hate. Some people may argue, no love. Isn't it good to love people? Well, I love my husband, I love my wife, I love my kids. How come there's no love? I understand, surely there shouldn't be any hate, but I don't understand why come there should be any love. The love that we're talking about here is one-sided love. Say, assuming that you love your husband and your husband don't love you, or your husband's love is only temporarily. It happens all the time. They fell in love and they get married. After 1 year, they don't love each other anymore. That love is not eternal. That love is transient. That love is conditional. That kind of love is distorting the reality of love. If that love is real, it's not one-sided, it's compassion. It's real love. So don't misuse that word love. Everyone is changing. That's why we have divorces. The man and the woman love each other so fervently. They're so much in love. And sometimes that love only lasts for a month. I still remember when I was studying at University of Toronto, I got to know a judge who is giving a ceremony for people getting married. He's so insensitive. He said, when I first started out as the judge, giving marriages like that, and that Bible put in there, and they say all these sentences, and he was so conscientious about it. He smiled and he congratulated and all that. And after a while, his face is getting stern. It's just a repetition. He can turn on the tape recorder and it sounds the same. Absolutely no feeling about it. Because why? Because he learned later that many cases that he arranged for marriages doesn't last for half a year. Half a year, all this, they're gone. It happened. That's the kind of love. So, there's no liking or disliking. If we have that kind of intelligence to see things as they really are, what is this? We call that wisdom. In the Buddhist word, we call that prajna. P-R-A-J-N-A, prajna. What is prajna? What is prajna? Prajna is wisdom, but this kind of wisdom is not like ordinary wisdom, not like ordinary intelligence. This wisdom, prajna, is an immediately experienced intuitive wisdom that cannot be conveyed by concepts or in intellectual terms. It is an insight into emptiness, which is the true nature of reality. And the realization of prajna is often equated with the attainment of enlightenment, and is one of the essential marks of Buddhahood. So this prajna, it's a wisdom that is beyond the ordinary mundane wisdom. The ordinary mundane wisdom, if it's not being utilized properly, could be detrimental to humanity. The creation of atomic bombs, it's created by people with high intelligence, but if you use that to bomb a country, you kill billions of people. The airplane is created out of intelligence of humanity. Airplanes give you the convenience of proximity of countries. They can travel in a few hours to one country to another country. That plane gives you that beneficial to humanity. But that plane also carried that bomb to bomb Hiroshima. Depends on how you use that plane. So mundane wisdom could be misused by humans. But this prajna is not. This prajna is beyond the mundane wisdom. This is wisdom giving compassion. Wisdom giving purity to humanity. Wisdom that will purify the world, purify your mind, make this world one purity to live in. So the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, you think it is simple? It is simple, but it's the most valuable. If you analyze it in detail, that's enough. That's enough to be the Buddha. That's enough to make this world pure to live in. That's enough to make people, that's enough to improve on the human behavior of the whole world. After all, what is Buddhism? Buddhism is not about going to heaven. No. Buddhism is about improving on yourself, improving on humanity. Your mind, the most powerful in you,